Oh my, may as well ever go. No, I don't wanna ever go. What is the future? Oh, stuck in the middle. Oh my, oh, another one.
shot. You can take what you like. Just ain't good. You gon' pay that price. Cause every day is like a holiday with you. So we don't have to wait. Yeah, we gon' celebrate. People live their life, and we want more. We just need release.
Sawubona is the greeting as you join us here on the east coast of South Africa. Exciting times as the world's best surfers return to the African shores. It's a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside former Championship Tour surfer Paul Canning, and of course heading up the O'Neill brand here in South Africa. Paul, it's great to have the surfing back on our shores.
Yeah, morning Gigs and morning everybody from around the world. It's great to be back here. Another beautiful day in the Ballito area, and really excited to get into the competition again.
Paul, incredibly 3 years since the top tier has visited us here in the region, and back then it was the qualifying series structure, David Silva taking the win back in 2019. It's all changed. The pandemic, the restructuring. Everyone comes back now in an elevated Challenger Series event, including a field of 64 women to join the 96 men. It's going to be a big week here in South Africa.
That's going to be incredible, and if the surfing from Manly and Snapper is anything to go by, this event is going to be through the roof. So I'm really excited to see some great surfing.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of topics to drill into on that. You know, the cutoff after Margaret River at Championship Tour level unceremoniously ditched a whole bunch of people onto the Challenger Series, and as it got going, there was almost no time for people to process, especially that group. I mean, I'm thinking names like Connor Coffin, Zeke Lau, who'll be coming up in the first heat if we get men surfing underway. Names like Owen Wright, just off the back of that off the back of the CT, and now having to mix it up on the Challenger Series.
No, it's incredible. I mean, the surfing level we've seen just in the practice sessions the last 2 days. I mean, we're getting surfers that would not normally come to the Ballito region, you know, normally go straight to Jeffreys Bay for the CT, and so no, it really is incredible.
Well, it's a sunny morning here in South Africa with a big week of surfing ahead. Let's go down and hear from Brad Brickhill. He'll be down at conditions and ringside for the call.
Thanks, Gigs. Down on the sand here with Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. Trav, another beautiful day in Durban, and looks like a lot more energy in the ocean this morning.
Yeah, lucky enough, it's kind of getting down to crunch time where we have to get going, but thankfully there's definitely some more energy in the water, and I think as that tide goes out, it's going to improve through the day.
Okay, well, let us know. Everyone's chomping at the bit to get this event started. What's the call for today?
Yeah, so the call is to do the first 16 heats of men's round one. That should get us to around just before dark, so we're going to cram it in today and make the most of the swell.
What are we thinking about that low tide? Always talk about here, Ballito, low tide, better conditions. It should be improving as the day goes on.
Yeah, for sure. It should hit the bank better, break a little bit further out, be a bit more powerful during the low tide, which is around midday. So, yeah, looking forward to that.
Awesome, Trav. Good luck for the rest of the week. Thanks, guys. We've got action underway. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thanks, Brad, and thanks, Travis. Well, you heard what Brad said there. Low tide around 12:40 local time here, just after 8 a.m. So we've got the green light to go, Paul. It's going to be men's surfing. We're in. Awesome,
yeah. I mean, like Travis was saying, there is actually a really good bank off the back of the rocks there. So as soon as the tide starts dropping out, I think we're going to see some really good surfing.
Well, it's a good morning as we transition straight to live action here from Ballito. On screen is Taichi Wakita, who will be part of the four-man 30-minute heat. And it's welcome to competition now for the third World Surf League Challenger Series on the calendar. And there is your box with big names like Zeke Lau in red, Kamiyama in the blue, and of course a young hopeful in the name of Daniel Emsley. If you recognize that name, yes, it is family. It's cousin of Greg Emsley. Alongside me again, Paul Canning, former CT surfer. You'll have some insight into those days with Greg Emsley, and certainly he'll be imparting knowledge onto Daniel Emsley.
Yeah, I mean, I spent many years on the tour with Greg, and Daniel's an electric young surfer. He's very fast. He's got all the new school moves. So, yeah, I think this is a very big heat for him. Obviously, Ezekiel Lau, a very tough competitor, and then the two Japanese surfers.
Well, it's great to see Japanese surfers making up the draw. We've got quite a few of them in the mix of the 96 that we get going with here. 4 Japanese make up the field. And of course, you can't help but thinking with the hosting of the Olympics last year, there'll be a very strong stirring on the ground over in the east side of the planet, particularly Japan, the Asia region. There'll be a strong, I'm expecting in the next 5 years, a massive push out of Japan.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Japan's a huge surfing country. I remember even when I went there, you know, back in the early 90s, there's so many surf shops and so many surfers, and as you say, with the Olympics now, it's just a very big push in surfing.
So on screen, the Indian Ocean plays host to the Challenger Series. We're early into the first heat of the morning. If you're just joining us, it is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the 53rd edition of the event. We go all the way back to 1969 to the very first, was called back then the Durban 500. You can argue, well, between this and Bells Beach, these are the longest running cultural surf events. On screen, Zeke Lau will get his first slash. We heard Travis and Brad talking about high tide conditions. We are about an hour and a half past the high tide. A fresh little groundswell making its way into the coves here in Ballito. And Zeke Lau will get on the scorecards with that opener. The first of the rides for Zeke. Now, this is one of those surfers we actually just pre-mentioned there that started championship tour, got 5 stops, and then that was it. By the time we got to Margaret River, he was outside the cut, 23rd or higher, and boof, off they go. It's crazy how brutal that cut was. But Zeke Lau's here, and he's got to get the work done and get some points out of this Challenger Series stop here in South Africa. PC just having a look at where Ezekiel is sitting, 19th right now on the Challenger Series. So he'll want a good result out of his visit to South Africa. Not a lot of scores to talk about at this stage either, as we get live action from Keanu Kamiyama. Lovely forehand slash for him. He'll come through the white water. He's sort of just petting it. Transition to Daniel Emsley in the background there, and the young South African will get the local crowd who's already filling in on the beach. It's still early here. The sun's been up for about an hour and 10, and those temperatures starting to warm up. Paul, what are we calling water temperatures here? About 20 degrees centigrade. It's got us a little bit of a chill to it this year.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, in the mornings here, we get that cold land breeze that comes off the inland hills, and that just makes for excellent conditions. It really grooms the ocean, and we get that most mornings here, and then it kind of just dies off before the later onshore, fills in the midday, mid-afternoon. But the morning conditions are amazing, and as you say, as soon as that tide starts dropping out, I think we'll see more of a predominant right coming off the rocks. But as you saw, Daniel Emsley just have found a nice little left there, so at the moment it's sort of more split peaks, lefts and rights, but as that bank starts getting a bit shallow, it'll be more of a predominant right, and as that southerly swell starts moving up the coast, I think we should start seeing that really fill in around 11, 12 o'clock.
So reports are about a 3-foot swell down in Jeffreys Bay, making its way up the east coast of South Africa. We are about an hour and a half flight, about 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay. But those swells that hit the legendary right-hand point break, which will play host to the championship tour in about 11 days' time, they eventually get into the bay here in Ballito. I'm having a look at a replay here. Well, was that replay or live? Either way, it's Zeke Lau getting working. Judges haven't dropped a score yet. I see the scorecard open for big Zeke Lau. He's a big man, 6'2", weighs about 200 pounds. And, well, it takes a big weapon to shoot a big bullet. So if he gets something with a bit of a wall, Zeke Lau is going to go to town. We've seen he's surfing PC over the years. I mean, Zeke already a fairly illustrious career with always great results on the big, powerful right-handers.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's a really powerful surfer. And we've seen through the junior event we had in the last couple of days, the judges are really rewarding, even just one big powerful turn. They're really rewarding high scores for that. And in these kind of conditions, you really are only finding the one big turn out the outside. If you can get through to the shore break, maybe a second turn. But yeah, that's going to be well rewarded if you find a big open section to do that big turn.
Well, a priority gets played here for Waikita, who'll get a backhand vertical snap in. Extends the turn out into the pocket. You can see the evidence of the high tide conditions still at play here. Local time, as we mentioned, just around 8:15 in the morning. Little opportunities every now and then with the reform bowls. Japanese answer in blue. We'll track him down. There he is. And Kamiyama. Relatively unknown names, PC, starting to pop up via the qualifying series, the regionals. Of course, 7 regions around the world, and each of them producing talent to feed to this year the Challenger Series. And fresh names in Kamiyama with some results in his region. Gets a chance to mix it up here in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I mean, just watching the first 2 Challenger events in Australia, there's names you never really even heard of, and the guys are absolutely ripping. So yeah, it's great to see all these new surfers coming onto the tour.
Priority being used here by Daniel Emsley with the layback. A little bit of dynamic recovery there from the South African. The surname you'll recognize, and then on the outside Kamiyama will look for opportunity. So PC, not too much standing out right now in the seed. I'm noticing a 5 that's dropped into the scorecards for Ezekiel Lau, our man in red, and he does hold priority. 2 Japanese at work here, and that was a nice dynamic inside out turn on the forehand for heat leader Waikita, and he'll make the connection, works it. Could be an interesting discussion. Looks like a few surfers have epoxy equipment underfoot, especially in the smaller conditions. I saw a lot of that in Manly on the second stop of the Challenger Series. A lot of surfers mixing up, going to epoxy equipment. Ballito does have a lot of punch though, so you would expect by the time the swell is filled in through the remainder of the week, I love that discussion, the PU, the polyurethane foams versus epoxies.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can definitely see it working for the guys, especially in the high tide conditions here this morning. But as you say, even on the high tide, there is still a lot of power in the waves, and so the normal PU board's still working really well. So yeah, it is going to be interesting to see which surfers choose to use which equipment. But I'd say in these early heats, it could definitely be an advantage, having those epoxies under your feet.
Most of the surf companies these days offering both construction to the same file cuts, so you can get a model of surfboard from literally any shaper these days. You can cut the same board in polyurethane and in epoxy and get a totally different feel just purely on construction method.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, these guys are so good. I mean, a lot of them are surfing boards, brand new boards they've surfed maybe 2 or 3 times before. And I was chatting to Geordie yesterday, and he's just ordered a quiver that he got yesterday afternoon. But they're so confident and comfortable with the models that they're riding, and they can jump on a new board, whether it's PU or epoxy, and know how it's going to feel under feet.
Yeah, we love the surfboard discussion, and it's something that always pops up. And particularly if you think of talk of physicality, right? Look at the stature of the man in red, Zeke Lau, versus the stature of young Daniel Emsley. You would think that Daniel Emsley, quite a few kilograms or pounds lighter. They'd be on completely different dimensions, but that board design, you could take a file cut and make a 6'1" for Zeke Lau and then put Daniel Emsley on a 5'6", and you kind of come out with similar sort of approaches.
Yeah, no, 100%. And they probably both also be looking for 2 different types of waves. Zeke will be looking for that one big open face where he can do that big hack, but where Dan can, he can do the air reverses and he can get down the line, and so they're very different surfing.
A little head dip for Kamiyama down in 4th, who's starting to look for numbers like a 6.33. We'll bring that up to screen shortly. Heat's moving along, just under 18 minutes to go in the lineup here this morning. If you're just with us, it's the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the 3rd of 8 opportunities to finish top 10 and be part of the championship tour in 2023. Here's 1 or 2 of our Japanese. Waikita back at it. And we'll just peg the nose there with around 17.5 minutes to go. Nothing really standing out. I see the 5-point number on Zeke Lau's scorecard, Paul. Other than that, a 4.17 for Emsley. So no real highlights just yet. A couple of 4s sprinkled amongst the rest. I see Waikita's on a 4.23. So quite a bit of work still ahead for all 4 surfers here as we're getting closer to the halfway mark.
Definitely, and I think that's the advantage of having that 30-minute heat, just that extra time, allow for an extra set during your heat, maybe a second extra set, and we're still only hitting the halfway mark now, so still plenty time, but Zeke is looking strong with that 5-point ride under his belt.
You see the conditions for day 1. Sort of intermittent pattern to the swell, but definitive little lines starting to show. Those will become a lot more defined as the tide drops out this morning. We'll move to around a midday to lunchtime low. We are just off, we're somewhere in between neaps and springs, so there's not a huge drop. Obviously spring tides here is the ultimate favorable. And Paul, the other thing I just wanted to make mention, you're a local in the area, you frequent here, you would have been in and out over the last couple of months with preparation for the event. Much like the east coast of Australia, we had terrible floods here and the sandbanks had almost disappeared. And well, suddenly the sandbanks have literally come back in the last couple of weeks as we see Zeke Lau just smooth backhand turn. He's going to try and find some. There's a little inshore reef just in there. There's a slab of rocks, enough water to cover it. And there's Zeke Lau, almost dry docks on it. But back to the sandbar discussion. A month ago, there were absolutely no sandbars here. It was just a hole. And that was a huge concern with, you know, the Challenger Series marching down the calendar at us.
Yeah, no, definitely. Those floods were really, really horrific. We had a whole year's rainfall in about 5 to 6 hours on one night, and yeah, many people lost their houses, and unfortunately, many fatalities. But and it has taken a long time for the banks to come back along the whole Quaracuza coastline,
yes,
and even eThekwini and even the south coast down in the Ugu regions. All the banks just were absolutely destroyed, and it's taken about 3 months, and we were watching it very closely. And about 2 weeks ago, we started to see the sand fill in around the back of the rocks, and it arrived just in time.
It literally, that's the point I was waiting to get to, is that it literally, the banks came right about 10 days ago. So just in time. So yeah, we're very stoked. We trust that there'll still be a couple of good tube rides to talk about as the week unfolds. You can see swell stacking up, of course, partnering with People's Weather here in South Africa. Talking of the weather, these are those beautiful days that everybody around the country comes to flock down to this particular region. There's quite a dramatic difference between the subtropical zone where we sit here on the east side of South Africa versus down south, Jeffreys Bay down to Cape Town. They'll be getting absolutely flogged by those winter storms, but we just get the sunshine and the swell results from it.
Oh, it's a great time of the year to be in the Ballito area, you know. The weather averages, you know, around 25 degrees, middle of winter. Nice sunny hot days and not much rain.
Yeah, we love it. We're happy. The sun's shining. What are we talking temperatures, Paul? I would say by the time we get to midday, there's lots of people enjoying the sunshine, around high 70s, even low 80s Fahrenheit. For a lot of viewers that don't understand centigrade, we're talking 24, 25 degrees centigrade.
Yeah, that's as I say, wintertime in Durban and in Ballito area, and yeah, 25 degrees, the best time of the year.
Absolutely. We love winter in South Africa, and we love sharing it all with you. Third stop of the Challenger Series underway this morning. If you're just with us, still with Heat 1 unfolding on this Monday morning. And a quick look at the lineup. Daniel Emsley, the young South African, for now, Paul, is in the lead. Not a big accumulated total, 8.1, made up of a 417 and a 393. Those are not big numbers. Zeke Lau has the strongest individual wave, a 5-pointer. You'll want to back that up. He only needs the 2.9 to jump up to that second place position. Of course, 4-man heats in the format. Top 2 advance each time. Best 2 rides counting. And we have set out 30-minute heats for the day.
Yeah, no, it's still very open. You know, as you said, the Zeke only needing a 2.53, I think it was there. So yeah, still very open, and yeah, it's going to really come down to these last couple sets towards the back end of the heat.
Well, Paul, former championship tour surfer. You know, the thing is, a lot of the young viewers don't remember you campaigners from the 90s. Just remind us your years on tour, Paul.
Yeah, so I was on tour from 94 till about 2005. I was on the World Championship Tour for 4 of those years. Probably my best results, best year being 2001, when I got set to the semis at Bells Beach against Mick Fanning.
Okay.
So that was my best result on the championship tour. But yeah, I did have 4 years on the tour, and incredible memories, and yeah, great lifestyle. And
so Paul, you got to mix it up with the sort of the height of the Andy Kelly sort of momentum, the coming on tour of Joel Parkinson and Mick Fanning. Of course, Taj was in there with the mix. Greg Emsley would have been joining you. So you were tapering out when Greg was coming in, or you spent a bit of time together on tour?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time together. And yeah, Joel and Mick were just coming on tour when I was there. When Mick got to he won bells that year when I lost him in the semis. He was a wild card that year. I think he was 16 years old.
Did you lose to Mick in the semis?
In the semis, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, no, it was.
Well, that really was the start of the Mick Fanning story, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Getting that win as a wild card. And I made reference to the floods and the rains, and of course Mick Fanning playing a huge part, offering up his house in Tugun for flood relief. It's been a similar story here in South Africa. You mentioned an entire year's worth of rain literally in 6 hours about 7 weeks back. So, but it's strange. Well, it's not strange. It's just geographically shows you how the east coast of South Africa, east coast of Australia, similar patterns, and those subtropical storms really doing a lot of damage to both east-facing coasts.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's a town, Mcrae, just 20 minutes up the coast or down the coast from us that really got hit hard. So yeah, it was a lot of families lost their homes there.
Yeah, it's crazy, the damage. I took a drive there just to talk to the topic for a second. I mean, entire apartment blocks literally fell away
Down the hill, yeah.
Down the hill. Crazy stuff. Well, let's see how the back 10 minutes of this first heat of the morning goes. On picture, Daniel Emsley, heat leader for now, and trying to improve on a 3.93. He'll keep the board moving. He's a sparky young surfer out of the Buffalo City, the East London region. And of course, a talent pool of note out of that zone. And Daniel Emsley would have been kept pretty honest by the rest of the East London crew. There's a lot of talent down there, a lot of young names coming through as well. It's great to see that second and third generations. I mean, we know the Greg Emsleys, we remember the Andrew Carters, many great surfers, names like Wayne Monk, Devin Matthys, so many strong surfers from the region, and here's that new generation coming through, and Daniel Emsley certainly spearheading it.
Nah, definitely. Yeah, there's so many good surfers from that East London region. They got great waves too. There's also Dave Mulherby, his young son is getting into it now, so there's definitely that next generation from the Emsleys and the Mulherbys and as you said, Wayne Monk. There's so much history and heritage in that area, and no doubt there's going to be some great surfers coming onto the tour from that area.
Let's have a look at what our Japanese. So that was a beautiful hit right there, Waikita. Taichi Waikita with a lovely slap. Paul, you're the goofy. You'll be appreciating this right now as he tags it on the inside. Little change up of direction, and that we'll see if we'll certainly replace the 367 in his top two, Paul.
Oh, that was a great surfed wave. I love the posture and being a goofy footer. I love the
What is it with the goofy footers? They get all emotional. Every time there's a great goofy foot performance, so the goofies tend to rally together. You're worse than knee boarders. It's crazy. Wait for that score to come in, because that feel maybe enough to threaten the lead right there, Paul. I mean, 8:20 to go. Daniel Emsley sitting on the 417. We owe Daniel Emsley a score as well, so we'll wait for the judges to land that. But we'll just watch how the numbers go now between green and white, and then that'll further layer a requirement on former championship tour surfer Zeke Lau. But there is time, 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, Taichi was only looking for, I think it's a 387 there. So we'll see where that comes in. But as you say, I think it is should boost him into the lead.
Well, we spoke of the level. We mentioned, this used to be the qualifying series. Now it's the Challenger series. There's a tangible lift in intensity. It's resulting in performance. As we mentioned, Snapper was riveting for stop one. Manly, the performances there. I mean, I loved that final between Rio Waida and Ryan Callanan. And that number's going to come in for White, and we'll see that situation change. Paul, a 5.83. There's the best number of the heat now. We'll try and bring a replay of that, because that forehand tag was just spicy and enough to switch the lead in favor of the Japanese surfer. Let's have a look at that one, Paul. Daniel Emsley will drop down to second now with, still a score owed for him. And he will be looking for the 5.89 as a replacement score. Here's that turn that switched up the heat.
Yeah, as you can see, the judge is really rewarding one big turn out the back, throwing lots of spray and putting a lot of power into it. mean, I think all the points really came from that turn. He did get a little inside connection here, a little backhand hit, but I think 90% of the points came from that big outside turn.
Loved it. Caity Waida, 49th on the Gold Coast as we just look back, a 37th, slightly better at the Manly event. So we'll see how he can go. Of course, everyone starts in the round of 96, no seedings. It's a brutal system, the Challenger Series. It says brutal as the the QS 10,000s used to be, plus some.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly tough. Look at these guys. To get from this level onto the WCT level is just incredibly tough. I mean, you basically got to be making at least quarters or higher. Hopefully trying to win one event somewhere along the line. But you're really looking for quarters or higher to get into that top part of it.
Yep, 8 stops in total on the Challenger Series. This is stop 3. This week ahead in South Africa will shuffle up the numbers. Of course, coming to South Africa after 2 stops, Leonardo Fioravanti at the top of the ladder, and then Rio Waida care of that win in Manly sitting second. You start looking down the draw, number of Australians making their names known here. Of course, Callum Robson, we see him framed in the Championship Tour. He's sitting in that 3rd position on Challenger Series rankings. Sheldon Simkus with a great show, he's in there. Dylan Moffat's done well. Ryan Callanan, a lot of Australians suddenly making that push, and we love it. Look at the total, 11 Australians in the field, 4 Japanese, 2 of them in this heat. This is Kamiyama, whitewater climb for him. Don't see a lot of lefts being ridden, so this is evident of the higher tide this morning. Little pockets on the inside, and that's almost dangerous there with that rock shelf. It's very similar to the beach at Newcastle, where there's that slab of rock on the inside. The very one where Pierre Tosti was struck by lightning so many years ago, and hence his nickname Toast. Yeah. Anyway, we'll reference it because it was great to see in 2021 Newcastle hosting the Championship Tour there. And it's a similar kind of beach, right? You would have competed at both locations, Paul.
Yeah, no, very interesting. You actually point that out. It is very similar to Newcastle, especially on a high tide with those little rock shelves on the inside. And same as Newcastle, when those big southerly swells fill up the coast, we get the big rights out the back. And and as you're saying, the Australians are looking very strong after the 2 events in Australia earlier in the year. So it's going to be interesting to see now that we're in South Africa. Hopefully we get a good South African push and then onto the US Open, Yep. But as you say, at the moment the top 10 are all filled by the Australians.
Paul will pull up some replays. We had a little look in the athlete area there as well. See some of our female competitors. We'll talk about the women's draw at some stage. Let's have a look at this. This is replays. This is Kamiyama.
Yeah, great turn off the top there. He's also found the left, as you say, with a higher tide, working it through to the inside. And it did get really shallow on the inside. A little rock shelf there. Got a little turn in, unfortunately not riding out of it. And yeah, great backhand turn. See one of the first nice rights of the heat, and we should start seeing lots more of those. But he was able to get 2 hits out the back, so we'll see where that comes in at.
Picking up Zeke Lau on screen. We'll go back and have a look at what he's still chasing the 3.1, sitting down in 3rd. Our former Championship Tour surfer Zeke Lau. Judges' scorecard open, so we'll wait for the score with around 3 minutes to go. Waida out front with that real spicy forehand turn for the 5.83, backed it up with the 4.47. Let's have a look at last of red, Zeke Lau. Let's see where the Hawaiian fits into the picture now, searching for the requirement of the 3.1.
Yeah, found another left there, heading towards the rocks. 2 really nice turns. And he wasn't looking for a very high score, and he actually has catapulted him into the lead, pushing Daniel Emsley down into 3rd now. Daniel is sitting with priority into the last 2.5 minutes.
Well, you can see how suddenly the last back 8 minutes changed shape out in the water. A little over 2 minutes to go, and Daniel Emsley holds the priority but finds himself down in 3rd. And Paul, that's a fair number to chase, a 6.13 in the conditions. Got a feeling he'll want to go to his forehand as well. He can go to the air. We've seen him all through the week contesting the Ballito Pro trials, looking for a slot into the main event. Of course, Zeke Lau suddenly finding more than the requirement, 6.23, and he's the heat leader. So there's that pedigree coming through. Big Zeke Lau out in front. Waikita dropped down a second. So there's still a little story to tell you. It's a bit of a stretch now for Kamiyama down in fourth.
Yeah, I mean, that 6.23 that dropped for Zeke, that just shot him straight up into the lead. He was looking for that second score. He got his first score very early in the heat, and it's taken him a while to get that second score, but as you say, as soon as he locked it in, it's put him well in the lead. But Daniel holding priority, you know, that is a good card to have going into the last minute here. He just needs to find the right wave that'll get him that 6.13. They are out there, he's just got to find those two big turns.
Well, heat leader Zeke Lau will go to the air and bring completion. Beach will appreciate that. Just the one punt. That's kind of what Daniel Emsley needs to do, plus a little bit. So Zeke just squeezing that one in under the pack with 1 minute to go. We'll try and pick up Emsley. There he is. Forehands reaching turn. We said that we would go to the forehand. Is there going to be anything on the inside? We spoke of the high tide conditions here, and it's kind of evident there he's going to sink in the hole. And Paul, well, I'm not seeing the 613 on that. We didn't get the full view. Perhaps there was something on the outside, but I've got a feeling that he's going to come in short, and you can almost see it in the body English right there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he did get a big turn before that cutback, but he does seem to, his body language does seem to look like he doesn't think he's got it.
Four-man heats, and here's our fourth place surfer using the priority, stretches out the turn, does Keanu Kamiyama. He'll try and stick with it again, just being squeezed by the clock as we come down to the remaining 10 seconds. Zeke Lau's done a fairly good job, 6.23 and a 5, so it gets him into the 11s. Nothing major, but it's going to be advancing to the round of 48 for Zeke Lau as we hear the horn in the background. And Paul, a couple of scores just to rake in there, but we don't see anything really from that last set of action changing the result. Looks like Zeke Lau and Taichi Waikita are going to move through.
Yeah, no, totally. And yeah, I think as you say, in these high tide conditions, a total heat score of 11 is a good result for Zeke, and I think he'll be happy for his first heat.
Just looking at that 6.23, Paul, that we saw, it was just built on two solid backhand turns. I mean, there was nothing really glamorous about that. It was just solid, rock solid, as you would expect from championship tour level surfing. But that's how he fetched a 6.23 in the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And, yeah, looking great. He's looking on point, and great surfing.
A result for Zeke Lau as he goes through to the next round along with Taichi Waikita. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
I am Lauren E. McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfleet Hydro pump is that there's no the Mcrae fly is slim and secure. It stays flush and flat in your low more security, no distraction. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax cleaning and cleaning. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdrive Plus, which is our premium water repellent. Dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hand allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in the Hyperfit Pro is our premium forward stretch fabrication that is engineered to be clean and rash resistant. O'Neill, first man in the water.
O'Neill, proudly the sponsor behind the Ballito Pro as you join us for the second heat of the morning. It's day one of the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a good morning as we get the second heat of the day underway. Rio Inaba alongside Slade Prestwich, Josh Moniz and Koali Vast. There's a mixed bag as we get stuck into the second heat of the day. It's a good morning. Gig Cilliers alongside former CT surfer Paul Canning. And of course, Paul, on behalf of O'Neill, great to have you involved again as always. And I mean, O'Neill as a brand just got to be getting more stoked because this thing just gets better every edition.
Oh no, thanks very much, Gigs. Yeah, and we're super honoured and proud to be part of the Ballito Pro. And yeah, I'm really excited for another great event this year. We've got our Corsi campaign, you know, with the Nguni cows, which are prevalent to this area of the Quatakuza coastline. So we'll chat about that later, but very stoked to be involved with the Ballito Pro again this year.
Absolutely. O'Neill behind the Ballito Pro. will be crowning men's and women's champions for the first time. The women's field of 64, the Challenger Series, comes to South Africa, and we'll get surfing underway with the South African in the draw, Slade Prestwich. Well, Slade, also quite a big human. He's able to really, if you're going to sort of compare physicalities, you could almost put Zeke Lau and Slade Prestwich into a ring and give him a set of gloves. It'd be a fair fight.
Yeah, very, very similar build, both of the guys, and yeah, I'm very excited to see how Slade does here. He's actually from the south coast, a place called Scottsboro, and does have very similar conditions to Ballito area, and so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he performs this morning.
Travis Logie from Tours and Commission's office setting out 30-minute heats. Kind of got enough waves through that first 30 minutes to think it's a good call. There are these little lulls, as you see right now, but certainly we got enough waves out of the first heat to make it a fair day. 27 minutes to go. Josh Moniz already finding a 4.83 in the lineup. We'll see if we can reel back the tapes for a look at that. And Slade Prestwich quickly to the backhand for a small 2.67. And of course, Rio Waida, another one of those Japanese surfers. As we mentioned, great to see the Japanese input. I did a little tally. 4 Japanese surfers, 9 Hawaiians, 12 South Africans in the mix this year in the 96. France very strongly represented with 7. Well, Brazilians, there's always a big number of them, 17 of them, 10 Americans. And I'm loving the numbers from Australia, 11 Australians in the mix. A couple of Australians not making the trip. I kind of was looking in the draw to see, I saw no Owen Wright. You know, there was the question, Julian Wilson, was he going to perhaps come over? But yeah, that's our field, 96. We're going to find a champion out of it, and we're going to give somebody 10,000 points at the end of the week.
Yeah, no, it's a great field of surfers, and it's really good to watch. And it's almost like these guys are traveling as teams now, so you know, as teams of countries, you know, and it's really good for the spectators and the sport to watch. Keeps it very exciting.
So Paul, you were talking about your campaigning years being on tour. During the Challenger Series broadcast out of Australia, Richie Lovett was talking affectionately about the LMB. Do you remember the LMB momentum?
Yeah.
Logic, motivation and bravado, and all the Australians grouped together and stuck their stickers, and it was sort of like the pre-Brazilian storm. It was like an Aussie typhoon, and then, you know, and then obviously the Brazilians got wind of that and that. Well, we're talking lots of stories. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that first heat.
South Africa again. Just tell us quickly, surfing in the first heat.
I just have a really good time here, so I just came here with
All right, a couple of tech issues. We'll see if we can get some thoughts from Zeke Lau there. We'll try and go back to him. Meanwhile, Slade Prestwich back on screen, opened with the 2.67. That there, just his second ride, and still nothing on the cards yet for Rio Waida and Kuali Vast. What about Kuali Vast? He's been charging around. What a multi-talented surfer, from 2-foot beach breaks to 20-foot chopu and everything in between. There's a big name for the future.
Yeah, no, he's an incredible surfer, as you say, from the really small stuff right to the big heavy stuff at chopu, and that he charges really, really hard. But yeah, just going back to the story with Richie Lovett, I was actually watching him on the webcast in Australia, and he mentioned one of his favorite events, you know, was Haleiwa that year when he first qualified, and I was actually on the other side of that. I was the last guy in at that event. After making it, you know, through the whole year on the tour, I was the last guy in it. So when he had that really good result at Haleiwa, he pushed me out, and he ended up being the last guy, and I was the first guy out. So, so we both got a good story to that event.
Well, his story sounds better than yours, Paul. As we see Kuali Vast on screen, we love catching up on all the stories, and of course those platform years. Great to have guys like Richie Lovett, and of course with us today, Paul Canning. Just adding that value, of course, those seasons, you know, you come with that insight, Paul, and I mean, you must have surfed so many heats of your own, it's easy to now relay that information, to look back affectionately at what's going on, and also to see where the sport has elevated and improved too.
Oh no, it's incredible, you know, where it's come from and where it is at the moment. I mean, we would have done anything to have a webcast when we were back in tour in the 90s. You know, back then we were still writing faxes around, and it's just gone to an incredible level now, and it's just amazing to watch it. You know, being there from back at that time to where it is now, it's great to see.
Al Hunt with his briefcase, his photostat machine. Yeah, it's come a long way. Of course, we only really got the webcasts going near the end of the 90s.
Yeah.
Let's go down and try and replug in with Zeke Lau. He's down there with Brad Bricknell.
Zeke Lau, it's great to have you back in South Africa again. Just tell us quickly, in the first heat of the day is always hard, but surfing in the first heat of an event can be tricky, especially with these high tide conditions. How did you mentally prepare over the last couple of days?
Yeah, I love coming to Ballito. I always look forward to it, and you know, I feel like I just have a really good time here. So I just came here with thinking that I was just like, hopefully we get good waves. And yeah, it's hard. It's hard to surf in the first heat of the day, let alone the event. You just kind of, you know, there's a lot of nerves. No one knows really what's going on. There's no scale. You got to kind of get out there and figure it out. And you know, I just tried to stay loose and just enjoy it. And you know, the waves weren't absolutely pumping today, but there's a few out there, and I was glad to get a couple. You brought your power brand of surfing to Ballito in these smaller conditions this morning. We spoke off air about the importance of that very big first turn. You seem to nail those down really well. Yeah, I was pretty much like picking waves. If I could see a first turn on it, I would just go on it and, you know, roll the dice. And, you know, I found a couple, so I was stoked, but there wasn't many, that's for sure. Now, Zeke, well, personally, I think you're one of the most passionate surfers on the tour. What does it mean for you to be on the qualifying series, the Challenger Series rather, and fighting for your place back on the CT where you rightfully belong? What does that mean to you? It means everything. You know, I mean, I had a little bit of a tough year in the beginning competitively and just not making heats on tour, but, you know, you learn a lot, and I had a great time and surfed some really good waves, so just keep it going, and I'm just going to use everything I learned, you know, this year and all my years on tour to just, you know, get back there. Well, great to see you back in South Africa, and all the best for the rest of the event. Thank you. Gigs?
Thanks, Brad. Good question there for Zeke Lau. I mean, Challenger Series is the reality. Championship Tour got ditched off. It's the whole journey, you know, and we know Zeke Lau's surfing, right? I mean, he is one of the big guys. He's one of the big guns, but he's got to go through the process again.
It must be really tough, you know, and Zeke is such a good surfer at a place like Jeffreys Bay, you know, so that must be very hard for him to swallow, you know, knowing J Bay's coming up next week, and you know, not being in it, and but you know, I watched him, you know, a couple of years ago at Supers, and he's incredibly good out there, you know, but as you say, that's the level of the competition at the moment, and it's constantly changing and evolving with who's making it onto the tour, so yeah, but I'm sure he'll get back there. He's such a good surfer.
The other takeaway from Zeke's comments there is strong first turn. Remember we spoke about that. 623 came just for two simple backhand turns. I don't want to use the word stock standard, but that's how you build a 623 in the lineup here, and he did it all so well.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. Personally, I really like to see the way the judging is going at the moment, you know, just for that one really big turn. One big turn can now get you the same sort of scores as a smaller wave and you know, like an air reverse. You know, in the past, the air reverses have been very highly scored, and the big backhand or big turns not really. But I've noticed in this year especially, you know, the judges are really rewarding one big powerful turn.
So capital P now for power, right, in the criteria?
Definitely, and that's where you see the guys doing all this training outside of the water, you know, all the gym work and really working hard on their power.
Well, Zeke Lau through to the next round. The Hawaiian, does the Hawaiian momentum continue here? Because Josh Moniz is out in the lineup and has found a 4.83 as we pick up Koali Vast for a second ride. He opened with a 3.5. His second ride underway here. Two goofy footers in picture. We'll stick with Koali as he just tracks through to the inside bowl, and he'll post a second score. Wasn't chasing a big number at that stage, still early, full 18 minutes to go in it, but Josh Moniz has the single best ride at this stage, Paul, the 4.83. We'll try and bring some replays shortly. We may have missed that, but either way, Fact of the matter is that the 483 goes a long way in the lineup for now.
Yeah, as we saw with the first heat, Ezekiel, you get that early score, and if you can back it up with a half 5 or 6, that really puts the pressure on the other surfers. I think with Slade holding priority at this time of the heat, he can really just sit there now, give himself 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes, and really try and find a wave as this tide's dropping out. Hopefully a nice long sort of tapered right wall that he can do some nice turns.
Well, we spoke of the higher tide. We expect the right-handers to become more of a discussion as the tide falls out. You see left of the lineup there, Slade Prestwich. That's the north end. We're watching some movement now, approaching swells in the lineup here at Ballito Bay. And let's see if Slade uses that priority. Is going to stick with Rio Inaba, who'll switch, and here could be a bit of drama. Higher priority is with red, and so that could be a bit of an issue. We'll wait for that. They're expecting perhaps a priority call. Meanwhile, on the other side of all of that action, looked like Slade Prestwich went right. But 4 people in a heat compressed into a small cove like this. We saw a little bit of this at the JQS a few days ago. Every now and then we did get a heat with an priority interference call, and that priority interference call is a big penalty. You lose a second counting ride. Yeah, that was strange. It was almost look. I don't know if Carly didn't look back, didn't see him. Well, definitely as the 2 surfers came into screen, it was a higher priority to the surfer deeper back. So that could be an expensive visit to South Africa for Koali Vast. We'll wait and see. We'll be watching the judges score closely. We'll try and get a look at Slade Prestwich's right, because he went right on the other side of it. He had the priority. So Slade will have the sort of least amount of discussion. Let's have a look at what he found. Oh, nice first turn there. And yeah, there he goes. Found a wave to get 2 hits off the back. Let's see if he was able to work this through to the inside. Very simple construction to that ride. It's kind of just pacey and nothing too glamorous in that. We'll see where that number goes for Slade Prestwich. He is one of those taller natural foot surfers that's really able to hammer home the power turns. We'll wait for his number to come in. Meanwhile, also lending an ear outside the booth to the beach announcers, and we'll obviously look at the judges' scorecard as well to see perhaps. Let's have a look at this situation, Paul. Yeah, so it looked like red looked right, so maybe Kylie just saw him have that quick look at the right and then didn't look back again. Probably at this stage might not even know that red is behind him. Yeah, very unfortunate. Well, Koali didn't even know that Rio Inaba was there until he actually kicked out of that wave. Yeah. And to Koali's defense, Paul, there was clear look and intention of Rio looking at the left-hander. Here's Slade Prestwich, heat leader. No, not heat leader yet, because we're waiting for a score. But Slade Prestwich just keeping the momentum moving as well. As we get down to around the halfway mark now, 15 minutes still to go, and still just waiting for that Koali Vast Rio Inaba complexity. Yeah, as you say, Rio did have a quick look right there, and Koali probably saw that quickly and then just saw the section down the line that he really wanted to hit, and he just got going, and then probably only realized as he kicked off. Well, Slade Prestwich there preluded to it. It does become the heat leader now, and still expecting another score. So Slade building his lead, and it's not a big set of numbers, Paul, a 7.1 for the heat lead. But the strength of it for Slade Prestwich coming on the 4.43. Here's Koali, who's going to perhaps punt into the wind. And he does beautifully. The execution is smooth. I'm still not seeing anything on the scorecards regards a priority interference just yet. As Rio Inaba works his way through to the inside. The Huntington Hop comes to Ballito. Of course, talking of Huntington Hop, next stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series is the US Open. Yeah, no, it's we're looking forward to that event, and yeah, just interesting to kind of see what happens here in this heat. Did you compete much in Huntington, Paul? Yeah, it wasn't one of my best stops. For South Africans, it's a very hard wave, especially in July when you've got to do that Huntington Hop and get through to the shore break. And back when I was on tour, the boards we were riding were really like thin blades.
Back then it was actually standard boards were 6.3s, 18, 2 1/4. So these little blades, and really hard to hop through to the inside. I love going to Huntington, but never really got a good result there.
Ad break.
I would say that your boards had more rocker back then. We'll talk more about surfboards. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show as we continue the talk at day one of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Well, Paul, boards, less rocker, and board shorts so much better, right?
Exactly, yeah.
There was no such thing as stretch board shorts.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Back in the 90s. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. It's day one, and we're having so much fun as we open our arms and welcome back the world's best surfers to the east coast of South Africa. Ballito plays host to both the men's and women's Challenger Series. And thank you so much for being part of it with us. We had a little bit of a drama just before the break. Well, let's follow Josh Moniz here. And I do see that the Caity Vast has incurred that penalty. So that's a tough one for Caity. One of his counting scores is going to be a 0. And this is a good connection through to the inside for Josh Moniz, who doesn't need a lot to change his current situation in the heat with 11 minutes to go. Joshy looking for just a 1.74. And he'll probably find that fairly easy as he moves back into the lineup here. Not the longest paddle, it's more beach break than sort of reeling cove at the moment. The high tide conditions compressing the lineup fairly into a small space. So we're seeing multiple rides from all four surfers, and well, a little bit of complexity as well with Caity Vast incurring that priority interference over Rio Waida.
Yeah, no, then as we see, Josh has gone to the lead with that last score. But Rio is sitting in third place, not leading much. He's only needing a 3.34, so still very open. And Caity, even with that interference, only looking for a 7.1, so he's not out of it yet.
Well, visiting the athlete area, the new and improved athlete area. The Challenger Series is really getting underway this morning. Alex Ribeiro on screen. Former championship tour surfer, another one of those stories, Paul, of CT campaigners that have got to grind out the Challenger Series again at the end of the year. 10 slots will join again the 2023 championship tour. And Alex Ribeiro, we've seen him a number of times through the seasons. I remember back 2016, had a shocker of a run, just first round exits, loser round exits, and then just suddenly sparked his performance. Was on a mayhem, and he trestles and suddenly finished in the quarters that year. So he's able to just have flash moments as Alex Ribeiro, one of 17 Brazilians in the field here at the Challenger Series in Ballito, and he'll be coming up shortly. He'll take on Brody Sale, who had a good run over in Oz. Justin Burkett representing the French, and then, well, another former championship tour surfer, and Keanu Kamiyama. All of that coming up next in around 9 minutes. Right now, focusing in on the lead having been taken now by Josh Moniz. We'll see if we can have a look at it. It was only a 3.03, but it was enough to fetch the requirement of the 1.74, Paul, and the heat situation changes again.
Yeah, so as you say, Josh has gone into the lead. Slade sitting in second with priority, so he's just really looking to back up that 2.67. He doesn't have very high scores, sitting with a 4.43. If he can get a good wave, he'll probably go up into the lead. So he's sitting in a very strong situation at the moment. But as we say, Rio not needing a high score, and even Caity with that interference only needing a 7.1.
Well, Josh will return to the lineup with a 4th priority, but with the heat lead. So noticing Slade Prestwich sitting there with priority. Slade will not want to pull the trigger now on anything sort of less than a 5-pointer of his own. I mean, he's currently quite exposed, Paul. The 267 is not a strong backup score for now with around 8 minutes to go.
No, he really needs to use that priority cleverly now. You know, you want to hold on to it for as long as you can, and then pull the trigger as you get into the last few minutes and make sure it counts.
Here's your heat leader, just that 4th priority, so he'll just scour around the lineup. No harm, no foul there for heat leader Josh Moniz. And even for Josh holding that 303, you feel at some stage there could just be a flash moment in the heat. So work this out, okay? Caity Vast right now has that priority interference, means that only one ride can count. But let's say Caity does something magical and finds himself a 7.5, for instance, he'll be up in second. As you look at Slade Prestwich's heat total right now, just a 7.1, you can feel that there's perhaps quite a bit of story to tell in this current heat unfolding.
Yeah, Slade did use his priority there and go on a wave, and he didn't look too happy with the outcome of the wave, so that could be a crucial decision for him there now going into the last 7 minutes, now in 4th priority and having to wait and work his way back up. You see Caity pedaling into this one. This is a really good, this is where Slade was probably waiting for, a really good turn off the top, and another one. Not riding out of that second one tight, still a little bit high to make that second turn there, but that first turn really stood up nicely.
That might be the single best turn we've seen of the heat, Paul. I know that you get emotional every time you see Goofy Foot surfing, but that was a big, strong, emotional turn right there. 6.5 minutes to go. We'll wait for that replay on that, Paul. He did get vertical, he did drive it up, and as we mentioned, he's got to do everything on a single wave here because he has incurred that priority interference.
Yeah, great bottom turn, very nice posture, beautiful hit off the top, second one, but as you said, just that high tide, just going a bit flat to ride out of it there.
Well, Caity must stay interested in this heat. It's all very achievable for him. We feel that if he can go mid-range 7, I'm just not sure that Slade Prestwich has used his priority here and has not improved a score, Paul. So tactical error from perhaps Slade Prestwich there. He has not replaced the 267 and he's let go of that priority. Let's have a look at the prio now being used by Rio Waida, 3rd place surfer on the search for the 3.34. Those high tide conditions, and this is right in that rock platform on the inshore. And are we thinking that there is a 3.34 out of that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be just there. I think it's enough to just get him into that second spot. We'll see where the judges go with it, but 2 nice turns out the back. They weren't very big turns, not the big powerful ones that you need to go into that into the higher score range, but still 2 nice turns, and I think he could just get that 3.44.
Well, the heat coming down to a little over 5 minutes to go. We'll stand by for that score. Let's have a look at the replay of it. Rio Waida trying to find his way through the opening round of the Ballito Pro here.
A great fast bottom turn, looking really electric. Nice turn off the top, and this is a nice closeout turn there. Worked it through to the inside, unfortunately not really finding much on the inside. But
well, judges haven't issued a score for that yet. They'll know that it's a critical one. They'll go probably to replay, and they'll be comparing that first turn of Caity Vast. What did Caity fetch for that one, by the way? Do we have a number for it? A 5.5? Perhaps? 4:20 on the clock. Here's our heat leader, Joshy Moniz. Strong power. Of course, Zeke Lau got the first win. Does the Hawaiian momentum continue here for Josh Moniz as we come down to 4 minutes to go? The South African Slade Prestwich will be roaming the lineup as well, trying to now exercise a little local knowledge. And the fact that he's holding on to the 267 is a discussion point because he cannot expect to not come under pressure from Rio Waida while still sitting on that low score.
Yeah, there we see it. Rio going into second. So Slade now only looking for a 3.07, sitting with second priority.
So Rio went just over requirement there, replaced a number and jumps up to second. So Slade Prestwich not chasing a big number either here, Paul. The 307 No big numbers, and then of course we owe Josh Moniz a number as well. So the back 3.5 minutes with a couple of little complexities to unfold here for the second heat of the morning. And here's one of those sort of straighter line swells, and let's see, the local will jump on it. South African Slade Prestwich, strong jam, comes around the section, and now he lets go a little rip there. That'll just add a little spice to the heat with 3 minutes to go. And Paul, where are we seeing? I think that's requirement. 3:07 was required before Slade took off. I think that number's going to come in, and Rio will go back into looking for a number of his own.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice second turn there. Nice, powerful. Those are the turns the judges are loving at the moment. And he got 2 turns out the back. So I think that is going to get the score. And we can see it.
Let's have a look at Last of Blue. We'll have a revisit to Slade Prestwich's strong second turn. And meanwhile, Rio Waida will already be reacting to it. He switches up and goes the high tide left again. And this is looking sparky. And this wave has somehow kept a bowl running down the track. Could this be at the expense of Slade Prestwich? Because that was a sparky ride for Rio Waida, who'll head back with a little over 2 minutes to go. We said it was going to get crunchy and tight at the end of this one, Paul, and here it's coming at us.
Yeah, it was a very low-scoring heat right through 20, 22 minutes of it, and it's all coming alive at the end here. And you can definitely see as the tide's dropping, there's a lot more movement in the ocean. You're starting to see those lines starting to fill in, and I think as the tide drops out, we're definitely going to see some great waves along this bank. And yeah, hopefully we see another set and add to the drama at the end of this heat.
Paul, I can feel your intensity is lifting. How many heats did you surf, do you think, in your whole career? I mean, it's got to be a massive number, right? And you're still getting emotional.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love the sport, and avid fan now.
Well, situation changed because a number has come in. Judges loved that forehand smack of Slade Prestwich. We'll have a look at it shortly. It's going to come in at a 5.1, and with just over a minute to go, this here is going to go a long way for the South African.
Yeah, this is where all the points came out, throwing buckets of spray out the back. You see Red, look, he actually had a look back at that, and he knew he got the score, and he knew he was under pressure, and finding this one straight afterwards. And this one just ran down that bank nicely, got some 2 really nice turns out the back. Nice little carve back to the white water there.
Well, Paul, the little arm wrestle that's taken place between Slade Prestwich and Rio Waida is going to come at the expense of Josh Moniz, because Josh has dropped down into third, and he chases his own requirement now of a 3.85. So it's 40 seconds to go. Is there an opportunity for the Hawaiian? You're going to look at him on screen here. And this is an important wave for Josh Moniz, because Rio Waida has just surpassed him. And a 2-turn combo for Josh. Of course, Dad Tony, I know, will be sitting up at, well, 9 at night over in Honolulu. He'll be watching his son right now, who's just trying to grind out a score here in the dying seconds. And that could be a tough call for Josh Moniz for his visit to Ballito. We'll stand by for those scores. And the beach announcers will count the heat down, and Rio Waida will surf to also defend that second place position. One of the scores that Rio Waida could improve on is a 3.77, Paul. And that's what you call a crunchy, tight heat right there.
Yeah, it all came down to the end of that heat, and it was very close.
Well, Slade Prestwich, the South African, looks like he's clear and will get a heat win here. Of course, a total, as we mentioned, of 12 South Africans in the draw. And we did find 2 trials winners in Tide Lee Island and Luke Thompson, who, when you look at the draw now, go up into 2 of the toughest heats, because Luke Thompson's going to have to take on Geordie Smith, Jordan Lawler, and Vasco Rivera in an upcoming Heat 12. And of course, Tide Lee Island getting through the trials as well to become part of the Ballito Pro presented by Thing. It's going to take on Connor Coffin, Jacob Wilcox, and Levi Slauson. We'll be handing the mic over to Brad, Bricknell, and Kai. Do not go anywhere with us. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Calm yourself down.
disappointment was my close friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop number 3 of 8 on the Challenger Series. 96 men and 64 women all vying for those coveted slots on the WSL Championship Tour. Brad Bricknell here alongside my good friend Kai Linder for the call. Kai, it's great to be finally doing some work together.
Yeah, nice to have a heat with you finally, Brad, and great to be back in Quatakuza, the beautiful coastline of the Dolphin Coast. The weather's been incredible the last few days. Of course, the swell a little bit on the downside, but we've seen a lot more action in the lineup this morning.
Yeah, definitely more energy in the water this morning. I spoke to Travis Logie from the Tours and Competition Division, and he's very buoyant about the forecast. As we just take a look at the 4 surfers in this heat: Alex Ribeiro, Brody Sale, Justin Mcrae, and Keanu Singh. And just talking off air, 12 South Africans in this event too, Kai. Exciting for the local crowds and fans.
Well, it's definitely been the biggest numbers we've seen in a long, long time here at the Challenger in Ballito, and it's so nice to see young guys getting their first opportunities at this level. You know, you saw Dan Emsley this morning in the first heat of the morning, just missing out on that second place, but already showing a lot of promise. And in the green vest, that is Keanu Singh. Great to see him back in Ballito. He's had some good runs here in the past. Of course, started his year with a win in a QS 1000 locally in Huntington. And I think the interesting thing here, Brad, for me in this heat is Alex Ribeiro and Keanu Singh, 2 very experienced top-level surfers, and then you've got the 2 youngsters in Burkett and Sale.
Absolutely right. 2 championship tour surfers here in Keanu and Alex. Talking about Keanu, had a chat to him this morning from Ewa Beach over on Oahu, former championship tour campaigner. Has won at the CT level before, and he's got an opportunity. He hasn't surfed in the first couple of events of the year in the Challenger Series, but great to see him back here in Ballito, and he started strong, 2 nice strong backhand turns on opening left-hander.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, keep an eye on Alex Ribeiro. He has had a very good run in South Africa before. Of course, he's won a QS 1000 at Durban before. Very similar conditions to this. Small 2-foot, 3-foot waves, bowls at the dairy, and absolutely destroyed that City Surf Series event. So in these conditions, for me, Alex Ribeiro, one of the most dangerous surfers on tour.
Of course, Brody Sale, the other Hawaiian in this heat, got a 5th place at the Sydney Surf Pro, the second stop of the Challenger Series, a 73rd in the first one. So looking to continue that momentum. I did notice, Kai, that he's got a big knee brace on his right knee, so we'll see how that affects his performance, but he's here and competing. 26 minutes to go. Just waiting on those first scores to drop in. We'll bring those to you as they come available. And Kai, just talk to me about the low tide. We came off that high tide around 6:37 this morning. What are we going to see later on as the day transpires?
Well, for me, the biggest point that these guys are going to have to take cognizance of is if you look in the bottom right of screen, there's that rock starting to show. And a lot of the scores this morning have been that little left running off the second peak at surfers. That wave is going to be cut in half shortly by that rock as it pops out. We've seen a lot of surfers with big problems there as well.
Here goes Brody Sale just finishing off a nice closeout re-entry on their left-hander. We aren't normally sort of seeing those right-handers at Ballito, but with this higher tide this morning, nice little peak on offer as Brody takes that one all the way down to the shoreline. Scores are still dropping in for those first exchanges. Panel of international judges, 5 on the panel at any given time. And scores now locked in for first of Keanu Singh. It's a 5.5. Justin Mcrae has also got a score on the board, a 3.60, and Brody a 4.67, and looking like a small score from Alex Ribeiro. These guys kind of now got the butterflies out the way. First exchanges have taken place, and now it's about strategy and finding working their priority system in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I got to say, Brody, so you're mentioning the knee brace, but it's not looking like it's affecting him too much. 4.67 to start that second wave. We're still waiting on the score. Got a couple of really nice, powerful sort of hits off the lip on the backhand, and it doesn't look like the knee is bothering him too much. Keanu Singh also starting off quick, already 2 scores on the board, so we're in for a cracker over heat here.
Yeah, 30-minute heats throughout the day. We are going to try and run through as many of these round 1 heats as we can. As we see a strong paddle out here. Justin Mcrae has priority, so he uses it and opens up with a nice big outside turn, drifting the fins there. Sometimes, Kai, there is only that one big opportunity, and talking to Zeke Lau, he was saying they really want to make that first opportunity count in case there isn't a second opportunity on the outside.
Well, it was interesting to look at that first heat because you had two very different approaches. Caity Waida going very much for, you know, more maneuvers, quite fluid, getting the scores, and then you had on the other side Zeke Lau, just raw grunt. And I think on that wave 2 of Zeke's, if he had made that turn, you would have seen the first excellent score of the day.
Here we go. Looks like Keanu Singh locking into a bigger set wave here from Ever Beach on Oahu. Two very sharp and powerful turns on the outside there for Keanu, locking in wave number 3. So building some nice momentum here. Brodie Sale takes out an early lead. He's scored a 6.0 on that last one. And there goes Justin as well. Just a one-turn hit on that outside bank. And that leaves Alex Ribeiro out the back with priority. And for him now, Kai, his strategy surely is to just find one of those bigger open face waves to get one of those big turns going on the outside.
Yeah, and as the tide's dropping out, it's definitely looking like those rights are starting to open up a bit more. There was a lot of dead space on the rights in the first 2 heats. You'd see them doing the old Huntington hop through to the inside, whereas the lefts were a lot more sort of flowy down the line. I think as that tide drops out, you're going to see guys starting to move across to the bathers side of the beach, to the rocks. You're going to see those rights. The swell is from the south today, which is going to open up those rights, whereas yesterday, when the swell was a bit smaller and from the north, we were seeing like a lot of lefts, a lot of little split peaks. Today, as the tide drops out, the rights are going to open up, and surfers like Keanu Singh are going to go to town because it's got such a nice little bowl in it.
22.5 minutes remaining. Brodie Sale takes out an early lead over Keanu Singh. The two Hawaiians out in front. Justin Mcrae in the 3rd place. He's looking for that 4.84 to get him into that advancing position. Of course, top 2 go through. And I think, Kai, one of the significant things about the Challenger Series is there's high consequences from round 1. There's no losers round. There's no second chances. You can fly all the way from Hawaii, lose your first heat, and you've got to pack your bags and go home.
Well, unfortunately, in the previous heat, that's the story for Joshua Moniz. You know, so nice to see Josh back after that horrible injury in Portugal last year. But unfortunately, he's on the plane down to J-Bay now to go and support his brother at the J-Bay Open, because that's it. You lost your first round heat. It's sayonara, cheerio.
Yeah, big consequences, but also a big reward. That spot on the championship tour up for grabs. Top 10 men from the end of this year, of the Challenger Series, will qualify for the championship tour. And of course, their top 5 results out of the 8 will count towards their final rankings. So plenty at stake in this is event number 3 of 8 on that Challenger Series. 21 minutes to go. Keanu Singh has taken that lead back from Brodie Sale, a 5.5 on his last one, so a pair of 5.5s for Keanu. Brodie Sale locking in that 6-point ride, the highest score of the heat so far. Back that up with a 4.57, and that's all the work to be done for Justin and Alex at this point. 21 minutes to go.
I've got to say, I'm quite surprised at the slow start from Alex Ribeiro here. The Brazilian normally is a highly active surfer in heats, and he's really taken a more sort of slow approach as we see surfer in white, Burkett up and riding.
Yeah, looking for that score, blows the tail out. Nice, smooth transition on that air reverse. Got the tail nice and out and projected towards that beach and reverted out. So nice intention shown there from Justin. And his requirement did jump up because we saw Brodie Sale locking in that 6 to 4.67 and the scores from Keanu as well. So a 7.07 required by Justin Mcrae on that one. We'll leave that to the panel. It comes in at a 4, Kai. So nice turn, nice execution, but not quite in that 7-point rate. What's it going to take to get into that excellent range today?
Well, I think, you know, Burkett, he's going to have to really up the wow factor on that turn. You know, really nice blowtail, not really the air still connected to the lip. You're going to have to go full rotation. You're going to have to do maybe something a little different, like a big front side air. And as we see Rivera up and riding, I'm excited to see what he's got for us on the closeout here.
Yeah, we saw that air section being telegraphed from a few meters back, but unfortunately the execution on that one for Ribeiro from Sao Paulo, Brazil, not quite executed as he would have liked to have hoped. 19:44 on the clock. It's still the two Hawaiians out in front who have been trading first and second throughout the first half of this heat. But 30-minute heats throughout the day, Kai, that's going to give them plenty of opportunities, but especially when that low tide sort of comes through.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one because we've obviously gone through the JQS and the trials at 20-25-minute heats, and it's amazing how much longer that extra 5 minutes can make a heat feel, especially when you're needing a score and that 5-minute countdown's going down. But you know, like Mike Frew said this morning, it's an interesting physics sort of quandary, because when you're in the lead, it feels like the fastest 5 minutes of your life. And I mean, because you surfed a lot of heats back in the day, I'm sure you know that feeling well.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling in the world with 5 minutes to go, and you're needing that score. The best feeling in the world, though, if you're out in front, but it does take so long. Those 5 minutes seem to take forever. And but these guys obviously got plenty of experience in this contest situation, and I love what the WSL have done in terms of splitting up their qualifying series, and then you know, giving the guys an opportunity to really challenge for those spots on the championship tour. It's an incredible thing for local surfers like in South Africa now. Not only do they get to see these guys, they actually get to compete against them as well. And someone who competed really well earlier this morning, he went from almost third or fourth out to first, was Slade Prestick, and he's on the sideline now with Mike Frew. All right, we'll hold on to that interview. We'll go back down to Mike in a second. Brad Ricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call, and it looks like Mike is ready.
So stoked to see you back in South Africa. I follow you all over the world, and your travels. I see you've been based in Japan. How do you feel about that heat win, and when did you get back into South Africa?
Yeah, Frew, good to see you and good to be back. I'm kind of based in Japan, you know, half time, but the waves are very similar to this. It's the summer there. So like the last 2 weeks, I've really been grinding it out there. But actually, I got back yesterday afternoon. I was stressing because I was on the plane and I was watching if they'll make the call for yesterday. And you know, the worst thing I want to do is miss a heat, because it's just... It's South Africa, you know, this is where I live. In Ballito, it's like the coast. I grew up here, South Coast, North Coast, the same thing. But it's just, I would have been so bummed if I missed the heat, but I'm so happy that they ran today, and to go to the next round, man. After all the days since Wednesday, traveling since Wednesday, bro, it's just crazy, but it's good to go through.
Well done, and we're so stoked to see a South African go through like that, and it's great to have you back in the country, Slade. Hey, good luck for the rest of the event, and well done. We're really, really stoked. That was a great heat. Well done. Back to you guys in the studio.
On the glass there, talking to Slade Prestick. He was pretty pumped up, wasn't he, Kai?
Yeah, Slade's a good kid, and you know, his talent is rich, and we always thought he was, you know, there and thereabouts. And he's one of those guys, we know if he gets to the CT and the quality of wave that they're going to surf there, he's going to be deadly. Because his finishing is like up there with the best in the world, and he's got this huge power band as well, much like Zeke Lau in Heat 1, you know, just makes that little exclamation. So I'm really hoping Slade has a good run through the Challenger Series, because I think if he gets to the CT, he'll go places.
16.5 minutes remaining in this one. The not too much change as far as that leaderboard's concerned. Keanu Singh and Brody Sale, the two Hawaiians, out in front, with Justin Mcrae and Alex Ribeiro looking for a 6.67 and a 9.37 respectively. Here goes Alex. He's going to need something big, and that wave's not going to do it for him. He's holding on to a 1.3 and a 0.43, so he really hasn't got his heat started just yet, Kai, but he's got 15 minutes, and he's in fourth priority, so he's probably got to do a bit of hunting.
Yeah, this is not the Alex Ribeiro I'm used to seeing, but 15 minutes on the clock. He's used to 20-minute heats, so he can still pull it out the bag, I'm sure. What has really impressed me in this heat is Brody Sale, because he's only had 2 waves, but both counting scores. He's got a 6, which is the highest wave score of the heat, and we're a bit worried about that knee brace, but he's playing the game, and his wave selection has been top.
Yeah, that's so true. Wave selection going to be a super important part, especially out here when we're sitting with that high tide situation. But low tide is around 1:30 here local time. We're around 9:20 in the morning here in Ballito Bay. It's a beautiful winter's morning, very tropical. And this is the South African Support Club down here. Dan Emsley to the front of your screen just went out in their first heat, but Dan Emsley is certainly one of South Africa's brightest young talents coming through.
Yeah, Dan's a really impressive surfer. His technical skill is just up there with the best in the world. I think if you look at that heat with Zeke, and it's been a problem with him when he surfs up in the divisions and the juniors too, is just hasn't quite got that weight and that stature yet. But when that falls in as he hits like 19, 20 years of old, he's going to be a really dangerous competitor. And what I like about Dan is he's really taken all the best of his uncle, Greg Emsley, that like really clean rail surfing. But where he's upped the game is he is so good in the air. He's got all of the aerial maneuvers.
Yeah, a little hotbed of talent coming out of that East London region. Zoe Stain as well, also going to be competing here in the Challenger Series event. So lots of good waves down in that region, and great to see Greg Emsey, former Championship Tour competitor, in a coaching role for a couple of those surfers too.
Yeah, Greg's working with the national team as well, so he's the national team coach. You know, you got Dave Malherbe there. We saw his little lighty winning his division here at the juniors. So East London, I mean, you grew up around there, Brad. You know, that is one of the most hungry competitive scenes on the planet. Like, when you surf in the local provincial events here in South Africa, you get Buffalo City or the old border region. They are the worst people to have against because
Thank you.
the hunger for competitive success from that region is so high. I mean, I go to the SA Masters Champs. I'm sure you'll be there this year as well. You see guys like Wayne Monk and those guys. They are still so competitive, and that bleeds down through to the juniors.
Here we go, Justin Mcrae looking for that 6.67. Nice clean reverse. That's better from the Frenchman. I'm not sure if it's going to go all the way up to that 6.67, but certainly through the kitchen sink at that one. Here goes Brodie Sale too on his backhand. Nice little float over that section. Squares up for the bottom turn and closes that one down nice and cleanly, looking for a 5.0. So after a little sleepy midsection, the seat's now coming alive. Ribeiro also wants a part of the action, but unfortunately for him, he's having one of those heats that we commonly refer to as an absolute shocker.
That's the only way to call it, is an absolute shocker. And for Ribeiro, at his sort of skill level and obviously experience, it is a shocker. And you can just see the frustration building there. I mean, and this is the issue as well, is, you know, it's so easy to lose your cool in a heat. And once that little niggle gets under your skin, it generally just unravels the heat for you. So unfortunately for Alex, 12 minutes, he's going to just have to take a deep breath and center himself.
Here goes Mcrae again, just a quick in and out for him. Still waiting on those scores to come in for that air reverse we saw on his last score. Keanu Singh still holding down the lead. Former Championship Tour surfer, also doing a lot of work for one of the big surf brands in that sort of youth development area. And what I love about him is always giving back. He's always got time to come in to the booth and talk surfing. He's a real fan of the sport, and a great asset for the Challenger Series. Great to see him competing here in South Africa again.
I'm a big fan of Keanu. He's just such a nice guy. Since day one when he started coming to South Africa as a Grom, always affable, always willing to have a chat with the fans, and you know, we need more guys like that in surfing. It's a good. He leads by example, and a great ambassador for the sport.
Yeah, big shout out to the Singh family. Tommy and his wife, no doubt, watching over in Hawaii. Never missed the heat. Scores coming in now. Looks like 5.23 for Brodie Sale. And it looks like it was a 5.33 for Justin Mcrae, so didn't really alter the leaderboard much at all. Sale leads, Keanu Singh in second, Justin Mcrae third, Alex Ribeiro fourth. 11 minutes to go. We're going to take a short break here from Ballito Bay. When we come back though, it's going to be the final 10 minutes of the heat. We'll see you soon.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to a sunny North Coast in Durban, Ballito Bay to be more precise. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. If you just joined us, we're in the first round of the men's division. Heat number 3, Brodie Sale, Keanu Singh, Justin Mcrae and Alex Ribeiro on screen right now. Alex has had one of those tough heats, looking for a 9.33, probably looking for those 2 scores, Kai, with 10 minutes to go. We haven't seen anything go up into that excellent range just yet, but hopefully as the tide goes out and as the forecasts improve over the week, we'll see a few more of those scores go up into that excellent range.
Well, 9.33 today is going to be a spectacular ask on one wave, but we have seen crazier things. And I must say, during the lead up to the event in the Pro Juniors, kid from Durban, Luke Thompson, you'll see coming up, he got one of the trial slots. Dropped to 10.0, a couple of 9s, so he certainly showed that this bank has that potential at the moment. And I must say, I'm very excited to see the young 18-year-old from Durban coming up later in the round.
Yeah, he's coming up against none other than South African surfing hero and legend Geordie Smith. That'll be later on, heat 12 today. We are probably going to run through at least 16 heats. 9 minutes remaining in this one. The two Hawaiians maintain their stranglehold on the seat over Justin Mcrae and Alex Ribeiro. Still some bigger requirements. They have knocked down them a little bit though. Mcrae now looking for that 5.67, and scores being locked in for Ribeiro, looking for that 6.03 now. So they have narrowed that requirement with 8 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Kai, looking at the forecast for the rest of the week, what are you seeing on the charts for the remainder of the waiting period?
Well, the swell is supposed to jump today, and I think later on the push we'll definitely see some more lines. Winds are pretty good. We've got a couple of sort of light to mid onshores in the afternoons, but we do have some space to play with the schedule. The mornings are all looking great, light northwesterly land breezes till sort of late morning at least, and the swell kind of maintains through the week. There's a little dip on Thursday, but not as bad as today. And then on the weekend there's actually a significant looking little pulse coming, and hopefully we can finish off strong Saturday, Sunday morning.
That's something to look forward to. We saw some amazing crowds down here for the pre-event events, the Pro Juniors that ran here over the last couple of days, and looking forward to that that big crowd factor coming in here. We see Vicente Ramiro from Spain getting ready for his next heat there. South Africans have been starved of major surf events, as many countries have around the world, and now with all the restrictions opening up, it's so great to see the crowds pulling in here and getting behind not only the local surfers, but getting the opportunity to see the heroes in action.
Well, what's also been quite important for us commentators is we've had to watch the surfing, because obviously with a 3-year break, guys like Justin Burkett, I don't know him. I haven't seen him locally here in Ballito. Normally we would have sort of see them making their entrance into these events, and now you've actually had to go and look online, like, who is this kid? Because he's come from the European qualifying, which we don't really see anymore with our African series, and it's a little bit more difficult for us commentators.
Yeah, it's so true. Looking at that qualifying sort of tier, 10 surfers qualifying from that Australia-Oceania region, also 10 from Europe, 5 from Africa, 10 from North America, 10 from South America, 7 from Hawaii, and 6 from Asia, making up that 96, along with a couple of local wildcards as well. So great to see this mixed bag of international competitors. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Situation is largely the same. Ribeiro locked in a 2.5 on that last wave, 5.23 for that last of Brody Sail, and Keanu Singh still sitting on that pair of 5.5. So Keanu looking for a 5.74 to go into the lead. That's been held down by his fellow countryman Brody Sail, and Burkett and Ribeiro still looking for those scores around that 5.67 and 6.03 mark. Just talk to me about the psychology now of this last 6 minutes, Kai. What's going through Alex and Justin's mind as the clock starts to tick down?
Well, Alex Ribeiro is basically fighting himself, because he hasn't had a good heat. 4.97, he's kind of climbed close on that one wave. Look at all those other scores: 0.43, 0.3, 1.67, 0.4. Back up over 2.5. He just has not found the right waves. That's been his biggest letdown. So he's got to be patient. He's in 4th priority though, so he's really up against the wall, and he's going to have to just be patient, get back into priority, and find quality waves in the lineup, much like Brody Sail has done. He's had 3 waves, all 3 are in the highest scores of the heat. Justin Burkett, he's showed those little flashes. That 5.33 was amazing, blew the tail. He did a previous one. I think he's possibly just got to look for more than one maneuver. If he can get like a nice check turn or a closed turn with one of those explosive maneuvers, he's going to be in that ballpark that he needs. So he's been doing the right things. He just needs to maybe add a little. So he's in a better position than Alex, but both of them are up against the wall. The two Hawaiians are really taking a stranglehold on this heat.
Yeah, we talk about scoreboard pressure, and then we talk about time pressure. These guys are kind of facing both, as we're under that 5-minute mark now. 5.67 requirement from Justin and a 6.03. They're not big scores in the grand scheme of things, but looking at the conditions today and what the guys have been getting for those 5.5s and that 6.0, it's not a given, even if they get another set wave.
Yeah, so it's a tough one today. Look, it's not firing, but it is certainly contestable, and it's nice and clean. At least it's not onshore, so I don't think anyone's complaining. I heard a few cheers yesterday morning off the athlete deck when they called it off, but it was really soft yesterday.
It was soft, yeah. The end of that dying swell, so good to see the new pulse in the water, and by all accounts down the coast those southerly winds are blowing a gale, and there's lots of swell on the way, so some of that south swell will certainly wrap up here into the north coast of Durban, and we're taking a view here from that competitors area. Great little athlete zone. We've got a barista in there that's dedicated to the surfers in the area, very important part of the morning ritual. We've got the physios there. We've got some balance balls, some ropes, some opportunities to get some training and fitness done. And then, of course, the viewing deck, the best view in the house. 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. It's around 9:30 in the morning here, local time, and it's Brad Bricknell alongside Carl Linder for the call. We're counting down this heat, 3 minutes to go, and another big one coming up next. Some great names, some big names coming up, as you can see on your screen there. Next up, Mcrae, DeVault, Ian Gentile. We've got Tristan Gilbert and Vicente Ribeiro as well. So here we go, throw the dice here for Alex Ribeiro. A quick in and out. His frustrations continue, Kai. You can almost feel his frustrations here from the booth.
Wave magnet has disengaged. He has definitely not got the magnet today, and unfortunately for him, with 3 minutes to go, he's pretty much got his back against the wall now. And you talk about that next heat, Mcrae DeVault. We've been talking about that point of difference, you know, Slade Prestwich, Brody Sale, Ezekiel Lau this morning with just that power. This kid is big, and he's got more than enough power on demand, so I'm really excited to see the next heat.
Big heat coming up next. 2.5 minutes remaining. Again, the two Hawaiians have had a stranglehold on the first and second slots. Keanu Singh sitting out there with priority, which is a pretty handy place to be. You'll see Justin Mcrae just sitting inside Keanu here. A bit of a strategic move. Of course, Keanu can follow him and try to block him from getting away if he is well within his rights to do that. But of course, if he does paddle for a wave, we can't technically hold him off too long. And of course, we've got the a specific priority judge, Kai, who sits there. Ratso from Australia, been doing that priority job for a long time, keeping an eagle eye on proceedings. We'll just see what happens here. It's a paddle, and it's Alex Ribeiro in fourth priority. Nice little slash off that oncoming section. It's not going to be the 6:03 that he needs with 1:40 on the clock. And a pretty high-pressured roll, that priority judge position.
Well, I'm glad I'm not Ratso, but having said that, I wouldn't argue with him. He's a pretty feisty Australian. But it's been interesting too to see the changeover from, you know, ISA and WSL, because the priority rules now are quite different actually. And in WSL on the pro side, one of the biggest changes for me is to see how they've nipped and tucked those rules, specifically with pressurizing the other surfer, because it was getting a little bit out of hand. And the whole system has been designed to stop that hargy-bargy in the heats. And it's interesting to see how WSL are really working at changing the system all the time to make sure that we see the most surfing and not just, you know, that fight for waves.
Yeah, absolutely right. We have seen a lot of those changes and innovations come in over the last few seasons, and that's all about definitely the surfing experience, the fan experience, and making it a really fair and level playing field for all. 45 seconds remaining in this one. Brody Sale from Hawaii is still out in front. Keanu Singh still in second. We saw a flurry of waves from Alex Ribeiro and Justin Mcrae just before. They're not going to be the scores required. And now we see some frantic paddling from Alex Ribeiro in third priority. He's trying to make something out of nothing here. It's got a nice wall ahead of him. He might have some opportunity here. Goes to the air. Greases a beautiful, smooth transition through that air reverse. And looking for a 6:03, Kai. Smaller wave, 15 seconds. I don't think it's going to get there, but it was a nice way to finish nonetheless.
Well, he found his best wave in the dying minutes there. Scores are coming in. It's going to be around a 3. So, unfortunately, just a bit of a, you know, a softer sort of air, and the wave died out. 293 came in, too little, too late, but good result for Brody Sale. I'm really impressed with the young Hawaiian. Good result in Manly, and now looking strong here in Ballito.
Excellent stuff. We're going to take a short break here from Ballito Bay. When we come back, it's going to be more round one action. Thanks for joining us wherever you are in the world. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back to the beautiful Ballito Bay for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, it's great to have your company here at, well, one of the first major surf events we've seen in South Africa in some time, and it's great to see pro surfing back on the shores here at Ballito.
Yeah, it's been a long break for us. No J-Bay, no Ballito. We did have the 5,000 Ballito Pro in December, but it was pretty much South African surfers. It was good though, because we had some really high quality surfing, but to see the world's best back in the lineups here in Ballito warms my heart. And I've got to say, like in the lead up to the event, surfing around Bog Bay, Ballito and Sunrise, seeing some of the surfing and the level of surfing, I mean, we are in for a showpiece here.
Amazing stuff. Let's introduce this heat to you. Heat number 4 of the round of 96. Another 2 Hawaiians, Mcrae Kalani Devault is up against Ian Gentile, Tristan Gilbert from France and Vicente Ribeiro from Spain. And we saw the 2 Hawaiians get through that previous heat, and let's see if they can go and do another double in this one. 30-minute heats in this first round. Top 2 waves obviously go towards their final heat total. And I had a quick look at Mcrae's board before we paddled out and spoke to his coach Pedro. He's actually riding a stringerless epoxy today, a little bit wider than his normal board, and he was talking about a bit of extra spark, extra bit of pop required, particularly on those outside turns. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Bring out the Huntington Groveler. You know, it is smaller today. It's clean. So obviously with the epoxy, you don't want that chatter on the face. But I think a lot of guys will be carrying at least one stringerless epoxy in their quiver these days for these sort of smaller, cleaner conditions. And I mean, looking ahead to sort of Huntington, working with Jose Faulkner, the South African surfer, you know, planning for those things and talking to guys like Travis Logie with all the experience in smaller waves, saying how important like a flatter epoxy board is for these conditions, and how much sort of now the carbon stuff is also changing the game. And I'm pretty sure today at some point you're going to see one of those new carbon boards as well. Yeah,
well, actually the second option that he had was a carbon board, and they just thought they're going to go with a bit of a wider dimension for this particular heat. He had a quick free surf over at the bathers section, so looking forward to seeing how he comes out. Of course, he has championship tour experience as well as M.I. Kalani. He lost against some very big names early in the year: Geordie Smith, Kanoa Igarashi, Italo, Jack Robertson and John Florence, all the guys that took him down. What an introduction to the championship tour.
Yeah, he had a bit of an introduction by fire. Of course, he had a really good, solid result at Bells, but I think the wave there really suits his surfing, you know. And I'm just sad he's not going to be in J-Bay, because I would have
loved to see him
really
there.
earmarked Emma Kalani as one of those guys you want to see at J-Bay. But, you know, he's in the Challenger Series, and you know, 5th in Manly, which was similar conditions to this right here, like really small sort of punchy beach breaks. So he had a 25th at the Boost Mobile Gold Post Pro. So he's had a good start to the Challenger Series. If he can go all the way here, then he's going to be back on that tour in no time.
Yeah, so true. Off to Huntington after that, and then off to the European leg. One event in Saquarema, and then of course the big finale down at Haleiwa towards the end of the year. So top 5 results out of the 8 count. And the top 10 surfers from this Challenger Series will book a spot on the Elite Championship Tour for 2023. So a lot at stake here, and great to have South Africa on the map as part of that process, getting surfers qualified for the big leagues.
Yeah, and if Devault gets to Haleiwa and he needs a result, you know he's feeling confident, because it's almost like his home break.
Absolutely.
I know he's not from the island, but he surfs there a lot, and he's grown up surfing there. So here he goes.
Here we go. Nice backhand stab for that first wave. A lot of flow throughout those powerful turns. So a nice little opening section here for Devault to work with, and he'll be happy with that start, looking nice and smooth on that stringerless epoxy board. We also had a little split peak situation there, so we'll see if we can pull up that replay. There was Ian Gentile, I believe, who took off on that right-hander. So, Kai, I know when I was competing, it was always so critical for me mentally to get an early start. What is it going to do for the confidence of these guys to get a wave and a score inside their first 5 minutes?
Well, it's huge, you know, because the longer you wait, the more that pressure builds. So to get out the blocks and just get a solid score in is massive. And I mean, these guys have all waited. We're down to 23 something minutes, so it's been like 6-minute lull. And in that shot, as you saw him hop off that left, you start seeing those rocks starting to pop up, and that is the tide going low. And we've seen it through the week, is as the tide really starts draining, you do tend to get a couple more lulls, and that could be affecting the lineup a little bit. But Blue, I mean, it was a 1.0 by the looks of things. Went for the big turn, just going down. Didn't really connect with that. This is the wave that counts though. Lovely clean bottom turn, whips it off the top, straight into that second power hack. Got a little caught up out of the turn, but I don't think the judges are going to penalise him too much on that because he had come out of the turn already. What I like there is flow, power. Those are the things the judges are looking for.
Yeah, surfing nicely to the criteria there for a 6.50 opening wave of Imai Kalani, developed from Hawaii. Obviously jumped straight into the lead with that opening score, and waiting on Tristan Gilbert and Vicente Ribeiro to get proceedings underway here in South Africa. Of course, Tristan, the 31-year-old, started off with 273rds in the first two Challenger Series events, so he's going to be looking for an improvement. As we see here, DeVault up and riding, beautiful tail-kicking opening turn, and a second powerful one. Unfortunately, doesn't ride out of that one. That would have certainly put a lot of pressure on the other three surfers if he rode out of that one, Kai.
I love the first turn, and I love how this kid surfs. He's just got such a beautiful style and really accentuates those finishes on his turns. And I think that's why he does so well with the judges, because they want to see that little bit of flair on the end. Like you said, if he had made that second turn, I think he was already locking down the heat. Because, I mean, starting off with a 6.5 today, that is a ridiculously good start.
Yeah, one of the highest scores we've seen locked down today. Just obviously judges judging to the conditions. And 22 minutes remaining, still waiting on Vicente Ribeiro. Been on the qualifying series since 2010, born in Barcelona in Spain. And this is his first start on the 22 Challenger Series, so looking forward to seeing what he can bring here at Ballito Bay.
Well, there was an interesting conversation this morning. I think it was yourself, myself, John Hutch, and Travis, and we were chatting about you know, guys coming on the Challenger Series. We see Imai Kalani, that first turn, just look how he whips the tail out, so beautiful. And yeah, if he'd got that second turn, he was looking at a great squad. I mean, still getting a 3.67 just for the one turn. But we were chatting about, you know, like these guys, like Tristan Gilbert from France, not showing up in Australia because, of course, on the Challenger, it's 5 scores out of the 8. And Travis was saying, you know, for the current problems with flights and airlines out of France, for example, to get to Australia with such a mission. And I know just from trying to get visas and stuff for Jose Faulkner, it is not easy. So some of them choosing to actually not go on the Australian leg, and this is their first Challenger appearance.
That's very true. A lot of challenges there for travelling around the world at this point in time, but we've got a big field here that have made it down to Ballito Bay. We saw Tristan Gilbert from France opening up with a nice little left-hander before. Nice vertical close-out turn. We're waiting on his score to come in, and Vicente there as well. But yeah, Imai Kalani, DeVault opening up with that 6.5, backed it up with a 3.67. Definitely loving the energy. Talk to me about this board, because I do see more spark in his surfing that I've seen in maybe others in this heat, and certainly throughout the course of the morning. How important is that board choice going to be throughout this whole week?
Well, considering he is definitely the biggest man in the water right now, he's if you look at that shot right now next to Tristan, the young Frenchman, I mean, he is like, his shoulders are considerably larger, but you can just see the pop on the board. He's definitely getting a little bit more flow and speed, and I think the epoxy is the go for today. You want that extra buoyancy, you want that lightness through the turn, and you know, there are always advantages and disadvantages on epoxy, but in these conditions we know it works. If you look at the best in the world like Felipe Toledo and those guys, they are all going to the epoxy for smaller conditions.
19.5 minutes remaining. A 4.33 just got locked down for the Frenchman. He's jumped straight up into second place. Ian Gentile having a look at this left, and it looks like DeVault looking at the right. We'll stay with Ian as he gets one turn in, but we'll get a second turn in there as well, but not a very dynamic second turn for the Hawaiian. And Imai Kalani DeVault looking for a score that's going to topple that 3.67, replace that one with something a bit more meaningful. We'll see him extend this lead out and the requirements out for those surfers. Top 2 obviously go through to that next round. And we spoke about it in that last heat. Obviously, devastating consequences from round 1 here. There's no losers round, no second chances. You do pack your bags and go home as we see the replay of Imai's first one.
Well, you got a little roundhouse out there, and then this wave popped up again for him. It's like you said, Brad, that epoxy just giving him that little bit extra pop out of the turns, and it seems to be a solid choice for him because he got a 3-turn combo there, and that wave went pretty flat in the middle, and he still maintained his speed through to the closeout section.
18.5 minutes remaining. Those scores are starting to drop. It's looked like it might not go into his top 2. Maybe just a few sort of catches on the rail in those transitions. Maybe pull that score down a little bit. A 3.13, so not going into his top 2. But here goes Ribeiro. 2.84 requirement for him. He's got a lot of speed. Nice transitional floater onto the open face. And again, an equally smooth roundhouse cutback to finish that one off. But no big punctuation at the end of that wave. And here goes Tristan Gilbert too, his second left-hander for him. And consistent surfing here from the Frenchman, a 4.33 opener, and that'll be his second wave, looking quite similar to that first, Kai.
I like the surfing on that that wave there from our surfer in white. Really tight in the pocket. Was a pretty quick wave. It didn't give him a lot of time to execute the maneuvers, but very clean. Links it, you see, taking off here, and just watch this little bowl straight off the bottom. Whips the turn out, not the most critical turn, but on number 2 gets the board right up into the lip, and he did well to ride out of that one too, so I think that's definitely going to be a counter for him.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard, it has switched around to 5.5 for that last of white, so he goes into second place. DeVault maintains the lead, that 6.5, the highlight across that scoreboard. As we have 17 minutes remaining. Ian Gentile in third place, needing a 7.0, and Ribeiro from Spain looking for a 7.03. So some pretty big requirements there for third and fourth, with 16.5 or thereabouts remaining.
Well, and just looking ahead, Brad, I'm seeing another huge name coming up in the next heat, David Silva, and we've been seeing how, through our conversations through the heats, how like the power surfers really seem to be standing out, and that's another one to watch. Yeah, he's an incredible small wave surfer as well. Also won the Sydney Surf Pro a couple of years ago with a massive alley-oop in the final. So I think these kind of conditions are really going to play to his strengths today. But he's really turning into a great all-round surfer as well. So looking forward to seeing him come into play in about 16 minutes' time. Imai Kalani DeVault is leading the heat from Tristan Gilbert. And Gentile and Ribeiro looking for those 7-point rides to get into that advancing position with 16 minutes remaining. We see that puff of wind coming up from the south-southwest today, Kai, and maybe some of those onshore conditions later on today or over the next few days coming into play for the air wind in those right-handers. Well, and interestingly, what's going to happen with the southwest coming from that side is what we saw last year in December, where that wind was pretty prevalent. Guys like Tidy Lee Island, who won the JQS, winning on the lefts and doing huge punts into the wind. So the lefts actually might become pretty important as we move into the later stages of the day, and I'm very excited to see what's going to come today. It's going to be a lot of action. Well, it's great to have your company. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're going to take a short break from the action. When we come back, it's going to be the final 15 minutes of heat number 4 of the round of 96. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Yeah, so cool to have core surf brands like O'Neill getting behind these pro surf events. Of course, Jack O'Neill, one of the pioneers of the surf industry. So yeah, big shout out to Paul Canning and the O'Neill crew here in South Africa, the presenting sponsors of the Ballito Pro. And it's great to have your company. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. We've kicked off with day 2 of the waiting period, day 1 of competition, and underway with men's competition in some fairly contestable surf this morning.
Yeah, I think the guys were a little bit worried about the conditions on the high tide this morning, but you could see those lines out at sea coming in, and yesterday there was none of that. So Trav bit his fingernails a little bit yesterday, but I think he made absolutely the right call, and looking at the forecast for the rest of the week, we're looking good. So I don't think we're going to have any issues finishing this one, but you know, the guys are going to have to work a bit today. It's a little bit tricky out there.
Of course, Travis Logie, former hometown hero here in Durban. Very successful surfer on the championship tour, and certainly one of the legends of South African surfing. So great to see him involved with the World Surf League in that tours and competition role, and doing a great job on the calls here in his home region.
Yeah, and just looking at the clock ticking down here, Mcrae DeVault is really looking good. 6'5", 367, and he's got priority. And he's really just taken this heat by the scruff of the neck, Brad.
Yeah, it's just, we spoke about it at the beginning of that heat, Kai, just that importance of getting that big score as your first wave inside that sort of first 5 minutes. He's came around that 7-minute mark, but it's really looking at that across the scoreboard is certainly the highlight of the scores. And for him, it takes the pressure off early on and puts the pressure immediately on his competitors.
Yeah, and right now Vincento Ribeiro from Spain is he's the guy under the gun, sitting in 4th place, 2.8, 1.5. Just hasn't found that workable wall to get a score. As we see him on another one, and it's amazing to me always. You can just see that body language straight away when that surfer's feeling the pressure. Yeah,
it's the little shake of the head or the splash of the water as heats or scores might not be going away. Here's a quick replay of just what happened on that last wave.
So you see him getting into this little left-hander, worked it across the bowl really nicely. That was a solid turn. Was hoping for the rebound coming the other way, but just not anything dynamic really happening on that wave.
Well, a 2.8 and a 1.87 is what Vicente is sitting on right now. So he can, with the time remaining, 11.5 minutes, you know, sort of chip away at that 7-point ride. You know, a 5 and a 6 will do it for him. We'll put him into that advancing position as we see Tristan Gilbert now. A 5.5 and a 4.33 for 2 left-handers. He's chosen to go on his backhand on all 3 of his waves, all 4 of his waves rather so far. You think that's a deliberate strategy for him, trying to get that board vertical, trying to provide some point of difference maybe against the right-handers?
Well, I think certainly you know, your backhand affords you the opportunity to drive the board a lot more vertical, a lot easier. It's much easier to come off your back foot on the heel and push the board up vertical, as well as that transition point off the lip, because you can just kind of let the board drift on your backhand, whereas on your front side it's a lot more difficult, and you'll normally see the guys going into the layback. So I think the lefts have shown some big scores this morning, and he probably earmarked that on his way out to the lineup, and so far so good, and he's going for another left.
Here we go. He's going to square up off the bottom on that one, gets a little hung up on the first turn, but there's that vertical crack on the second. That's really put him in a pretty good position in this heat behind Mcrae DeVault. Looking to drop that 4.33 from his scoreline if he wants to put more scoreboard pressure on Ribeiro and Gentile. 10.5 remaining. And some more live action now with Ian Gentile. Just trying to find a little corner off the rocks there. One little turn, but goes into deep water pretty quickly.
I don't know what it is today, but it's almost like we've had a 50-50 split in every heat. Like there's those 2 guys that are just finding their rhythm and getting those waves that give you the opportunities, and you've got the 2 guys that are just completely out of rhythm and not finding anything.
Yeah, that's so true. Often happens in these 4-man heats, as we see Mcrae DeVault just trying to find a left-hander here. Lots of whip off this turn that he's getting, a smaller wave, but gee, he's looking alive on his feet. We've been talking about it a lot, the board choice. He's a bigger surfer, but it's certainly not a disadvantage for him, seeing what he's put together in these first 5 waves of the heat.
Yeah, he's struggling a little bit, but I'm just looking at scores here. Ian Gentile, I mean, he hasn't gone over a 2.83. You look at Vincente, also at 2.8, 153, 187. So they are almost in absolutely identical situations. Tristan, on the other hand, he's got the 433, the 550. He's just trying to get that like buffer between green and blue. And then Mcrae, I mean, he's been the slowest wave catcher in the heat, but his waves have all been quality.
That's right. It's quality over quantity, and you only need 2 waves. You can surf as many as you like in these 30-minute heats. As we see the replay here of Kalani, what do you like about this one?
Nice little punch to the lip there. And then the second, I mean, that was a bit of a soft turn if we look at some of the scoring rides earlier in the heat. I did like the close. For me, I think it's going to come in that midpoint range. Not his best, but not his worst.
Yeah, well, you got it absolutely right there. 4.73, so it does go into his top 2 and does improve his position. As we see now, Ribeiro splitting the peak. That's better from Vicente. Still chipping away at that 7.03 requirement.
I think that's definitely his best wave.
Yeah, looking like a lot more rhythm and flow in those 2-turn combinations. A 4.73 from Imai Kalani now. That's going to match up with his 6.5, so it does push the requirement out for Tristan Gilbert. He now requires a 5.74 to go into the lead, but still looking quite solid in that second place position for now.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Ian Gentile there. Another quick ride from him, a 0.5. And all those zeros and ones are not helping his situation. I just feel like he really needs to just take a breath, calm himself a bit, try get up into that priority position and find a good set wave.
That is true. He is a bigger surfer as well, Ian, and but, you know, he can throw down some big air reverses. He's got a great power game as well, but I think he does need a bit more size and space to move on. And yeah, he'll definitely do well to find some of those bigger sets. However, 7 minutes remaining and third priority puts him under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, maybe should have taken a page out of the other Hawaiian's book and gone with the epoxy, because it doesn't look like an epoxy under his feet. I could be wrong, but just looking at that whiteboard, it's not looking like an epoxy. And we spoke about it at the beginning of the heat, you know, DeVault went with the epoxy and it's paying dividends. As we see Surf and Green, he seems to be finding some rhythm.
Squares off the bottom, nice spray kicked up from that first turn, but just digs the rail in transition to that next turn. So Ramiro's going down, his requirements come down a touch. A 6.30 is what he needs to get back into advancing position.
Commentator Curse struck hard there.
Yeah, nice one, Kai. Tristan Gilbert just looking for some information from the beach announcers. He's got first priority, we can tell him from here. And he's looking for a 5.74. So will he use that priority here? He's making a strong paddle. He pulls the trigger on a left-hander. He needs to go up vertical here somewhere along the line. But unfortunately, you got to say that's a pretty big mistake given there's 6 minutes to go.
I'm just watching that situation. We talked about priority earlier. And an interesting fact there was Ian Gentile steaming across him to see if there was a right. And he was kicking pretty hard and put a bit of whitewater out. And as he took off, Tristan, I actually saw the nose hang up a little bit and catch. And you've almost got to ask yourself, did Ian affect his scoring potential there?
Yeah, it's an interesting call, those tight priority ones, and also think Ian did put a bit of pressure on Tristan to take off on that wave. And it's almost that thing when you have priority, it can be a bit of a curse as well, because you don't want to blow it. You want to make, you really want to convert those priority opportunities. But when you're getting pressure put on to take that wave, you've got to make that split-second decision, and it sometimes can work against you, as we saw in that particular situation.
Well, it's got to, that moment in the dying moments of a heat when you've got priority and you let that guy go. I mean, that's got to be one of the worst
The hardest ones to lose. Here goes Mcrae. Kalani on his backhand. A really strong surfer, blows the tail out there for a nice reverse. He's gonna say he's gonna ride out of that one.
Contest make.
Contest make, and here goes Tristan behind him. Good looking left-hander. Big hit off the top. And a nice solid closeout turn. Got to say he's been consistent in this heat and just playing to his strengths, that big backhand closeout re-entry.
Yeah, very clean surfing. I kind of feel like if Tristan just added like that little touch of flair to the end of one of those turns, he'd be looking at a way bigger score. Kind of playing it a little bit safe, but I mean the conditions are tough and it's small, so I do understand that. And so far the game plan is working for him. But if you look across on the other side at Surfer and Red, Mcrae not holding back, and I mean he didn't ride out of that. I don't think the judges will reward that last turn. but if he had, you would have probably seen the first excellent score of the morning.
I think you and I would have counted that in a free surf, but a 2.53 is what the judges deemed it, and so that last turn being deemed incomplete. And the judges have been quite critical over the last few seasons about what constitutes a completed ride, haven't they?
Yeah, well, let's watch this turn, because this is the standout surfer of the heat. And the first surf just punches into that lip. Love the blow tail. And you'd see he just went over a little lump there. If that hadn't been there, he probably would have ridden out of it cleanly. But unfortunately for him, the wave blocking him. This is Gentile's best wave so far, just off that first turn, and then throws the fins out. You see how hard he had to work to get back up after that turn. And then we saw the surfer in white. And you see what I mean here? Like really workmanlike, but there was pretty much zero flair on that wave.
3.5 minutes remaining, and this man Vicente Ribeiro from Spain looking for that 6.30 to go into advancing position. 3 minutes remaining. This is where the time pressure and scoreboard pressure can get into the heads of these surfers, but these are the best Challenger Series surfers in the world, and you know, this is what you've got to learn, the experience you're going to take when you make that championship tour, that elite tour. There's really no room for error once you get there.
You make a mistake here and it's cheers. I mean, these guys are under so much pressure. You know, you look at these kids, they're traveling around the world, you know, for example, for the South Africans to go all the way to Australia for 2 events, the amount of money that it is costing them to get there. And then on top of that, you know, there's no losers round. You've got the best surfers in the world hungry for blood. It's just cutthroat. That's what the Challenger Series is.
High consequences with high rewards at the end of the season. Stop number 3 of 8 on the Challenger Series. The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. Brad Ricknell here alongside Kai Linda for the call. And this is our Spanish surfer Vicente Ribeiro looking for a 6.7 rather. And he's also had one of those frustrating, he's struggled to get anything above a 4 at this point. And you know, Kai, when you come down, you always talk about waiting for the best waves. With 2 minutes to go and you know, relatively small score required, it's really hard to sit around and wait for something to come to you. These guys have got to go into that hunting kind of mentality now.
I think it's the part of the heat where, you know, the lottery factor comes in, because you can make a call either way and both can backfire on you. So for me, this is one of the toughest points for professional surfers, is like, at the end of the day, you are relying on a completely random playing field, and it can be heartbreaking sometimes, as we see our heat leader. Wow, love it.
Yeah, beautiful back turn power gash there from Mcrae de Volt. He's been in control of this heat from the first 7 minutes when he locked in that 6.50. And that one's not going to go into his top 2. His backup score is a 4.73 at this point, and it's looking like he's got this heat on lock and looking to book that place in the next round. Of course, it's a long event. This is a round of 96, and we've got to whittle it down to the final 2 on finals day in about a week's time. So plenty of surfing to be done, and a long event ahead for these surfers if they're going to make it all the way through.
Yeah, it's going to be a long week. Fortunately for them, it's a nice place to spend that week. It's warm, the weather's been great, the beach is packed, and there's lots of stuff to do in and out of the contest. So if you haven't been here before, you need to come to the Ballito Pro. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's very true. Just having a surf out there yesterday afternoon, just overhearing some of the competitors talking about the hospitality of the South Africans. Just really warm and welcoming, as we see the replay here of Mcrae's wave.
That first blowtail, amazing, just so much control, brought the little exclamation, and I love how he finished off there. And I was speaking about that rock at the beginning of the last heat. It's starting to show as we see Gentile going to there, so he's come alive in the death here.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a slow start. A 7.13 is his requirement, but the clock has all but wound down, and it's going to be Mcrae de Volt and we think Tristan Gilbert going through into that next round. And yeah, it was the Hawaiian really taking the last 2 heats by the throat and owning the first, the last 2 heats that we've been commentating.
Yes, it's been a good morning for the Hawaiians. 3 already going, or 4 actually going through already at the first few heats of the morning. So the North Shore going strong here.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break from the Ballito Pro here, presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company. When we come back, it's going to be Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti for the call. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
Try to get on yourself.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Day one of the third stop of the Challenger Series. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti. Welcome to the studio, Tash.
Yeah, thank you, Gigs. Good morning if it's South Africans watching, but good evening to everybody else.
Yeah, we're having a great time with it. It's opening rounds of competition. We got underway at around 8 o'clock local time this morning. About to hit the lineup is heat number 5, featuring Tash. Well, the last time we had the international field here was the qualifying series back in 2019, and David Silva is out in the lineup, and he'll take on Mcrae, Keanu Butler, and John Mel in a nicely stacked heat here in the lineup. Day one of competition. It is mid-morning here and now mid-tide as well. Local time around 10 past 10 a.m. in the morning. We've got a low tide coming to us at about, well, just almost on lunchtime. And that southerly wind, Tash, has set in, and there's no problem with the right-handers now running in the bay. There's a little bit of a hustle going on here. We love it. It's old school rules. And Santa Cruz surfer John Mel will get ownership of that ride right from underneath the nose of Keanu Butler, and he'll get it going with a quick score on the boards real early. 30-minute heats, 27 to go. Welcome to day one of the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, it's been such an exciting morning. I'm glad we decided to kick things off, and we can see here John Mel just looking really comfortable out in surfers for the Ballito Pro.
Well, Tash, quick score in for Mcrae. You already see a 4.33 and a 1.5 sneaking in. So the 5.83 top left of screen for the Tahitian in white is made up of 2 scores. So quick start there for Mcrae. David Silva, slow start for him, just the 2.67. We'll wait for that number to come in from the American John Mel. And then we'll hand a priority to Keanu Butler, the Kiwi surfer. So I like the lineup out here. It's day one of competition. It's the round of 96 if you're just with us. It is the third stop on the Challenger Series. Mid-tide, Tash. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The lineup's starting to come together. Got a couple of messages popped in. J-Bay's around 4 foot now, so it's lifted. Incoming tide this afternoon could see a little push of swell. Of course, we are on the east coast of South Africa. This is an east-facing wave. And we are up in the warmer climates, so the cold storms hit the tip of Africa, but they radiate the southwest swells up the coast here. And well, Ballito just sits nicely positioned and will take all of that swell energy out of the deep water and load it up onto the sandbars, which really a month ago were completely out of place due to the local flooding. It's now back, and the sandbars are very contestable. And no complaints from the lineup of 96 men. And also, Tash, for the first time in history, you'll be frothing on it, 64 ladies to take to the lineup. At some stage we'll get the opening rounds of women's surfing. It won't be today, but the Ballito Pro has a women's draw, and we're looking very forward to that on the Challenger Series side.
Yeah, and it's just so fantastic to be able to see these ladies of this caliber coming back to Ballito. It's been a couple of years. We've had QS 1000 under the Ballito Pro umbrella, but really excited to see some CT surfers and our top seeds in this Challenger Series coming to our South African shores, and then getting our local girls in the mix as well. We've had our trials that were recently held, and we have 2 ladies coming through from those trials. It is the youngster Louise Lapront who took the win, and Danielle Powers, the Cape Townian surfer of color, that's going to be featured in that Challenger Series women's first round.
Oh, we'll look forward to ladies surfing when we get there. Right now, men's round 1 is holding our attention here, and John Mel's gone into a quick lead here, Tash. That prior ride of John for a 6.83, and he just pegged out a 3.17 from under the crowd, and even looking at a third ride right about now. So John Mel using the 6 minutes, the first 6 minutes of the heat really effectively, and still nothing on the cards for the Kiwi in the blue. A couple of Kiwis in the draw here as well. Of course, coming up next, well, a little later on, will be Billy Stearman as well. We'll get him up in the next heat. He'll take on Joel Vaughan, Aleo Muniz, and Charlie Quivrod. So good to see the New Zealanders representing. We'll stick with the action here. Plenty of time on the clock here, and here goes our Kiwi surfer.
Yeah, nice little 2-tag combo there to get things started for Te Kahua Kiwi. And we can just see as this tide is dropping, Gigs, you're going to see more scoring opportunity. That Ballito actually needs a little bit of water off that sandbar, especially when it's small swell. Slightly different story when we have a bit of punchy swell coming in. And we've got a defending champ, we've got a prior champ out here in the water, David Silva, coming up next. We've also got a prior Ballito Pro champ. So these guys, no stranger to Ballito. They've been able to see what's on offer, and like you were saying earlier, the sandbanks have been really good down here on the Dolphin Coast. We're just looking for a bit more push in that swell.
Well, David Silva, former winner back in 2019 at the qualifying series level. Championship Tour surfer unceremoniously ditched off the Championship Tour at the end of Margaret River. We'll get his account going. Well, that's actually his second ride. He opened with a 2.67. Those will become throwaway scores in the context of this heat. But Silva just getting the scoreboard turning over. That was a lowly 1.93. Now we've seen John Mel fetch a 6.83 on a left-hander already, so David Silva will have paid some attention to that. And we'll pick up on Kehu Butler now on screen again. So surfers building scores quickly. Everyone is now on 2 rides, so we can start looking at comparisons. 8 minutes in, 22 to go. John Mel in the lead, and by far the best score, the 6.83 for John. And he'll already be back up on the rotation to second priority in the lineup. We'll see what Mcrae, the Tahitian, finds.
Yeah, and Miyamana finding that left out there.
Just whizzes by our cameraman. We'll track him down shortly.
But starting off with a 4.33 for now, it's a keeper. He wants to get rid of a 1.5 and start really building on his campaign. But John Mull finding that 6.83, finding a left out there, Gigs. I mean, we really know surfers to be a good right sand bottom point.
Well, let's just contextualize that. We use the word surfers because we actually call this Surfers Bay. So this is surfers. Next door to the right is called Boggs Bay, and then off to the left is Sunrise Cove. So when we use the word surfers, it's a loose term for the actual sandbar in front of us. It's just what the locals came up with. Local surfers like Jono Hutchinson, who owns the Groundswell Surf Shop just behind the contest site here. Surfers Cove every year plays host. Of course, talking of surfers, it's our people like Greg Swart and Pierre Tosti that were really influential in bringing the event up from Durban a little further down the coast up to the Surfers Cove here at Ballito, and we've never looked back since 2008. Of course, at that stage it was all part of the Mr. Price Pro, but now these days we're very happy where we find the Ballito Pro each season.
Oh yeah, it was a big move. I actually was involved with that whole move, and we had to do a comparison. Should we go south? And bearing in mind in 2007 we still had the airport on the south coast, just outside of Durban. It had not moved to the north coast yet and become King Shaka Airport. And what came out of the conversation to go south or north was the sardine run. And when we were deciding, should we go north, should we go south, it was the Sharks board that didn't want to support the event on the south coast. Reason being is they lift the shark nets when the sardine run comes through. And usually they hop off from the Durban Bowl, Durban CBD, and go into deep water. So we don't often see sardines on the north coast when the sardine run is happening. And that was the big factor.
I think there's just too many fishermen these days. Everybody loves a little sardine. It's the little silver fish that comes up from Antarctic each year. Google it if you don't know about the sardine run on the KwaZulu-Natal east coast of South Africa. It's an absolute phenomenon. It becomes a marine show with every form of ocean life following these massive shoals of fish. But yes, relocation to the northern side of the city of Durban itself, eThekwini. We're up here on the Quadakuza coastline, and we've never looked back since those days. And of course 2010 saw the relocation of the airport in line with FIFA's World Cup soccer, and while a very, very clear economic policy from the Quadakuza municipality is to grow this into a sustainable city over the next decade on all platforms, socially, politically and economically. So, and we're all part of it, Chan. We love being back in Ballito each year. On screen is Mcrae, just trying to squeeze out some scores. He is our second place surfer, already accumulating scores of a 4.83 and a 4.33 in the lineup. single backhand punch there. We'll start bringing some replays to the audience shortly. But for now, no one really threatening that lead of John Mel just yet. Mcrae would need to fetch the 6-3-1 to advance to first. Remember, it is the top two positions that move through to the next round of 48. So right now, Te Kehu Butler from New Zealand on the search for the 3-8-3. And, well, we can call him defending champion, because the last time the international field was here was back in 2019, where David got the win over Jack Freestone. And he for now needs a 6-4-9, and you know that's well within David Silva's wheelhouse.
And if I remember correctly, it was a vital win for the Brazilian because of just where he was ranked on the QS at that point in time. And I just remember how stoked he was when he came out of the water.
Well, you know, you can argue at that stage, you know, you think of the history of the back then qualifying series. This was always a QS 10,000, so it was max value. And it always has played a massive part in people's qualification campaigns. You think of guys like William Cardoza a few seasons before. Jack Freestone certainly accumulated a lot of points here over the years. Elehu Muniz back in 2015, who will be coming up shortly. He got the win, and, well, a good points haul. So Ballito really played in the same way Haleiwa does and all the other stops, you know. But really, there's, I mean, even Glenn Microhall got a win here and really helped his campaign back there. Think of the Gadauskas brothers. We're not even going to go into the list of former winners at this stage. We'll do that a little closer to the end of the week. But certainly Ballito, always a good points haul for everyone that visits. And let's see if that would be the story for Te Kehu as he gets some work done. This is the left-handers. We don't predominantly see a lot of left-handers, but just sort of everyone extracting what they can, and potential on the left-handers, as we mentioned, John Mel for the 6-8-3, the heat leader. So everyone will be roaming the lineup at this stage, looking for all sorts. With the tide still dropping out, we are mid-tide, so around 2.5 hours until the low. We'll start seeing the rock platform out front here just starting to expose itself. A couple heats back, people were getting final little punctuation scores on the inside over that shelf there, Tash.
Yeah, and a couple of days ago, some surfers were taking their bodies out on those rocks, not knowing over the high tide that they were there, never visiting these shores yet and still trying to figure it out. And, you know, this venue changes with the tide in a big way. Despite being neap tides, we're still going to see those exposed rocks on the low tide. And it has a different face throughout the tides. So we're seeing the lefts right now. It could become more prominent on the right and getting those big scores a little bit later on today. But for John Mel, starting off with the 6-8-3 on his forehand, fitting in 2 strong turns and just looking like he's got a lot of flow, lots of comfort.
Well, looking at the screen, Whitecaps moving right to left. That is the southerly wind here on the east side of South Africa. And certainly John Mel will be maybe looking at some stage to go to the punt. A couple of goofy footers in this heat, so he's not alone in that thinking. Te Kehu Butler, the only natural footer, our surfer in blue. And just like that, we're already at the halfway mark, so we start digesting it. John Mel for the lead, and one of his counting scores, Tash, is just a 4.3. Here we go. We've seen this time and time again in the Championship Tour vest as well. David Silva, saw the little elbow clinch there, little victory punch like that. Finally something on the scorecard, because prior to that, Tash, just a pair of 2s for David Silva, the Brazilian.
Yeah, and as we know, that's at this caliber of event, a pair of 2s is not going to get you anywhere out here. It's cutthroat, top 96, and you know, just some of the strongest surfers that we're seeing from around the world. They all have got through to this Challenger Series by placing in their regional rankings, 1 to 5. And this is our current heat leader, John Mel, the American, wanting to get rid of that 4.3 that sits as his backup score. But if we look at the breakdown, it is the 4th highest score of the heat so far. And with Surfer in Blue sitting in 3rd, needing a 5.11.
Not a big spread if you look at heat leader John, only on 11.13, so there's no real breakouts just yet in the seat. See Te Kehu Butler, the Kiwis, jumped up to 2nd for number. We owe David Silva that score. Judges will be having a good old think on that, and it will be the first meaningful score for the man in red. Notice John Mel in a pair of booties. spend a lot of time in those rubber shoes over in Santa Cruz. Perhaps Dad Pete Mel will be online listening. Grandfather John. Well, the Freeline Surf Shop won't be open right about now. It's probably wee hours over in California. But they may be doing the coffee shift and watching live. And if you are, well, greetings to everyone around the world. Priority is with Mcrae, who right now is only looking for a 5.11. And is that number in for David Silva? It is. So David Silva remains in fourth, but he's found a solid number, a 6 for those two backhand stings. Maybe production will bring us a look at the backhand turns of Last of Red, but that is going to be a strong score to work with now for David Silva. And you go back to the drawing board to drop the 267. 12.5 minutes to go, Tash. And of course David Silva making the finals last year at the championship tour over in Mexico. Great to have the tour back in Mex. Let's have a look at this one.
So you can see that big 12 o'clock backhand re-entry and fits in another one. So 2 quick turns in succession right on that very shallow sandbank. The beach commentators were calling it the death bank a couple of days ago. We had a lot more swell around. We also had a lot younger kids competing out there. And most of the time those rides incomplete, but this strong Brazilian, you can just see how happy he is with that score. A 6-point ride.
Well, David Silva finished, Tash, one of those that got ditched off the bus. It's like the championship tour. There's like a whole lot of trains running, and then, well, they just sort of cut the caboose off, and then everybody in the back, 23 and lower on the championship tour, was ditched off, and David Silva is one of those. So this is very important for him. He'll be one a campaign real strong and real quick to finish top 10 again at the end of the year. David Silva, of course, now 27 years of age, sitting 15th on the Challenger Series. So he's got a bit of work to do. Got a quarterfinals in Sydney. Let's have a look at this. This is a replay of Mcrae, who's been ditched down to 4th.
Yeah, so he's had a couple of ways out there. He's sitting with a pair of 4s. You can see how it links through and then just choosing to kick out of it. A little bit of frustration. Keeping very busy there.
Yeah, back to live here. Mcrae's going to switch focus. Straight out the left, back to a right-hander. We would have heard the 6-pointer coming from the beach announcer for the 2-turn combo of David Silva and Mcrae. Just one of those surfers that we feel is kind of due for the breakthrough results. Currently sitting 19th is the Tahitian in white. And he comes off a 9th in Sydney, a 25th on the Goldie. So he'll want to get some momentum out of this visit to Ballito. He's got plenty of time to do it with 10.5 minutes on the clock. And well, pirouettes in warm-up for the upcoming heat.
That's the Australian, Joel Vaughan, currently sitting way down the bottom on the rankings for the Challenger Series, sitting at 90th. He actually hasn't advanced through a heat yet for the Challenger Series, so this is going to be an important heat for him coming up next. But we see on our scoreboards, this looks like this might be the 7.33 from David Silva.
All right, so while we were looking at replays, 7.33, well, that might not be. Let's just have a look. We're following live action here, so we'll stick with it. Here we go with Te Kehu Butler, the Kiwi surfer in motion. Switches it up, changes direction. There's this little repeat bowl on the inside. There it is. Left's forming up, and he's able to get some constructive work done. Finds 2 more turns on the inside bowl. A couple of cracks on the outside. Changes up directions for the panel. And David Silva's scorecard is open, Tash. We'll wait for the numbers to come. They'll think about scores for red and blue. We'll let those land before we look at the shape of the heat again. But certainly love the Kiwi input. Of course, Billy Stearman in the draw as well.
Yeah, coming up in that next heat, Billy Stearman. And then I just got a message, Ratso Buchanan, representing the Kiwis as well down here on site. But it's just great to be able to see all these international competitors coming back to our shores. It's so wonderful for our young surf fans and our locals on the beach. We've got, the beach is hotting up already. I know it's the middle of winter gigs, but it's about 16 degrees Celsius and climbing for us in Ballito. and we have school holidays here, so our beaches, even though we had a lay day yesterday, super full, everyone on the beach all day, still wanting to even see the pros free surf in that very small surf. It was a good call yesterday to have a lay day, but live action now with round 1 of the Challenger Series for the Ballito Pro.
Well, it's always been a culturally popular thing for people from out of town to roll into this region. You know, we saw it over the years with the Gunston 500. It would be, people would make, it's an annual stop, you know. Culturally, everybody from around the country would drive down and not only just soak up the professional surfing vibes and the whole energy of the movement, but just also the weather. I mean, we do boast the best weather for winter holidays, and of course in the context of domestic tourism, Ballito really does shine a big, flies a high flag when it comes to holiday vacations during the July month. Of course, we're in the southern hemisphere, it is winter, it is fairly chilly around the rest of the country, and so, you know, a warm pocket of sun during a winter holiday, it's a strong attraction point for the Quadacruiser region.
Yeah, no one complaining, lots of people enjoying all the activations that are happening around the Ballito Pro. For our focus, it is about the surfing, it's about the Challenger Series. This is stop number 3 for the men, and then they go and move across to the other side of the world. But important for a lot of these surfers, like we were saying earlier, David Silva, our highest seed in this heat, sitting at number 15th. And with a 7.33 and a 6-point ride, he's looking way more comfortable than he was about 10 minutes ago in the heat.
Yep, David Silva building those scores as we look at them with 7 minutes to go. Former championship tour surfer David Silva, also technically the defending champion from the 2019 visit, is out front, and he's done it well. Tash, 7.33 and a 6 are good scores. John Mel's in the mix, 6.83 for the Californian in green, who holds the priority. So we'll watch very carefully how he navigates. And we start looking at requirements for third place. Blue looking for the 6.24 and white looking for the 6.74. So those, you know, everyone's sitting in the mix. John could do with his own 6 as well. He's already got the 6.83 and want to put another 6 in his scorecard and block out Te Kehu and Myanmar at this stage.
Yeah, because when we look back and had to compare the 7.33, it was really just a 2-turn combo on David Silva's backhand, and with both third and fourth needing a 6. We've got the Kiwi looking for a 6.24, the Tahitian looking for a 6.74. It definitely is possible out there, but if you look at the screen right now, you can see the surfers separated. White and red on the northern side of our contest tower, and green and blue, it looks like, paddling more south. What that means, on your left hand side of your screen, that's kind of where the lefts are coming through. On the right hand side of the screen, you get the lefts and the rights, but there's a very deep channel that kind of dissipates, those waves dissipate into the deep channel and don't offer the scoring potential that you might need to put that exclamation mark on the end of your wave. So it is going to be interesting. Third and fourth separating, and both looking for a very similar score.
Well, what I'm seeing here, Tash, is green holding priority and second place position. So John Mel is going to cover to Kehu. Kehu is in third and looking for the 6.24. And as we mentioned, intention for John Mel now is to cover blue, and also, you know, technically they're both looking for 6s in the lineup right now.
Yes.
Because John will want to defend that second place position.
So who do you choose? Who do you choose? I mean,
well, you've got to go with the threat that's got the lowest requirement, right? So John's doing everything technically right in the seat, holding second place and priority, blanketing the third place threat of the Kiwi. Of course, next heat about to tee up. Joel Vaughan on screen taking on Billy Stearman, Leo Muniz, a former winner here, and Charlie Cuivron, the French talent. Still plenty of story to unfold though, a little over 4 minutes on the clock, and you can see the solid set of numbers for David Silva, showing the experience and also the ownership of the highest single score of the 7.33. The Brazilian is doing a good job of campaigning back to championship tour level in 2023. Here he goes, snap to let go that one. Just having a look at Miyamana Bray sitting 19th. So Miyamana down in 4th here. He's got to find the 6.74. Got a 9th in Sydney. Got a 25th on the Goldie. So Miyamana will have his own set of pressures to deal with right now with about 3:40 on the clock. Long way to travel, no elimination rounds. You visit, you go top 2 and you keep advancing. Or the Challenger Series bucks you off as well and you get on the aeroplane and off you go again. Of course, next Challenger Series stop is the US Open at the end of July. So in between that, you know, there's a lot of time to think it through for guys like Kehu and Miyamai right now with a little over 3 minutes to go. This is still the situation on screen that we were talking about. Priority with second place surfer John Mel. Now John has been sharpening his blade, so to speak. He's had a qualifying series win at the Slow Cal up on the northern coast of California, beat Levi Slauson in that final. He hasn't stayed a slouch. He's been working hard and been competing with guys like Cole Houseman, Etienne Osborne, those guys. So the younger Californian push, John Mel right in the mix with it. Here's fourth place surfer. He'll go for the aired out effort. A little bit broken there, and the landing not complete for Mcrae, who's still got 2.5 minutes to fix his situation. But you can see top left of screen, 6.74 requirement for the man on screen. Mcrae, one of those surfers we feel that's perhaps almost been unlucky in his campaigns. He's got so much power, he's got the ability on the lefts, his backhand is pretty lethal. He just kind of hasn't stuck his hand up for a full real win or, you know, a breakout result anywhere just yet.
Yeah, just so much talent from Mcrae. And, you know, as we know with surfing and the sport of surfing, especially competitive surfing, our playing field always changing, Gig. So sometimes it's not always the best surfer that wins, it can be the luckiest. But I think playing a clever game there, knowing that he needs to get in the air, gets it board above the lip in order to try and lock in that score, minimum needed, a 6.74. Just having to complete it, and that was the difference there. So now with that fourth priority for White, he's just going to have to keep hunting. There's only 90 seconds on the clock.
Well, it's clear what he's going to do. He's going to go into that southwesterly wind. And that one will not produce anything with now 90 seconds upon us. Mcrae is sharking the lineup now, looking for opportunities. He's got to unlock the 6.74. Meanwhile, John Mel has blanketed the Kiwi surfer in blue. Just watching Mcrae, so his now thoughts are, well, I'm fourth priority, let's break wide, let's get right away from the pack. There are a couple of little bowly waves up against the rocks. It's going to be almost a miracle moment to save the last 1 minute for the Tahitian. And it looks like he could be staring down the barrel of a first round loss here. As I mentioned, a 25th on the Goldie, so he got through a few heats there at Snapper, a 9th in Sydney. He got through a number of heats. This one just sort of staring down the barrel of it now. He'll be almost that sinking feeling with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, and starting with a 4.33, you would have thought that might have been his second scoring ride and a keeper, but he just hasn't been able to find anything of consequence here to get out of that average scoring range.
Well, you look at the 7.33 and the 6.4 David Silva, and you look at the 6.83. 6.83 technically the second highest score. That's what's hinging John Mel just above the rest of the pack. You look at requirements there, 9.93 versus 11.56. Here's a moment to play out. Heat leader will go right, split peak. We'll give another opportunity to Mcrae. I'm not sure that wave would have carried. And the heat is counted down. It looks like that man on screen, David Silva, sporting, well, a little bit of a buzz cut there. He's got the semi-mullet on. Yeah, David's grown into himself in the last few years as well as a character. You remember him coming on tour, had zero English in the ammo bag. He was not that I have any articulation of Portuguese, so I say it with respect. But David Silva's really grown as a character and has gained popularity. And now he gains a heat win and he'll advance to the next round here in Ballito. So it is David Silva and John Mel, the two goofy footers, that get the edge. Stay with us. We'll go to a break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill.
Turn right. Turn right.
Yes,
I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher, higher. I said your love keep on.
Welcome back to beautiful South Africa. It is the KwaZulu region on the east coast of the African continent that plays host to the world's best as the World Surf League brings the Challenger Series to our beautiful beaches here at Gigsilias alongside Tashman Tasty. The local community are absolutely stoked to have everybody back. We trust that you're enjoying coverage on day one with us. It is men's surfing action, round 1 underway, and we'll already be into heat 6 this morning. We got the early start at just after 8 a.m. And welcome to heat number 6 there. You see it, Charlie Quivrant is out in the lineup up against Joel Vaughan, the young Australian. So the Frenchman in green, the Australian in red. Billy Stearman, the Kiwi, is in blue, and Aleo Munez, the Brazilian, in white. As we get a quick look at Joel Vaughan there, the young Aussie, and he'll be into it. So welcome to 28 minutes remaining of heat 6 of round 1. Tash, conditions holding in here. It's mid-morning. It's about 10:45 a.m. Looking at the tide charts for about nearly 2 hours now till the low.
Yeah, till the full low. We are experiencing neap tide, so not a massive change between high and low tide, but definitely a lot better than being on a full high tide out here with a minimal swell for Ballito. And live action, this is the Frenchman, Charlie Crevant, gets the quick 2-tag impo. That's the replay, my apologies. So that...
Well, that's a 3-5 there, Tash. So Charlie Crevant 2 turns for the 3-5. Let's have a look what Aleo Munez found.
Oh, nice strong backhand turn to get things started. You see those little corners there that he's utilizing. 3-turn combo on his backhand. We haven't seen that in the previous heat that I've been sitting in the booth, and that score is going to come through and be a counter for the Brazilian.
Well, a 6.67, Tash. That's pretty good. I want to know what he ate for breakfast, because that was sparky and energetic, and he'll get straight into the scorecard with a 6.67. So that, if we look at the landscape of scores from the last few heats, sixes play a big part here in day 1 of Ballito. And here is Aleo Munez again, just chucking the fins. Aggressive approach, as always. You know, we always think of Aleo, his journey, sometimes plagued with injuries, but it's never calm and flowing. It's always powerful and it's attacking. And certainly Aleo Munez straight into it with the 6.67, and that was his second counting ride. So building house quickly for the 2-wave total. He'll want to improve on that second ride, but for now it'll come in, what are we calling, mid-range 3 perhaps. And here's Billy Stearman, seen nothing from him. Scorecard clean. Here's his opening ride. He'll use the priority with the young Kiwi from Raglan. Of course, an Olympian as well. He puts that onto his credential sheets.
How cool is that?
Oh man, it's amazing. Love it. Love those stories. Of course, New Zealand absolutely celebrating the Olympian participation of Billy Stearman, and of course on the ladies' side, Ella Williams for Olympian participation for the sport of surfing. Just love it. And the fact that surfing and skateboarding are Olympic sports, oh man, so I can finally tell my mom and dad that we weren't wasting our time.
Yeah, so true. I was going to say,
we were so frowned upon in the 80s. I mean, come on. But anyway, we love it. Sports of stature now, the board riding. Of course, snowboarding for ages has been an Olympic sport, but huge breakthrough, well, for 2020, but then we had to press pause for the Olympic Games of 21. Very unusual. So that means only 3 years until the next Olympics.
Yeah, 3 years until the next Olympics, and you know, we didn't have fans watching surfing for the 2020/2021 Olympics, so 2024 going to Paris, but for the surfing portion of it.
Well, you know, I was just thinking about it. Okay, Olympics were in Japan. Surely they could have just phoned up Toyota and all the car manufacturers and just bought a whole bunch of crash test dummies and just let them sit on the beach. You know, that would have been great. Anyway, I digress. We're having fun with it, folks, and just having a look at the scorecard. It's a sprinkling of threes. Charlie Quivrant for the 3.5. Aleo Munez fetched a 3 to add to his 6.67. And Billy Stearman, the Kiwi, out the gates early for the 3.93. So nothing really for the Australian. Joel Vaughan. See how he navigates the young Aussie. 273rd place finishes, so he's fallen out in round 1 on the Gold Coast and also in Sydney for the young Aussie in red. We'll see how he goes. He's been working hard on the qualifying series. Made a final at Phillip Island, losing to Jacob Wilcox, and he got a good result at the Carve Great Lakes Pro as well, beating Cooper Davies. So watch for the young Aussie. Meanwhile, here goes the Kiwi, Billy Stearman, into it, using the lefts. It's probably the Ballito Pro with the most amount of lefts I've ever seen right now.
Yeah, so
usually it's all right-handers, but certainly a smaller new swell approaching the Ballito lineup. It's giving sort of as many scores on the lefts as the rights.
Yeah, and I went for a surf yesterday when the call was made, and there were more lefts on offer, and we also had a little bit of that onshore flow that was pushing in the day before. But because of this big sandbar and that deep channel that's going through it, that's really what's breaking it up and almost looking like two different podiums to surf. Live action here. This is Alejo Muniz. Just catches that rail and goes down. But he's got the keeper, the 667 that he started off with, wanting to get rid of his backup score, a 3-point ride. And we saw in the previous heat, we saw a 7-point ride come out of David Silva. We also saw a 6-point ride come through, and then with John Mull finding the 667. So it's a keeper. Those sixes, you want to get rid of all those low average scores.
Well, that's the goal, is aim for the sixes and higher. We've seen, as you mentioned, David Silva, a 7-pointer in the lineup. John Mull, I think it was a 683 Tash, somewhere around there. And certainly 3s and 4s are not going to cut it. So a lot of work ahead here with 22 minutes still on the playing card. Alejo Muniz in that early lead. Let's have a look at Stearman again. We'll sneak away from the pack, third priority. And the lefts just are really usable here in Ballito, including a little tail release flat spin from Billy Stearman to wrap up his third ride already. So 3.93 and a 4.83 already in the hatch for Billy. I think he may improve on the 3.93 there, Tash. We'll get a replay look at it. Let's see where that goes.
Here's the replay for wave number 3 for Billy Stearman. Just gets that first turn off the top, keeps the flow going, and there's the little whip, releases the tail a little bit, gets the swing around the rotation, and being awarded the 4.23. So a pair of 4s for the Kiwi surfer Billy Stearman, sitting in second position at the moment, leaving Charlie Crevant in third right now and looking for a score. He started with a 3.5. But when we get that pulled back shots, you can kind of see why they're looking to go left. They're sitting in deep water, and then if they catch that left, it goes onto the shallow sandbank. So therefore that wave holding up a little bit more and allowing the competitors to fit in 2 quick turns.
We look at Billy Stearman's work rate for what he's fetching. So he's found the 4.83 in that last wave we saw was with a 4.23, a replacement score. Already the requirement stretching for Charlie Quivrant to a 5.56. So we haven't seen anything. Well, Alejo Muniz found the 6.67, but there's been no mid-range 5s in the lineup. May pick up here on Alejo Muniz. He'll come back into screen. Not going to play a part that wave of the Brazilian. You know, Alejo Muniz already 32 years of age. He's been around absolutely ages. Think about Alejo. Just zone in here and have a look. We switch and focus on a tight snap here from Joel Vaughan. It's really the 2 first maneuvers he's put together. It was just a 0.5 on the scorecard prior for the Australian in red, and then Charlie Crevant just getting unstuck there as we iron out the glitches here on day 1 of the Ballito Pro. And how good is it to have O'Neill with us, right? We've got this token word this year called Umkhosi, which in the Zulu dialect, we pay respect to the tribal roots of the area, the Zulu language, and Umkhosi means to celebrate. And well, this man on screen has celebrated a number of times. That's Alejo Muniz. He celebrated a victory in 2015. I was just mentioning already 32 years of age, Alejo Muniz. He slipped onto the championship tour level back around the same time as Gabriel Manida and John Florence slipped in. So it was a it was a high-profile company that Aleo Muniz arrived among. And he's found, you know, he's done a number of quarterfinals at Championship Tour levels before. But Aleo Muniz never for his Championship Tour win. But he is one of those rock-solid surfers, and we already see that on the scorecard with the 667.
Yeah, and if we look back at when he won 2015, it was back then a QS 10,000. So to win a QS 10,000, it was a massive result for any surfer, and it definitely helped push you up onto that Championship Tour. But it also showcased that you are capable, that you've got the capabilities and the ability to be able to be on that elite level. With live action now, currently sitting in second place. Nice quick turn in the pocket there from Billy Stearman, gets the wrap and finishes it off with that 3-turn combo. So pair of fours, that was wave number 4 for the Kiwi, and just wanting to start breaking away a little bit from surf and green Charlie Crevant, the Frenchman, as well as the Australian. So we saw Joel Vaughan wait 10 minutes to get his second ride.
Well, Joel fetched a reasonable number, a 4.73. So kind of happy with that. Will be the Australian for now. Look at the landscape, the scores in the heat. It's peppered with, well, 4.83s, 3.7s. So the 4.73 for the Australian, a good stepping stone in the right direction with 18 minutes still on the clock. We'll see. So even a Championship Tour caliber surfer like Aleo Muniz right now still hanging on to a 3. So everyone with work to do here. Remember that final against Davy Cathels back in 2015? Remember that? It was a great one. And of course, looking back, flicking through the history book pages here, Aleo Muniz got by Caio Abelli in the semis all the way back then. There's another name, Caio Abelli, that continually is part of the Brazilian discussion. Caio having a good run again this year at Championship Tour level. And Aleo would love to join him in 2023, and it's possible. You know, this is only the 3rd stop on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and at the moment it looks like the cutoff with points is sitting at 6,335 points. At the moment we've got 11 surfers sitting in that cutoff position if we look at it before we started the Ballito Pro.
Well, Tash, 8 opportunities is the calendar year at the Challenger Series level, and 5 count. So it's going to put in some kind of perspective. You think that the winner may come out, you know, 2 wins will already put you on 20,000, get a couple of quarters. You know, you'd think that 38 to 42,000 could be about the win number at the end of the Challenger Series campaign when we get to Haleiwa at the end of the year. Be interesting to see, but certainly that spread, it's always so sticky, that 9th and 10th, 11th and 12th place. We've seen it every year. You know, back in the qualifying series years up until 2019, it was always just cliffhanger results, heat by heat at Haleiwa. It's like, you know, careers are made and broken right there in that, especially that final effort.
Yeah, so true, Gigs. And also just 8 events, 5 of them counting. You can't really have too many bad days or bad events.
No, you can't. This is Joel Vaughan on screen, who's trying to put another score on the card. He's got to drop the 0.5. He will do it with that. He's chasing the 4.95. So put perspective to that, Tash. Was there 4.95 in that? Or was that just sort of keeping the blood flowing? Because he does have to find himself something. We're saying that 6s is where the heat starts changing shapes. Everybody's sort of on the hunt for 6-pointers in the lineup here, as we are almost at the halfway mark. For now, Billy Stearman has found himself a 5.2, so a couple of tight snaps from the Kiwi surfer, and Blue has him up in the lead, but scorecard open for all 4 surfers. So judges will just get a bit of work done here, and then we'll look at the shape of the heat with 15 minutes now on the clock. Joel Vaughan, the Australian, on that last ride, just squeezing a couple of turns on the forehand. He'll stay light and nimble in the lineup. Of course, Charlie Crevant, really just a pair of 3s, but the judges owe him, and here he goes. So we'll have a look at him. Snap there, but with a little bit of projection will come around. That won't pay a dividend, and you'll go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, you really want to try and find one of those waves that are running across the sandbar and not into the channel, because you could see there, even with the Frenchman, he got that one quick turn and then that wave just totally dissipated. So scoring potential just going from, 100 to 0 very quickly. And with a pair of threes, he wants to get rid of both those scores and create, put some bigger scores on the scoreboard and move from that third position. As you were saying earlier, Giggs, it's first or second, or you go home. And that's what the Challenger Series is all about, really brutal, but it also allows our surfers to be able to be putting on their best performance in every heat. You can't be off your game. You've got to give it all you've got. And with conditions out here changing quite a bit with the tides, let's see what happens. But at the moment, Alejo Muniz sitting in the lead again.
Well, all scores are in. Let's have a look at the shape of the heat. It's Alejo Muniz leading over Billy Stearman. There's a little look from the heat leader. Now, even Alejo Muniz has only turned a 3 into a 3.87 over the last few minutes. So kind of everybody just trying to flick the stones out of their shoes, so to speak, and just get some momentum in this heat. Priority now in the lineup belongs to Billy Stearman. And looking at Billy, found a 5.2 and a 4.83. So just over the 10-point heat total. So you feel that again. Joel Vaughan only looking for a 5.3. Charlie Crevant slightly steeper requirement of the 6.26, and here he goes, the Frenchman. Lovely drift there, gears down into the turns, drops his head again, and that's a good little sting there, and he likes it. Little sort of semi flick there. Those are half claims, right? But the half claim will just say, well, feel I'm heading towards the requirement of the 6.26, and his scorecard is open. We'll wait for that to land. 2, 4, 6, already the 7th ride for Charlie Crevant. So the heat is it's now rapid fire in the lineup here, Tash, and there's no wrongs with approaching it. Like, there's no real special sets coming through the lineup, so you kind of feel that everyone's going to keep turning and pulling the trigger, looking for opportunities with a little over 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, and if we look back, well, here's the replay from Charlie. Nice. Gets that tail rotation straight into the next one. A little bit similar with those 2 turns, but gets the exclamation mark. What I wanted to compare it to was Blue's 5.2, so Billy Stearman's 5.2. He also got a 3-turn combo in. There was variety in those 3 turns, so I'm interested to see what the comparison will be. Charlie looking for a 6.26. I don't think he's going to find that score on that wave. That's my personal opinion.
Ooh, throwing out opinions so early. I like it, Tash. I like it. So we are speculating a comparison between Billy Stearman's 5.2 and, well, you've got a career ahead as a judge, Tash, because it's close. It's a 4.9, and that will bump Charlie up from 4th to 3rd. Let's have a look at the replay here of Billy. This is that 5.2 from earlier.
Yes, correct. But there's the variety. Nice and committed first turn, gets that 12 o'clock, and now is Charlie the Frenchman. So a little bit more lateral. I like the release of the tail, but very similar second turn. That's not what the judges are looking for. And I think that's where the slight comparison comes in. So does it move him up a little bit? Yes, to 3rd.
Well, 5'11", Charlie Crevant, now 26 years of age. We make that comparison to Billy Stearman, who's already 32 years of age. Billy's slightly shorter in stature at 5'7". So building those scores slightly differently, but very similar neighborhood of scores between Billy Stearman and Charlie Crevant, and they are on the cutting edge of the battle here because it's the top 2 that advance, and for now Billy Stearman has the priority and a 10.03 total. See, Charlie Crevant still got to fetch something in the 5s, so Charlie's got to take his game and up that by a percentage, and he's got time to do it, but he's back down in 4th priority, so it'll be a little bit of time before the rotation swings him back up into a higher priority here, Tash.
Yeah, for me right now, yes, priority is important, but we've got those 2 peaks that they're working off, so you can kind of find a score under priority at the moment based on conditions.
So I just want to make mention of some pedigree for Charlie Crevant here. Charlie has visited Australia a number of times and found some good success at the qualifying series level, especially in waves like Newcastle and Manly. So I'm watching Charlie Crevant quite closely. A 5.14 requirement and 10 minutes on the clock. I'm looking forward to the remaining 10 minutes of this one.
Oh yeah, it's anyone's game out there still. Not big scores, average scores needed.
And if you guys are enjoying the show, we're going to take a quick ad break and we'll be back. And join us on our beautiful Nguni set here at the Ballito Pro.
Hi, I'm Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax, wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the World Surf League's Challenger Series, coming to you from Ballito on the east coast of the mother continent of Africa. We love having you. Thank you for joining us here as we continue with round one. It's day one of competition. Of course, 96 men in the field, 64 women make up the Challenger Series here. And you join us at Ballito with 8 minutes to go in the round of 96, heat number 6. That's how it looks. Top left of screen, Aleo Munez is out in front, and still Tash sitting on just a 3.87 in the scoreline. Billy Stemond defending that second place position, and Charlie Crevant looking to attack out of third for the advance. And well, the Australian Joel Vaughan been a little quiet here. He's found a 4.73 of his own in the lineup, has the Australian, but still needs to get some work done. A 5.3 requirement. So this is a heat that can change shape quite quickly. With around 7.5 minutes to go, we trust that you're enjoying it with us. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti, and we're getting stuck into, and we'll continue to get 16 heats done here this morning and wrap up later this afternoon. Of course, it's winter here. Our days are fairly short. Sun's gone by about 5:10 p.m. local time. We only get the sunshine at about 10 to 7 in the morning. So we've got 10-hour days to work with, and we'll fit everything we can in. We trust that you'll enjoy it with us. 7 minutes to go in the lineup. And nothing really over the last few minutes, Tash. That southerly wind just breezing across Ballito here. A look south from our contest site itself will show waves in the other coves. There's no secrets these days. Of course, back in the day when Greg Swart was a kid, well, he's still a kid, but I mean, he's an adult. But now we think of Greg Swart back in 1979, 1980 as a little youngster. Those days, Ballito was a secret spot.
Oh yes, very much. You never crossed the river to go north. But we are going to...
And we didn't even tell the people from East London about Ballito.
But we're going to be listening to Greg Swart. He's going to be coming up soon in the booth a little bit later. And someone that's, you know, been involved with this event throughout the years. And before it was the Ballito Pro, back to the Gunston 500, competing at that event. It's great to have people on site and involved and keeping them involved with surfing.
Yeah, Brad Bricknell will give some great insight along with the role that Greg Swart has played in the history of this event. Of course, the 53rd edition of what, you know, I'm always interested, is this the longest running event, or is Bells Beach the longest running event? I love that little tussle of discussion. But, you know, they both got going in 1969. You think of Gavin Rudolph winning the very first Durban 500. And, well, the history all the way through. And, of course, O'Neill has been part of it the whole way. You think of all the winners from the O'Neill stable. Sean Thompson with 6 wins back-to-back through the mid-70s. You know, you think to the more modern era, the Brad Gerlach wins of the 90s. Timmy Reyes getting a win here in 2014. Geordie, of course, you know, O'Neill's pride and joy as an athlete. And, of course, the South African surfing culture's pride and joy. And, well, O'Neill has played a massive part, and it's just great to have them involved in this next chapter. And, of course, Brad and Greg will talk a bit about those chapters in and amongst the action.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's so fitting, Mkosi, as part of the tagline here for the Ballito Pro. We really are celebrating, but the great thing is, for the sport of surfing on the African continent, is thanks to Kwadakuza municipality, they've only been showing more and more support over the years. This event growing with stature, and here we are, stop number 3 on the Challenger Series, and to be able to have all these exceptionally talented surfers from around the world come and battle it out for the title.
You know what I'm celebrating, Tash?
What are you celebrating?
You don't have to wear a mask anymore. The pandemic is fading into the distance. and the blur of 2020 and 21 will just vaporize in our memories as we move forward into 2022 and beyond. And I know that will just get a big grin out of it. Listen, we only just got rid of the masks here in South Africa. Now, other parts of the world has been releasing, you know, the tighter rules of managing the pandemic. But here a couple of weeks ago, we no longer wearing masks, and it's great because we welcome international surfing back, including the Australians. And this is Joel Vaughan, snap to spin, lightweight surfer, and he'll pull it off with 3 minutes 50 on the clock. Now, requirement of a 5.3 for the Australian. This is your heat leader, and we'll show you why power surfing is getting the points here. And another fist pump from Alea Muniz, who I think for at last, it's taken a while, is going to drop the 387 there, Tash.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I just haven't seen so many claims. We're becoming a little bit like soccer. Yeah, there's so many claims in different heats. It's interesting, but I'm hoping it's because it's a personal thing and they're happy with their performance and what they did on that wave, and it's not trying to influence the judges in any way or showcase that it should be a great score. You know,
I think what it tells us is how important the Challenger Series, every heat is a result, you know, so there is just so much more emphasis. This is the old qualifying series repackaged as the Challenger Series, and it just, everything's lifted, including emotions.
Emotions, including, you know, the performances that you need to put on here. A pair of fours is not going to get you through. You've got to get into that good scoring scale or category of the judging criteria, and we are waiting for his last score of white. But, you know, what came through with that last ride of red, Joel Vaughan, he waited a long time to get a second scoring ride. It hasn't helped push him up into those advancing positions.
He's jumped up to third though, Tash, so the 487, pair of fours, you know, we're talking about it, but it's made a difference for now. Lower requirement for Joel Vaughan, the 517 is now what is required, and what you're not seeing on screen right now is blue, that I'm sure will be crawling all over us, trying to now start covering red. Well, Billy Stearman's just sitting there for now. I'm surprised. I think for, you know, Billy's holding priority in second place position. There he is starting to move. This is interesting. I just want to just make note of this. A 517 requirement for third, a 514 requirement for fourth place. So, you know, Billy Stearman's got to pick one person to blanket, and he's picked the person with the second to highest priority. So that makes a lot of sense.
Very clever. Second highest priority, and also a slightly smaller score requirement from the Frenchman. We see Alejo Muniz sitting in that first position at the moment. His last wave coming through as a counter. It's a 5.33.
So Alejo's clear of the pack here, 667 into the 533. But watch the movement now. Blue has priority and second place advancing position. And right now he's just going to just tail green the whole way. And it's interesting that he's picked on green, because technically Joel Vaughan is in third place, but a higher requirement. So smart surfing here from Billy Stearman, who's no stranger to competition. Of course, Billy's been around for an absolute age. The star surfer out of Raglan, New Zealand. Beautiful little community there. Don't you love the Raglan Surf Report? Did you ever watch it? It's the most hysterical thing ever. Here's Billy, in and out. Now he's used priority. Now was that obviously a blocking move? We're inside the last minute, so you can back his decision perhaps, but what that has given now is priority to fourth place surfer Charlie Quivrant. Requirement of the 514 and 40 seconds on the clock. We'll try and trail green here in the lineup. Let's see if we can find him with 30 seconds to go, because this could be in a very important moment for the man on screen.
Yeah, the 514 that Charlie Quivrant is looking for is possible. We've got a 667 that's come through this heat, a 533, and then the third highest score, 5.2. So definitely possible. He's got that priority. Is something going to come his way in the lineup with 10 seconds remaining?
The swell is a bit sporadic, Tash. That's the one thing I must say. There's almost no pattern to it. We are seeing lines, but every now and then the ocean just still going a little slow. We're getting reports that J-Bay's around 4 foot and the swell is lifting. And it looks like that's going to be an official result with Alejo Muniz and Billy Stearman. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll call Brad Bricknell and Greg Swart into the studio. We trust that you're enjoying the Ballito Pro with us.
Well, it's a beautiful winter's day here on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Thanks for joining us for the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside South African surfing legend, ASP Africa former champion, and we're going to get into a lot more of your history here on Ballito. Greg Swart, it's a great pleasure to have you on the set here this afternoon.
Thank you, Brad. Great to be here.
Of course, we've seen round one action get underway here today, the second day of the waiting period here at Ballito Bay, and we're getting deep into that first round, trying to go as far as we can today, taking advantage of those conditions on offer. We woke up this morning with a high tide, and that caused a few slower heats, Greg, but now you can see with that southwesterly breeze kicking in and the tide going out, a few more opportunities have presented themselves throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Giggs alluded to something interesting. We've had an east-southeast swell, and now we've got the winds coming out the south and the southwest. So what that means, it'll start cutting into those lines. So we saw some longer lines in the morning. It's starting to split the peak up a little bit. So back in the day, we called it multiple random peaks. We're starting to see something of that nature coming through, and it's allowed for a lot of variety in the competition.
And speaking of variety, let's have a look at this heat. It's a pretty stacked heat on paper. Thiago Camarao from Brazil up against Ramsey Buchheim from Morocco, as we see Evan Gieselman here from the east coast of the USA getting his heat underway. And of course another surfer in this heat from the US is going to be Crosby Colapinto. So a pretty big heat on paper. A few scores have been locked in, a 4.17 from Ramsey Buchheim. Incidentally also an Olympian seeing surfing on that huge world stage, and Ramsey one of the first to qualify.
Awesome. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's just mind-blowing to see the standard of surfing, Brad, especially, you know, just in this early round. And I think the Olympics did a lot of favors to a lot of people just watching guys like Italo take that thing so serious, you know, and yeah, really good. It's good for the sport. The sport's evolving. It's in great shape.
It's in great shape indeed, and of course the Challenger Series relatively new. We heard Giggs and Tash discussing how the old qualifying series is now sort of morphed into this Challenger Series, and now you have to qualify through the QS to make this Challenger Series for then a shot at the elite leagues on the CT. 10 of these men at the end of the year will qualify for those elite ranks.
Yeah, cheapers, it's wild. I mean, I think back in the day when we used to travel, Brad, I think we did Australia together in '96 with Greg Emsley when Greg was still a rookie campaigner. And I mean, back then the trajectory to make it was difficult. I look at it now and it's just so cutthroat. And I mean, there's guys that don't even know their names. I'm a little bit out of touch, to be honest, but jeepers, the standard of surfing's incredible, and it's heartbreaking in a way. You get winners and losers.
Yeah, and of course this one's got a lot more consequence. No losers around in this one, so you know, a surfer can technically fly halfway around the world and surf a 30-minute heat and have to pack up and go home straight afterwards. So that is the nature of our sport. And Greg, just looking back at your history with this event, you know, looking back to the old Gunston 500 days, you were really instrumental in transitioning this event into the Ballito Pro with the Mr. Price event in between. Just talk us about that history, just while we got a lull in the action.
Yeah, well, the short story is I was marketing and media director for ASP Africa back in '97 through to 2000, and just prior to going into the Mr. Price group, the late great Peter Beness, who we all are deeply indebted to, he wasn't in great health, and at the same time surfing was staring down the barrel of segregated advertising and legislation. So I saw an opportunity to, you know, not only for my new place I was working at, but for longevity for the sport. And Mr. Price had the budget and the inclination, and the rest is history.
It's been an amazing history too, with some highly decorated South African surfers, indeed international surfers, winning this event. As we put our eyes back to the water, this is live action. Evan Gieselman just finding a little right-hander to tag off a couple of turns, and a bit of flurry out the back now too. Here goes Crosby Colapinto. An incredible surfing family. Of course, Griffin Colapinto on the championship tour, having a stellar run this year so far. 24 minutes remaining. We'll keep you updated on those scores. The opening one from Ramsey Buchheim from Morocco, a 4.17. So that's been the highlight of the early exchanges. But we are standing by on scores to come in from blue and green. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Swart for the call. Greg, you also had a very decorated pro surfing career. Just talk to us about you know, as a South African pro surfer, there were a lot of challenges back in the day for you guys to make it big on that world stage, and in many ways yourself, along with your peers, were instrumental in pioneering what is the pathway for the South African surfers today. to find themselves on the championship tour. Guys like Emsley and Geordie Smith, to name a few, Rosie Hodge, you know, Paul Canning. You guys really laid the pathway for those guys to come through.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think back then it was difficult. Travel was expensive from South Africa. You know, there was all sorts of, gosh, I'm lost for words, sanctions. You know, you couldn't get visas very easy for some places. So, you know, for me, I was one of those guys I think had a lot more losses than wins. You were talking earlier about traveling around the world losing. I remember my campaign with you in '96. I lost round before the money 6 heats in a row, and I was suicidal. In actual fact, I didn't surf the last 2 events because I just couldn't handle the failure. I just was like, I'm not doing it. I don't have the emotional capacity for it.
Yeah, it is a brutal reality, especially when you're so far from home. And you know, people do look at the glamorous side of pro surfing, I guess. You know, especially now with the oncome or the advent of social media, it all looks like a pretty glamorous life from the outside. But they're, you know, listening to some of the surfers' stories, people have arrived here without their surfboards this week. Planes have been delayed for 2 or 3 days. Their clothes and bags haven't rocked up, and some of these guys have been on tour for the last few months and haven't been home.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. There's just so much to deal with, and I think that's one of the things, you know, you look at golf, you look at athletics, there's a lot of variables which don't sort of change. Surfing's always got that, do you get your second or third wave, you know?
Here we go, this is Tiago Kamarayo. Nice little floater section there, and a bit of an exclamation point on that closeout turn from the natural footer from Brazil. Currently in 4th place. Just a couple of sub 1.5 rides to get things going for him, so that'll be his best score to date. 22 minutes remaining. And looking at Ramsey Buchheim in second, looking for a 0.63, but it's Gieselman, the heat leader, trying to build up some momentum here. Just a couple of low scores though. Buchheim with that high point. He's currently sitting 8th on the Challenger Series rankings, Greg, which means he is currently in qualification mode. Top 10 are going to qualify. He got a 5th and a 17th for his first 2 events, and he's got a vicious backhand attack which could hold him in good stead here, Ballito. Absolutely.
You know, just looking at the Californians, the western east coasters of America, you know, just seeing the guys' skill in really substandard conditions, you know, their body motion serving them well. Kamarayo
now staying busy. Goes for the big air reverse, but it just doesn't quite connect with that landing, so that wave will go incomplete. Still waiting on a couple of scores to drop in, then we're going to give you a situation update with 21 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just really interesting to see, you know, in the smaller conditions how, you know, these guys, you know, it doesn't matter to them, they just go at it really hard. And what's also been interesting in our era and generation, you got really bummed out when the wind blew, and these guys just take to flight. You know, I've never done one aerial in my whole life. I think I tried once and I landed on my fins on a twin fin in the bay bowl, and that was it. I just didn't have the courage to go it again. So I was, you know, definitely on the rail game. That was what I used to enjoy, and bigger waves, bigger boards. But it's just lovely to see these guys, you know, just so much speed, really tight, and just making use of every opportunity for scores.
That's so true. Now it looks like the Floridian is staying really busy in this heat. Lots of lateral speed across that section, then a nice vertical finish to close that out nice and powerfully too there from Gieselman. So he is your heat leader, sitting on a pair of, well, 2 high 2-point rides. Ramsey Buchheim still looking for his second scoring wave. He's currently in second, Colapinto in third, and Kamarayo in fourth, but we are waiting on a couple of scores to drop. 20 minutes remaining. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Soros-Swart for the call. What a pleasure to call a couple of heats with you this afternoon, Greg, as we're seeing a flurry of action come through. I do want to talk to you real quick. We'll just pause that hold that thought rather, as Ramsey taking off there. He gets one of those backhand attack turns in. Greg, you've been living out here at Ballito Bay since 2007. You were a townie before that.
Yep.
But wow, it's a really special part of the world, isn't it?
It's amazing. You know, I got the good fortune of being best friends with Chris Van Lennep and Pierre Tosti in the early 80s. And Chris was still learning how to be a water photographer, and Pierre and I were his guinea pigs. And I remember my first time coming up here, I screamed so badly, I thought my throat was going to bleed. It was 4 to 6 and draining, and it was actually barreling in front of the takeoff points of the rocks. And we got out there at 6:15, and it went from 4 to 6 to 6 to 8 with the odd set of 10 feet, and no one could get out, and the tide drained, and it blew offshore to 1 o'clock. So, you know, hopefully Friday, Saturday, Sunday delivers the goods, and yeah, Ballito just really does light up, you know.
Incredible part of the world, and of course being the host to these QS and Challenger Series events for some time now. And of course we have the big CT event, the Championship Tour event going to be taking place down at Super Tubes in Jeffreys Bay in the coming weeks. That waiting period starts next week as we see surfers in the next heat, Timothy Bissou from France starting to warm up in that contest area. And Greg, something that a lot of people maybe don't know is that you wear a couple of hats while you're here in Ballito. You've been in charge of logistics operations as well, and been quite instrumental in actually setting up this contest area we're having a look at.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. There's a lot I'm bad at, but I have a certain way of thinking logically. I'm bad with maths and numbers, but yeah, you know, these events, you know, they can't happen without a great team of people, so I'm kind of like a music conductor. There's a lot of talented, good people, and, you know, everybody just brings a bit of logic to the table. This year we've made the competitors area bigger, so, you know, we've acknowledged the fact that, you know, you always want to improve anything in life, right? You know, everything's in a constant state of evolution, and this event is evolving, and it's been great. We've had good feedback from competitors and officials.
Okay, having a look at a little split peak situation over here. It looks like there was Thiago Kamiyama who opted for that left-hander. He was in second priority before that decision. I'll give you a quick update on those scores. 17.5 minutes remaining in this one. It is Evan Gieselman out in the lead. Thiago Kamiyama in second place, looking for a 2.73 to go into first. And then we have, well, that has just changed in front of our eyes as some scores have come in. We'll hold that thought. A big turn on the outside here from Gieselman, kicking up a lot of spray on that first turn, and managed to get a second turn in there for a great little two-turn combination. He's dropped into second place momentarily because Crosby Colapinto's score has dropped in. It was a 5.0 on his last one, so now it's Colapinto over Gieselman. Kamiyama in third, looking for a 2.73, and Ramsey Buchheim looking to lock in a second meaningful score of around 2.83. So pretty still close heat, Greg, there for third and fourth. And first and second starting to really sort of stamp the authority on this one now. Yeah,
100%. I must say I'm really impressed with Evan. Just got that nice sort of low center of gravity, hand on the front of the board, just gets the tail drift off the top there. Lots of speed, looking really clean, looking effortless, you know. I think unfortunately I was always one of those guys that sometimes overpowered and overtried when it was small, and I think, you know, you gag a little bit, and he's just got that nice delicate balance, you know, with the weight transition between the front and the back foot. Here we see Morgan Siblick getting himself ready in the athlete's deck, and yeah, just good to see Brad. Just noticed how athletic these people all are now, you know. Yeah, really great.
It's almost a different sport to when you and I were competing back in the day. Even just looking at equipment, how different it is. And of course, Morgan, what an incredible rookie year he had on the championship tour. Made the WSL Final 5 at Trestles, you know, in his rookie year. So an incredible achievement. Fell off at the mid-year cut on the championship tour, and that's why we're seeing him here. And I think that's been our gain, because he's a great surfer, great character, and we'll see him coming up in the next heat.
I really enjoyed his movie. I forget the name of it, but it was just hysterical.
That was it, yeah. It was hilarious.
He just flared up, didn't he? You know, he was like someone had kind of never heard of him. And like I said, I'm out of touch. I'm not the guy for the best of all these opinions, you know. But gosh, man, he really came on steam, and he ended up in the top 5, right?
Yeah, he did in the top 5 in his first year, and then had an incredible run all the way to Trestles in the Final 5. Knocked out early in that process, but certainly made a big name for himself. And a lot of people didn't know who Morgan Siblick was at the beginning of the year. They certainly knew he was by the time Trestles rolled around at the end of the year. So 15 minutes remaining in this one. Colapinto leads, Gieselman second, Kamiyama third, Buchheim fourth. Ramsey just locked in a 1.70 for his second wave, so he's looking to really back up that 4.17. He's got second priority, and this is something that's I think a big change in these 4-man heats from the qualifying series, Greg, is the introduction of 4-man priority, just really giving the surfers the opportunity to catch more waves and let the surfing do the talking. And this man's letting his surfing do the talking right now. Nice clean air reverse for Gieselman. He wants that first place back. He's found an inside connection, very rare over the last few heats, looking for that 4.11, and nice bit of flair there by the Floridian.
I find that irritating, I've got to be honest. It's just irritating. I mean, you know, just to even try and get speed on that wave and get going. You know, I'm not trashing the conditions. These guys make it look really easy. I can tell you it's not easy out there. And yeah, just effortless, nice and calm. And I think what I've noticed with this sort of, call it new generation of athletes, I think a lot of them have personal coaches, personal trainers and stuff. And you just watch the replay with Evan here, just look at the speed he generates there, just so smooth and easy. And yeah, like I said, absolutely irritating.
Especially for us who weigh around 90 kgs and struggle to get anywhere in the air. I'm like you, I prefer the rail game, but I can certainly appreciate and I love watching the innovation and the technical aspect coming into the air game, especially when you've got to apply it inside these 30-minute windows. You know, free surfing is one thing, you can spend all day trying to land one of these airs, but you know, these a lot of these surfers have got it down to an art. They can pull it out the bag whenever they need it.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And you know, funny, just looking at Crosby Colapinto here, you know, watching Crosby, you know, with Griffin in Hawaii, and just he looks like a really big guy. I've never met him, but he looks, you know, upwards of 6 foot something. And just watching how easy those guys are pulling into heavy pipe and backdoor and stuff, and then just to see him, you know, boosting a nice solid 5, you know, second highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So yeah,
yeah, incredible, incredible family, the Colapinto family, and yeah, welcome to our family here on the set. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Swart for the call. It's great to have your company here for day 2 of the waiting period, day 1 of competition, and we're watching a great heat unfold here with Evan Gisselman, Crosby Colapinto, Tiago Camarao and Ramsey Buchheim. And Greg, it's great to have your insights. You've been coming here for a long time. Like I said before, you've really paved the way for a lot of you know, South African pro surfing to get to where it has today. So I kind of want to just say thank you. Thank you for what you did back in the day.
Thank you, that's very kind, I appreciate it.
It's day 1 of competition. Like I said, we're going to be going all the way through to finals day on Sunday. Greg, the forecast looks pretty promising. We had a lay day yesterday, but the forecast for the rest of the week looks really interesting. We're probably not going to see anything smaller than today for the rest of the waiting period.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, chatting to Travis this morning, I think Travis made a really good call yesterday. The whole competitors' deck erupted with applause when he decided to go into a lay day. And Travis is really sharp at that, you know, and he never just cancels. He always just pushes his calls out and watches the drain and the push. And yeah, so I think, you know, Travis the commissioner, everyone's in good hands, and the forecast looks like it's playing ball.
Yeah, so good. Of course, we're so blessed to have someone of Travis's caliber here, a former professional surfer himself on the championship tour, and been surfing the stretch of coast since he was a Grom as well. So really good to have him and some insights. We're going to take a short break here from the set. When we come back, it's going to be the final 11 minutes of heat number 7 of the round of 96. It's great to have your company. We'll see you right after this.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore.
Calm yourself
You
down.
know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher.
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful afternoon here on sunny KwaZulu-Natal coast, and welcome back to all the action here from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. I'm Brad Bricknell alongside Greg Swart for the call. Greg, it's been great to get underway. Lay day yesterday, and some really fun and contestable conditions now, particularly as that tide has rolled out.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, Brad, what you're going to notice today, Ballito, in my experience, really likes the push. It doesn't like a very high tide. It becomes a bit of a swimming pool, especially around on the main rocks. And funny enough, in the 3 weeks of setting up the event, I was pacing up and down the beach while the scaffolding was slowly going up, and everything kind of happens at snail's pace. And there was just no sand around the main rocks. No sand whatsoever. Wow. And then we had 2 big swells back to back, and it just fixed it up. So what you'll notice on the pushing tide, it'll get to a point where it'll grow in size, it'll push, a lot more energy behind it, and then it'll get too full. But I think by then we'll be done and dusted.
Let's bring you up to date with the heat situation. 9 minutes remaining. It is Evan Gisselman out in the front. with Crosby Colapinto in second, looking for a 5.01. Tiago Kamiyama in third place with priority, looking for a 6.40. And then Ramsey Buchheim in the fourth position, looking for a 6.5. He's got a solid 4.17, but he struggled to find that backup score. 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. We see Cole Hauschman from San Clemente, California. He's getting ready for the next heat. Another tall, goofy footer. Oh, sorry, not a goofy footer, another tall surfer, should I say. Looking at Evan Gieselman. Great to see these guys coming out and competing here. A lot of surfers from the US and Hawaii on show here, and a great spectacle for the South African surfers and the fans to really be exposed to some of the world's best surfers.
That's exactly right, and I think, as we all know, COVID starved us all to death emotionally, financially, whatever else it did. And one of the things is just not being able to see, you know, live international sport, you know, and it's been great to see surfing back in Ballito.
There we go, Ramsey just digging a rail on that sort of transitional floater for wave number 3, looking to drop that 1.7. He's in fourth place, the Olympian. He needs a pretty solid score, 6.50, to put him into that advancing position. Representing Morocco, North Africa. And yeah, it's been actually great to see a lot of the WCL's initiatives to grow surfing on the continent of Africa. We're seeing surfers from Senegal, up that west coast, Angola, a lot of talent and a lot of waves being showcased up there, with talk of a lot of QS events there in the future.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think, you know, for me, like anything, if you build a house, you need a foundation, and I think your regional events in all the different locations are really important. So back in the ASP Africa days, before we got umbrella sponsorship back then from Vodacom, we had a regional tour, and it started getting really healthy, and it gave the guys a lot of opportunity to compete and get experience, and it's a building block into, you know, the rest of the high league.
Yeah, no, great. So we saw a bunch of the Senegalese surfers coming down and watching the first few days of the event, competing in the junior series. So yes, a super opportunity. We see, well, this is a pair that I've been really interested to watch. Zach Hideman coming up next, and of course Hans Hideman, one of the incredible professional surfers who came out here in the early days. Big wave surfer from Hawaii, but did well in places like Outacom in Cape Town at the Spurs Stake Run surfer bouts, and amazing to see this in the next generation now coming through, Greg.
Yeah, amazing. I remember Hans well. Hans actually won the Gunston, if my memory serves me well. I'm 99.9% certain. And yeah, I surfed against him in Cape Town. I got beheaded by him there. Big comic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
really, really good guy. Solid guy, Hans.
Yes, we spoke to M.I. Kalani developed a little bit earlier on today, and just really speaking about that resurgence, if you will, of the Hawaiian surfers. There's been a little while since we've seen such a big crop of Hawaiians coming onto the tour on the men's and the women's side, and great to see now Zach putting his hand up to be included in that pack.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they don't call it the Sport of Kings for nothing. You know, Hawaii just being, call it the birthplace of the sport, and you know, as a locale, it's just got so much legacy behind it, and I think that's why, as a haole, you just don't rock up there and paddle out and get clever. You got to behave yourself. You got to know what you're doing, you know. And like you said, just good to see the generations coming through.
Absolutely right. Well, looks like Ramsey has changed gears. A 6.10 for his second last ride team. He's jumped up into third place now, and he's lowered that requirement of 4.57 is now what he needs to go into advancing position. Colapinto still in second. He needs a 5.01. Gieselman holding down the lead, and Tiago Kamiyama, he's the man in white on your screen. He has priority, meaning he's basically got first dibs on any wave that comes through. You'll see him maybe exercise that right here. Decides against it though. Looking at the scoring potential on that one, it looks like it was the right decision, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's so great you were talking about priority. You know, back in our day, there wasn't such a thing, and you had to hustle. And I remember in the Gunston one year having 3 Brazilians in my heat, and they realized that one of them had to lose, and I definitely was going to lose with one of those guys. And I started off, I think, with a 9 in that heat, and I never got another wave.
Wow.
I ended up standing in the shore break. I nearly burst into tears. I was ankle deep in the shore break, and there was a Brazilian guy standing next to me. I felt like hitting him on the head with my surfboard.
It was one of those brutal things that's been amazing to see change, and it's all about kind of giving every surfer the opportunity to perform on the best waves. And I think the 4-man priority has been a great inclusion to the rules. 4 minutes to go in this one. Situation is still the same. And we are seeing a bit of jockeying and positioning over here. Tiago Kamiyama as the opening, or the priority, should I say, rather. And the thing in front of him is that 6.4 scoreline. He's trying to hammer down. But with 4 minutes remaining, we're talking about scoreboard pressure, but when you add to that time pressure, things really start to compress.
It's crazy, you know, it's amazing how quickly the sands of time drain out, man. It's just, you know, you look again, you think 20 minutes, and it just whizzes by. So, yeah, it's, you know, there's still a lot of time. There's 3.5 minutes, and it's going to be very interesting to see Ramsey looking for 4.57. One of Evans' best wave score counting rides was a 4.57. So, yeah, he can do it, and it's anybody's game. So Ramsey with a nice 6.10 in his arsenal there. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, the challenge for Ramsey has got 4th priority. So Crosby Colapinto in the green right next to him has 2nd priority. So Crosby can effectively hold him off here, and he does. A good use of priority there from Colapinto. Maybe not the greatest way, but certainly a strategic move from Crosby. But he's actually finished that wave really nicely with a series of 2 nicely controlled turns to finish that wave down.
Yeah, no, I think he did well there. And, you know, you can see he's a big man. And, you know, that wave did look effortless. You know, you could see he was under pressure to make it happen. He delivered the goods. And I know I'm not a judge. I'd be the worst judge in the world, because if I like your style, you're getting points. If I don't like you, you're not getting points.
Yeah, well, fortunately we've got 5 judges on the panel, and at any given time, and they all write down their score for the heat. The highest and the lowest scores are dropped off, and then the middle 3 are averaged out for your wave score, and then your top 2 wave scores are the ones that count towards your final heat total. Of course, the highest heat total goes on to take the win. And looks like we've got a, well, looking at that scoreline on the screen, your graphic there, you'll see there actually is a tie in the water right now. Gieselman and Colapinto tied on 10.67 points, but it is Gieselman with the highest scoring wave, the 6.10, which gives him that lead. Here's Tiago.
Nice tail slide for Tiago. Look at the rail-to-rail transition, really easy. That board looks really clean. You know, I'd really like to see him on that board. Here we see Colapinto's replay. You see managing to get 1 turn in there, backs it up with another, and finishes off with the 3rd. So for those of you who don't really know too much about the sport, the name of the game is finishing your rides cleanly and coming out of them. So, you know, it's got to be like a well-polished deck, start to finish, and yeah, it's really important. So I think he did well there. He got 3 turns in.
Minute 30 seconds left on the clock. Gieselman leads, Colapinto 2nd. Burkett in 2nd priority now, still requiring a 4.57. And Kamaraia looking for a 6.40. So time pressure really showing now as Kamaraia having a look at that one. But we're going to pay attention now to Colapinto. Nice 2-turn combination there. He's going to ride out cleanly. Looking for the 5.01 to put him into 1st. Top 2 will advance out of this heat. Bottom 2 will go home at this point. And here goes Kamaraia, nice big floater over the roof, stabs the 2nd section up with a big spray, and that wave sort of tapers off. He likes the look of that one with only 50 seconds on the clock, Greg. It's a 6.40 ask for him to get through.
Wow, man. Yeah, sure. I don't even have an opinion on that, but I tell you what, I think he surfed that wave brilliantly. It'll be interesting to see the way the cat jumps on that one, but what a great surfer. Easy on the eye, and I hope we get to see him further down the competition, especially on that board.
Yeah, he's looking nice and smooth, particularly in that in the transition between that big floater and the big vertical stab. Square bottom turn. He's staying busy now as he's looking for another opportunity, another up and over section for Kamaraia, but that one's going to shut down a little quicker. 15 seconds remaining, so this is right on the wire for Ramsey if he wants to find that score, and we still are waiting for that last score to come through for Kamaraia. With 5 seconds to go, we're going to leave the judges with the work to do as this heat will play out. That is it officially called now. The heat is over, but we are still standing by on some scores. Looks like Gieselman's coming in at a 3.77. That's not going to go into his top 2. We are waiting for scores to come through from Kamaraia, and Colapinto locked in that 4.37, doesn't go into his top 2. So what we're seeing over here looks like it's going to be Gieselman and Colapinto, and Buchheim and Kamaraia probably going to be in that 3rd and 4th slot. So we'll bring you confirmation of that result after a short break. It's great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company. Brad Bricknell here alongside former pro surfer, South African legend and all-round nice guy, Greg Spot.
I need more friends like you.
Well, it's great to be calling a couple of heats with you this afternoon, Greg. We saw a cracker of a heat go down in that last one. Still waiting for the confirmation of those results, and we'll bring them through to you shortly. But we've got another great one lined up. Former Championship Tour surfer Morgan Sibulik in the seat. We spoke about him previously, one of the most exciting prospects to come out of Australia, and we're going to see him in action here this afternoon up against Cole Houshman, Timothy Bisu and Zach Hideman as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a loaded heater. Yeah.
Super loaded heat, and it is underway. Looks like those scores are now confirmed from that last heat. So 5.27 was locked in from Kamiyama. It wasn't going to be enough for him, and the winner of that heat is Evan Gieselman. And Crosby Colapinto got into second place there. So unfortunately for Ramsey and Tiago, they are out of the event at this stage. And we can now focus our attention on the heat in the water, which is heat number 8 of round number 1, day 2 of the waiting period, day 1 of competition. Travis Logie from Tours and Competition called the event on this morning. The women's are having a lay day, and we're going to try to press through to at least 16 heats today. So full day of competition, Greg.
Yeah, good. Okay, while this heat's getting underway, and I know we're not talking about women's surfing just yet, but I just can't help myself to say that, you know, over the span of time of just my involvement in pro surfing, I think for me the most exciting growth points has been what's been happening in women's surfing. You know, just, you know, everything that's been going on from, you know, the pay being what it is, and just the standard of surfing. I've seen girls and young girls during the Pro Juniors last, you know, at the start of last week, just really surfing great. And that's what makes this event so great. Men's and ladies, action-packed.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Looking forward to seeing the women in action soon. No priority at the beginning of this heat, so it looks like it's going to be Timothy Bisu, the goofy footer from France, trying to grab that left-hander. Big, powerful turn to get things going, and just comes undone on that final little turn, but showing a lot of aggression in that paddle. Those goofy footers, they love their left-handers. And here we go, Zach Hideman, son of Hans Hideman. We were referencing him before, one of the standouts from Hawaii from that era, and also a former winner here, we believe, at the Gunston 500, Greg.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So like we're saying, this is a legacy event, and Giggs alluded to it earlier. There's a toss-up between Bells and Durban Ballito, but at the end of the day, it's just great to see all these new bloods coming through. You know, parents bringing them through. You look at the Moniz family as well. Got to surf in Hawaii in '92 with Tony. You know, watching him from the rip, pulling into that massive barrel he got in the winter of '92 at Sunset. And you know, now to look at the children coming through, and what a great family. And yeah, it's good to see the Hawaiians having a strong presence. And yeah, back then, very interestingly, when the Gunston was in its early days, we only had one Brazilian competing. He wasn't the greatest. He tried really hard. The best guy on earth was Ricardo Bocao.
Oh yes.
And if someone had told me back then the Brazilian storm would be coming, I just couldn't see it. I don't think anybody could. And it's been lovely to see that kick in as well. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Seeing that Brazilian surge, and looking forward to seeing a few more of those surfers take to the water here as the event rolls on in Brazil. Morgan Sibulik, as we said before, he's a former Rookie of the Year on the Championship Tour. Had an incredible first year on that tour, making the final 5 at Trestles, and then unfortunately fell off at the mid-year cut this year on the Championship Tour, but he is inside that cut line, currently sitting number 9 on the Challenger Series, as we see Cole Houshman. He's the big man from San Clemente, sometimes referred to as the Iceman. This guy is super cool and calm under pressure, and you can see he's got a solid backhand attack, and he's made it all the way through to the inside little section over here for a few extra tags, for hopefully some extra points for the man from San Clemente, California.
Yeah, well, another little bit of interesting trivia. Back then, length of ride was just such a criteria, and I know it's, you know, it's all changed, but just nice to see guys getting the reform connection and you know, linking up the sections. And yeah, he's really smooth. You can see that Californian pedigree coming through, really effortless in the smaller conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I've watched him commentate at a few events where he's surfed in Huntington Beach under pressure, and he can pull scores out the bag. He's got an air reverse on him as well. So looking forward to seeing Cole perform in this heat. Morgan Sibulik, originally from that Yamba and Gowrie area, been living in the Newcastle zone for a little while. Great, powerful, natural footer. He's really got everything in his bag of tricks. I love seeing him on some really bowly waves, and he'll get his opportunity. But now we're going to follow Zach Hedeman down the line. Wonky little left-hander here for him, so not really finding any opportunity to put those big, impressive maneuvers together.
Yeah, it's really, you know, it's not easy out there, guys. You know, the waves are really contestable, but wave choice is always going to be the name of the game. And on the left-handers, got a little bit of wind coming at you, sometimes can slightly slow you down, or you can use it to your advantage on the rotations. And it's just a matter of getting that sort of right bowl in the reform. But like I was saying earlier, I definitely think the pushing tide's going to do us favors as it sort of like washes through over these banks. And yeah, we set for more good surfing.
Scores coming in now. We'll just keep our eyes on Timothy Bizu, looking alive in this heat. Made a few little errors early on, but did open up with a 4.67. He's then backed it up with a 3.50. So courtesy of those two scores, he's out in front. Here goes Cole Hauschman. Quick little section, does well to get up and over that first section. He's currently in second place. His opening wave at 3.50. And then we have Hedeman and Sibilik sitting in third and fourth. Zach Hedeman hasn't quite got out of the gates yet in terms of some scores. And Morgan Sibilik now sitting with priority, waiting for his opening wave. Greg, you surfed many a heat. How does the psychology of not getting a quick start play into it when you've seen your competitors really rack scores on the board?
Well, I think it's different for different people, but I know myself and Frankie Oberholzer, one of the world's greatest free surfers back in the day in the 90s, Frankie and I shared one thing in common. If we didn't get a wave in the first couple of minutes, we just struggled emotionally, you know. And some people are able to hold it together. Like Tom Curran, I believe, has a stat where over 80% of his heat wins were in the last 30 seconds. So if you reverse that, technically he was losing 80% of the time until the last 30 seconds. Now, I would have vomited everywhere. I would have gone into cardiac arrest. And he managed to pull it out the bag.
Yeah, different temperaments will handle those situations differently. Timothy Bisu is the man that's staying busy in this heat. That was his wave number 5 already. But he has a couple of fairly decent scores locked in.
Brad, I'll tell you, when I was setting up the event site, he definitely, I recognize his style. I don't know a lot of these guys. He got here early, and when we had those big waves, he just on his backhand on the sort of 4 to 6 conditions was just so clean, you know, no double pumps off the bottom. Reminded me just of Akalupo, the great Mark Akalupo. And he's really got a chunky set of legs on him, that boy. You can see really strong. And yeah, let's see what happens in this heat. He's currently leading the heat at the moment. And I think given his stature, he'd be somebody that you'd have to keep your eye on as the waves start pumping.
Yeah, nice low center of gravity as Timothy Bisu. And you referenced that backhand attack, and incidentally he's been favouring the left-handers in this heat, and I'm just wondering whether, you know, that wind coming from, you know, right to left across the screen, the southerly, whether that might be a factor for the airs, but we'll see how we go. 23 minutes remaining in this heat. We are teeing up the winner of that last heat, Evan Gieselman, and he's on the sidelines now for this post-heat interview.
I'm standing alongside the winner of heat number 7 in the round of 96 at the Ballito Pro, Evan Gieselman, representing the USA, taking the win out there. A 6.1 as the score coming through that really factored in a big way for you in your heat. For me, advancing through your first round of the Challenger Series, how does it feel? South Africa's definitely on your side right now.
Yeah, I'm staying with Twiggy, and we've been scoring really fun waves leading up to this event. I've been here for like almost 5 days now, 5 or 6 days. So, yeah, when I showed up down here, that was actually my first surf at the comp site. I surfed all around it, but yeah, that was my first heat advancement for this year. So it was definitely a big one. That heat was pretty, had some big names in it, and it was hard out there, as you can see. That was a good heat on paper, but it was really hard to get going.
Yeah, I think every heat is hard with the Challenger Series, but stoked that you could be out early, get some fun waves in. You look like you're in a really good headspace, and we should be getting better conditions throughout the week. So good luck, and if you want to say anything back home to your family and friends, it's your chance.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And yeah, my fiance is probably watching. Maddie, hello. My mom, my dad, my brother, everyone back in New Smyrna or Florida, America, everyone that's supporting me. Thank you guys, and yeah, hope to talk to you again.
All the best, Evan Geiselman. We'll see him in the next round of the Ballito Pro 2022, presented by O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you, Tasha. Just in time to see Morgan Sibulik just close down what looks to be his first wave at the 21-minute mark. 30-minute heats in this round of 96, a 4-man heat. So Morgan being quite selective in the early stages, and we'll see how that score factors into his early strategy. And he might have a look a little left here on the way back out again. He surfed yesterday afternoon on the left. He was doing some really big turns. That's not going to be one of them. But at least Morgan now is alive and kicking in this heat. Greg Swart alongside myself, Brad Bricknell, for the call. Great to have your company here from the host set in Ballito Bay. And Timothy Bisu is taking out the early lead here, courtesy of a 4.67 and 3.5. Cole Hausman in second. Zach Hederman in third, and Morgan Sibulik just waiting on 2 scores to drop in for him. And 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We're coming down to low tide, Greg, at around 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's around 12 p.m. or just before here local time. Is there a bit of a lull that happens on that dead low tide? What can we expect in the next hour?
Yeah, you know what, it's interesting you pointed that out, Brad. You sometimes get a 40-minute period where it can go either way. You know, it can just sort of just lull out, or it can start to, you know, when the tide's right at the edge of that drain. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But yeah, I personally, I like surfing on the push. Need all the help you can get. Yep. And yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting heat.
Just under 20 minutes remaining. Shout out to Morgan's crew, Frankie and the boys, no doubt watching this from down under a little bit later in the afternoon or early evening down that side now. Hope you guys have been getting some waves back at home.
Yeah, see what's interesting, Timothy Bizot from France, no stranger to the beach breaks of France. I mean, what a great destination for surf, and just very interesting, you know, the difference between the reef and the beach breaks. And yeah, we see Morgan on that early right-hander he got, nice punch off the bottom, lovely turn off the top, a lot of spray, puts another one in straight away. So yeah, that's good to see him pack in 2 tight turns quickly there.
Yeah, and this is the replay of Timothy Beezer with that low center of gravity, Greg.
Wow, so he got the nice reverse in there, and yeah, you can see the big guy making it through onto the inside connection. You can see he's committed, he's milking it for whatever it's worth, and that was a really, really well executed rotation there.
18 minutes 45 on the clock. Biso out in front, still waiting on a couple of scores to drop in, particularly for Morgan Sibulik. So let's see how that factors into the equation. He does need around a 5.67, but he's got 2 scores to drop in. So that will change as those get logged in by the panel of international judges.
Yeah, Brad, like I was saying, the beach break story was living in Fiji for nearly 3 years, and got there not very familiar with reef breaks. You know, we've got Cave Rock here and had a stint in Hawaii and stuff like that, but generally spent, you know, 45 years riding sandbars, and then getting to cloud break was a whole different adjustment. I'm terrified of that wave. It's scarier than pipe for sure. It gets bigger and faster and shallower down the line, and surfing out there with my kids, Seaton and Byron, 24 and 21 respectively, you know, as a parent, it's worrying, you know, watching some of the stuff that they were doing out there.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, yeah, Cloudbreak has been host to many a championship tour event on the CT, and of course we're back to G-Land this year too. So a lot of those reef breaks, and it is an interesting point you bring up. There's a lot of surfers that grow up surfing beach breaks that really have to learn how to attack those point breaks and those slabs, those ledge waves. Thinking about Chopu in particular, and then conversely the other way around, those who grew up surfing the point breaks like myself in East London really had to kind of change my headspace to come surf you know, mushy beach break waves in a lot of those QS events.
Yeah, funny, back in the day when I used to coach Simon Nicholson, Davey Weir, Travis Logie, Sean Gosman, Warwick Wright, good crew, Ricky Bassnett, I remember taking them down to South Beach, Durban one time, and they were just so bummed out I was making them surf there. And I wouldn't let them get out the water till they did their best, and they used to beg me to go down there to surf the small waves. And it's just picking up on what you were saying. If you can make it happen when it's small, you can make it happen when it's anything after that. Yeah. And it really serves you in good stead. So he scored that opening ride for Morgan coming through to 5.5. So if my eyes are serving me well, it's the highest scoring ride of the heat so far.
Yeah, their patience really paying off for Morgs as we have eyes now on Zach Heerdeman. He's also looking to just lock in his first meaningful score. Just a 0.5 and a 1.93. Currently sitting in that 4th place. But yeah, back to Morgan. 5.5. We saw that nice vertical hit on that opening turn, and then the second nice closeout turn, giving him that 2-turn combination. And here he is up and riding again. Nice little opening gaff, and powerful and solid on his feet. That sharp high looking sharp under his feet. And he's found himself in 2nd place after that exchange. Still waiting on that next score to factor in, and it's going to come into his top 2. Greg is only holding on to a 0.87 as his 2nd score, so looking for a 3.24 to go into the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So Morgan's looking really relaxed. You know, can see all that experience kicking through. So, you know, making it's one thing, having to remake it's another thing, and he looks really calm and relaxed. Got a lot of experience, so nice to see. So yeah, be interesting to see what happens with that last score, and yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the stars of one of the episodes on the Apple Plus series Make or Break, produced by Box to Box and the World Surf League, and he's an absolute character. If you haven't checked it out, go on to Apple TV and yeah, look up Make or Break, and yeah, make sure you keep your eyes out for Morgan Siblic's episode. Really entertaining, and equally entertaining is his last wave too, at 4.33. So his patience has paid off. Greg has gone from 4th to 1st in the last few minutes. Timothy Bisu has now dropped down to 2nd, looking for a 5.17, and then Cole Hausman and Zach Heerdeman got some work to do. Hausman requires a 5.24 and Heerdeman a 5.57. Plenty of time left, just under that 15-minute mark. And Greg, this wind sort of kicked in sort of around mid-morning from the south-southwest direction.
Yeah.
Do we see this wind calming down in the afternoon? Have we got some threat of onshore later on today? What's the go with the wind?
I don't believe we're going to be seeing any onshore. I think if anything, as we start getting closer to the afternoon, 2 things could happen. This could either back off or it could intensify a little bit. I'm not too sure. Personally, I think it might stay very similar all day, but what it will do is when the tide starts to push and the wind's behind it, we'll definitely get that surge, and I think it's going to serve us well.
Yeah, looking forward to that pushing tide. Let's have a close look at this paddle over here. Heerdeman got 2nd priority, holds off Timothy Bisu in 4th priority. Gets a nice little opening top turn to start that one off, and got a closeout section here to work with as well. So a lot better there for Zach Heerdeman, although his body language maybe suggests otherwise. A bit of frustration coming in there for Zach, but probably his best score so far, Greg.
Yeah, definitely. You could read the body language quite clearly. Personally, I think he might need to change it up a bit and go and look for a right, being on his forehand. So here we see Cole paddling into this one.
Yeah, he's going to utilize the backhand over here. Nice vertical crack, kicking up a lot of spray on that opening turn. Almost a carbon copy of one of his previous rides there from Cole. He's in that 3rd place, looking for a 5.24. I believe it was the 3.5 that he got on a very similar wave earlier. So Morgan Siblick utilizing all that experience now, locked in the 2 scores that sees him out in front and with priority. So a pretty commanding position now, and he can really play this heat smartly now with 13 minutes to go, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like a nice set building up. I think Morgs has seen it. Looks like it could be coming through a right-hander for him. Let's see how it pans out. And yeah, I think, you know, definitely your nerves start to settle when you get 2 counters, you know, especially 1 over 5. So Morgs will be looking to ditch a 4.33 here. Look at the bowl on this thing, Brad.
Here we go, the heat leader, Morgan Siblick from Australia. Up and over that first section. Watch for the big carve. There's the front side wrap to rebound. And that wave goes into that deeper water and kicks out of that one. So yeah, Morgan looking nice and alive. And watch Cole Hausman go to the air. Beautiful, smooth little reverb, but unfortunately couldn't ride out of that one. A bit of turbulence in the white water there, just tripping him up. And that score coming in, we're still waiting on that previous wave of Cole Hausman to come in there, Greg. So the requirement of 5.24, 12 minutes on the clock.
Okay, yeah, awesome. So I'll tell you what's really going to throw the cat here is Morgan's last wave. Be interesting to see how that award. I think his rail-to-rail transition was great there. Here
we go, some live action. Zach Heerdeman again finding a left-hander that didn't give him any scoring opportunity. And Craig Swart suggesting he might go look for a right-hander out there. It has been Morgan Siblick and Cole Hausman have found a couple of good right-handers. Bisu's found the lefts, and scores are coming in right across the board now. Siblick will maintain his lead 4.33 on his last. Still a couple of scores to drop in. Bisu second. Houshman still looking for that 4.15. So a bit of work to be done with 11.5 to go. Wind's kicking in. Lunchtime's kind of happening. The crowds are filling in. Greg, we saw some amazing crowds here over the weekend for the Pro Junior events that lead in to the Challengers Series. And it is school holidays here still, so I think we're going to see a pretty packed crowd lock in from a South African crowd point of view later on this week.
Absolutely. I mean, these been teenage girls in bikinis from like 6:30 in the morning. I definitely think there's a strategy at play there. But yeah, the beach has been wall to wall, and yeah, it's great to see everybody coming down. The Ballito community is really a community. And look at the replay here for Timothy going down the line, getting a lot of speed there. He's looking for the big air reverse.
Wow.
And he sticks it.
Almost a full rotation there. We'll take another look at that one, and here goes Houshman on the right-hander.
Yeah, there we see that nice opening Rio, nice and calm, hanging onto it, getting a little tail drift over there. I love seeing that sort of thing. Evan did it in the heat before, just getting those, you know, the tail nice and loose there, just that controlled drift. And I find that pretty sexy watching backhanders do that. It seems like the goofies are better at that than the regular footers, if I'm honest.
Yeah, just ask them. They'll tell you. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We saw a huge rotation locked down there from Timothy Bisu, waiting on those scores to be locked in. And Cole Houshman split that peak with Bisu, so interesting to see which is going to score. Obviously, that rotation was a pretty big one. Almost no revert. Did the full rotation all the way around. There's been a lot of talk between the full rotation airs and the air reverses. Greg, when you rotate out 180 and then revert out, that was a full rotation, and exciting to see what that score might come through. We'll have to wait until after the break. We're going to take a short hiatus here from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. When we come back, it's going to be all the scores and all the action from Heat 8 of the day. 9 minutes remaining. We'll see you right after this.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to Ballito Bay. Of course, you're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are in the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Swart for the call. Greg, it's been a pleasure calling heats with you. We've seen some hi-fi action in that last little flurry before we went to break, and still waiting on some of those scores to drop in. But it's been we've seen a bit more opportunity now with that lower tide, some more vertical face, which means some more vertical surfing as opposed to what we saw earlier this morning.
Absolutely. I think the guys have all been really busy in this heat. So, you know, if you look at Timothy sitting on 9 waves, Morgan on 6. So there's been a lot of waves going on out there, and guys have really been throwing themselves at it. And yeah, it's definitely looked like a two-turn setup. You know, if you can get 2 turns on the clean and you know, manage to finish them nice and smoothly and ride them out, you're starting to get into that early 5s sort of zone. So yeah, I'll be very interested to see last of Timothy Bisu's wave coming in. Score's starting to drop for that now. We'll give that to you as soon as it comes in. So I'm seeing some nice numbers.
All right, there goes Morgan Sibley, his final left-hander. Nice speed transition on that open face. Finds a bit of section to work with. And then another big backhand windscreen wiper to finish off that last little section. So 7 minutes remaining. The scores have dropped in now for that big rotation of Timothy Bisu. It's a 5.93, so that puts him into the lead with 7 minutes remaining. Siblick into second as we see Hiedemann just a one-click turn on that little closeout left-hander. Now Siblick in second. He requires a 5.11. So we're trading a lot of 5s and 5.5s in this heat. Cole Houshman also looking for a 5.24 to go into second place, and Zach Hederman starting to be left behind a little bit here. His requirement blowing out to 7.4.
Yeah, that's a big order. You know, just a little under 7 minutes on the clock. So, you know, that's definitely not going to be easy. Very doable, and it's just a matter of getting the right bowl there. But I see Morgan getting 3 nice turns in on his wave, and if we get a replay, we'll talk you through that. But
yeah, Morgan looking to drop a 4.33 from his scoreline. Looks like a 3.6 is what he's going to get, but he's up and riding again, staying busy now in the back half of the big outside turn from Morgan Sibulik. Wow, that was powerful. Big spray kicked up, and we've seen judges throw down big scores for single maneuvers before, but let's pay attention now to Cole Houshman. Nice 2-turn combination for him, and he's feeling that one too.
yeah, he's happy with that, and I think it's good, you know. Yeah, you got to own it and you got to claim it when you're happy with it. You can do anything you can to get through, but Morgan's turn there was just real fast and very explosive, and yeah, Cole's turn was great.
It'll be really interesting to see where the judges go with this. The 1-turn, big hit, big spray, a lot of flair versus that 2-turn combination from Houshman. And you can see that claim coming through from Houshman, probably more so the fact that he's been sitting for 25 minutes in that 3rd place, looking for a wave, looking for an opportunity. He needed a 5.24, and of course that was before Morgan scored his wave. So interesting time coming down here into this last 5 minutes, Greg. These next 2 scores are going to be quite pivotal in terms of the outcome of this heat.
Absolutely. I remember once talking to the great Ian Cairns from the 70s into the 80s, and I remember he was saying that every heat has a pivot point, and it has a turning point. It could be in the opening 5 seconds or the closing 5 seconds, and that definitely was an interesting exchange there. The big explosive one, and then Cole's 2-turn claims. So it'd be good to see those scores drop down.
Under 5 minutes remaining in this one. Bisu leads, Sibulik second, but we have seen a dynamic exchange between Sibulik and Houshman as the heat leader Timothy Bisu there just having a quick look. Priority is with Zach Hederman, and the interesting part here, which could come into play in the final few minutes, Greg, is that Morgan Sibulik has 2nd priority over Cole Houshman in 3rd priority. So depending on how those scores end up, if Morgan stays out in front, it's going to be crucial for him in those last few minutes to hold on to that strategic position against Cole Houshman.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's winding down. We sub 5 minutes, coming up for 4 minutes, and yeah, counting scores are good.
Yeah, we're seeing the surface and the water just asking for the updates from the beach announcers, and there we go. So scores are dropping in now. Looks like it's going to be a 5.30 from Morgan Sibulik, and scores in for Houshman a 5.93. So the judges have paid that 2-turn combination over the big 1 hit. However, the situation looks like with Biso's scores coming in a 6.67, a wave we possibly have missed on the live feed has pushed Biso into 1st. Sibulik is still in 2nd. Houshman still in 3rd. Now requires a 6.2. Sibulik a 7.10. This heat got turned on its head in the last few seconds.
Well, there's the pivot point you were speaking about, Brad. There we saw it in action. So, yeah, 3 minutes on the clock. Cole looking for a 6.2. Very doable for him. Great surfer, very talented.
Here's that priority battle that we alluded to. So situation remained the same in terms of who was in 2nd and who was in 3rd. And Morgan Sibulik in the red singlet on the left-hand side of your screen has priority over Cole Houshman. So, Greg, if you were in Morgan's position, what will you be doing right now? I'm going to ask you to pause that thought as we watch the heat leader, Biso, just in and out. You've got priority. You're Morgan Sibulik. You've got 2:45 on the clock. Your competitor needs 6.20. What are you going to do?
Well, seeing as we're in Africa, have you ever seen a lion kill a buck? It bites it on the throat and it clamps down and doesn't let go until it's dead. And that's what I would do. I would wrap my leg rope around his neck, tighten it up.
Probably couldn't go that far.
We're being silly. We're being silly.
But yeah, the point is made, and Greg Swide will stick on Cole Houshman. Pretty much what Morgan Sibulik is doing right now with 2:18 on the clock. But it is the Frenchman, Timothy Biso, out in the lead, courtesy of a 6.67 and a 5.93. Zach Hederman also now struggling to maintain pace as we see A few replays here. Look at this serve. This is the wave we missed.
Yeah, this is the wave we missed. The first hack was incredible. Wow, look at that. Upside down, and he's happy with that. Look at that. That was great. It's no wonder he got the 667. If my eyes are serving me well. Yep, 667. High scoring wave of the heat. That was well deserved. And there's that backhand I was talking about coming into play. And yeah, he'll do that on an 8-foot wave, no doubt.
Yeah, incredible surfing there from Biso. Been really impressed by his approach. He stayed busy. You can see he's ridden 13 waves in this heat, so he's been the most busy as far as wave count's concerned. And we're having a look at that replay again. Cole Hausman got a close-out turn, and this opening turn here from Biso was dynamite.
Yeah, really good. And there's that sort of upside-down blast there. A lot of spray going over the back there. And I love seeing the emotion in sport. It's an emotional thing, sport, you know, and it's good to see guys when they know they've done the job.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the claim. I know it's a polarizing thing, but I think when it means something to the surfer, it's not always about claiming a fall, but it means you can see there's a lot of passion, a lot of dedication, a lot of blood, sweat and tears goes into the preparation for these events, and to come, you know, halfway across the world and lose in your first heat can have devastating consequences, and conversely, these heat wins mean a lot to these surfers because of the amount of work they put in. 45 on the clock. Morgan is questioning a priority call. The priority has changed, so Morgan drops down to third priority. Cole Hausman now is second priority. He's got 35 seconds to mount an attack for a 6.2 against Morgan Siblick.
Could this be another pivot point, Brad, as we get to the 30-second mark? It's going to this heat's going to close out as a nail biter, I think. So Timothy looking pretty with the 667 and a 593. We come up to 20 seconds now, and Cole looking for a 6.2. And
yeah, well, Cole's got some big match temperament. I've seen him in many of these situations before. If he has the opportunity, he's not going to back away from it. But it looks like time is going to be against the man from San Clemente. 2 seconds remaining. The heat has been called out, and you can see a little bit of a frustration shown there from Cole Hausman. He's going to end up in third place in that heat. Hideman in fourth. Taking out the win there was Timothy Bisu, and Morgan Siblick in second place there. From myself, Brad Bricknell, and Greg Swart. It's been amazing having you in the booth, Greg. What a fantastic opportunity. We'll no doubt catch up with you later on in the event. We're going to take a short break here from Ballito Bay. So from myself and Greg, it's goodbye from now, and we're going to bring in none other than Gig Silias and Tash Mentasti for the call. We'll see you right after this.
It's midday here in Africa as we welcome you to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Gig Silias alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. It's round one of men's surfing, and we're having a great time with it just after, well, it's almost lunchtime here, and we're deep into it. We're round of 96, heat number 9 already. And well, a couple of great performances coming out of there last heat. Timothy Biso and Morgan Siblick getting the advance. We're seeing a strong theme here, Tash. Power on display. That's what got the points in the last heat.
Yeah, power on display, and also starting early and putting those scores on the board and building house is what you need to do. But we move straight into this heat 9, and for me, I'm going to get excited again, Gigs, but it is a South African featured in this heat.
We love your patriotism, Tash Mentesti. As we get stuck into this one, Santiago Muniz, who represents under the Argentinian flag, will take on Zhao Chianca, former championship tour surfer. Look out for Shun Murakami, and of course, Tash alluding to the South African in the heat wearing green, Jordi Marie. Jordi Marie comes off a runner-up finish in the qualifying series over in Nias just a very short few days ago. He's made the trip back over from Indonesia, and he'll be in the lineup looking for opportunities, but it will be Santiago who gets it going. Santiago, of course, brother of Alejo Muniz, who got a heat win earlier today. If you're just joining us, it is a good afternoon now from South Africa. So we get stuck into another exciting heat, and every single heat we heard Brad and Greg talking has those pivot points. Too early for a pivot point right now, but a good building block early on from Santiago Muniz. Quickly into a two-wave total of a 5.73 as we're hitting almost the low tide mark.
Yeah, and I think with that we have also seen conditions changing slightly with that south wind that has got a lot stronger throughout the morning. What that means is the goofy footers might be excited for that little bit of an air wind. Jordi Marie in the green singlet, the goofy footer. And interesting fact here, Gigs, Jordi Marie actually did qualify for the Challenger Series through the WSL Africa rankings, and choosing to pull out and not focus on that for 2022, which I found really interesting, especially seeing him then go back and compete on the qualifying series and take that runner-up position at, it was the Nias Pro. So yeah, you know, for him, he was very honest. He said that he doesn't feel like he's ready for the Challenger Series just yet. He wants to spend another year, you know, working on his surfing, working on his mental health, and really wants to be 110% ready when he does give it a go for the Challenger Series. But here we see him out in the water at Ballito.
Always a difficult decision that Jordi Marie's made. And on screen, Zhao Chianca, an exciting surfer who came through the Challenger Series of 2021 and got that start at Championship Tour level in the beginning of this year. 5 events, a string of 17th, except for that ultra exciting day at Pipeline very early on in the year. Of course, the Pipe Masters in January, finished 9th in what was an amazing performance against John Florence, one of the heats of the year for sure. And Zhao Chianca from there kind of just didn't get into full swing. But man, we've seen a look at his talent, and well, he's back at Challenger Series level here, and he'll want to leave Ballito with a result here. Let's have a look at his backhand attack to get going.
Yeah, finding a wave that stands up, able to fit in that two-turn combo. I keep talking about it, but we've been seeing it throughout the Ballito Pro. And now a nice, strong one hit there from Santiago Muniz. That was his wave number 3. He started off with a 4.33 gigs. And then leaving the Japanese surfer Shun Murakami, who is actually a replacement through the regional Asia region, and filling in this spot here. So not seeded on the Challenger Series, but definitely wanting to get into a piece of the action here at the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. Points on offer here for Shun Murakami, one of half dozen Japanese in the field here, and we'll see how he fares. No rides yet for our Japanese surfer in the blue, nor the South African in the blue. You just see the conditions on hand here. You mentioned that southerly wind, Tash. Almost feels like as the tide turns, that wind may even increase a little bit, might go a touch more side shore, perhaps even to side onshore this afternoon. But what traditionally will happen here is you may just get a more consistency to the lineup. We'll see how far that carries us into the afternoon. The goal is to run 16 heats. So we're over halfway through the morning's draw, as set out by Travis Logie early this morning. You can see those lines. They are taking a little bit of a bump and a twist in the wind. And Zhao Chianca straight back at it, section to hit. And he'll emerge from it beautifully. Opened with the 4.17, and that was already his second ride in. The judges will put a number to that, and we'll see where it positions him. A 4.17. Got a feeling that he'll, based on Morgan Sibilik in the previous heat, that was a big turn for Zhao Chianca, and you expect that. We've seen his power. We'll wait for that number, and we can discuss that all day long, because Santiago Muniz, in the meantime, fetched a 5.07 of his own. So both the Brazilian and the Argentine building scores similarly.
Yeah, and just with the second ride of Zhao Qianko, all that was on offer, that one big hit, starting with the 417. But early days in this heat, all heats 30 minutes, so with 16 heats to get through today, it's a full 8 hours of surfing here on the Dolphin Coast in KwaZulu-Natal.
Well, those Chianca boys, super talented. Of course, Lucas, massive performances at Nazare over the seasons that we've just seen. Zhao getting that slot on the championship tour at the beginning of this year. Just checking equipment there. Funny enough, the judges played the score down a bit, a 317 Tash.
Yeah, this must be the replay for his
417.
third wave.
Possibly the third wave. Yeah, I think you're right. So 417, a 317. We'll wait for this number now to drop in. We'll get, it's a 357 Tash. So slight improvement on the closeout turn. I thought that closeout turn might fetch a bit more than the 317. Nonetheless, here is the South African who will get his campaign underway. Opening ride for Geordie Marie, Cape Town-based surfer. He'll have a lot of the mother city plugged in right now and following his progress. And just having a look at the scores across the score sheets. Zhao Qianka, the 417. Santiago Muniz has got the best set of numbers, a 507 and a 433. So we'll see where the progressive element goes early on for Geordie Marie. First punt to the air we've seen of the heat. And 21 minutes still to go.
And with this low tide, you can see that rocky outcrop that now sticks out. What it does is sometimes it actually almost separates and we're getting two peaks. Sometimes on the low tide, surfers wanting to sit on the south side of the tower where you get the rights coming through, and then the other competitors sitting on the north side of the tower, so the left-hand side of your screen. And all four surfers really separated out there. For me, as a competitor, it kind of shows that you've got to hunt for the opportunity.
Well, we're hunting for our surfers with our cameras too. It was a split peak opportunity. Murakami went the one way. May even have been Geordie Marie the other. We'll track it out shortly. But meanwhile, the South African will find a 4.23 for one progressive turn. We'll try and have a relook at that. It was just an in and out for Geordie Marie's second ride. But the forehand punt to the air for the South African into the southerly wind for a 4.23 Tash.
Yeah, and this is the replay of his first wave, Geordie Marie. So just has to get past that first section. There's the rotation. I like the little tail lift. And then rotating nice and easy. But you can see it looked like he said snap board, buckled board. So might be doing a board exchange.
Interesting that. Lightweight equipment often coming under, of course, you had the junior event a few days ago. A couple of broken boards through the swell building up to the Ballito Pro?
Yeah, we had easily some 4 to 5 foot swell on offer for the JQS, and we definitely had a couple of buckled boards. What our beach commentators were calling the shallow sandbank was the death bank, and it was just because we were losing boards, and we were also seeing our under 12s and under 14 divisions unable to make that complete turn, almost bouncing off the sandbank. But now into the Challenger Series, a lot more experience, you know, different age groups as well, really needing to compress through those final maneuvers or those closeout maneuvers.
Oh, here goes Shun Murakami, quickly engaging the same left-hander that Jordan Marie found the 4.23 on. Still plenty of time. Here's Jordan back at it already. You can see the wind, and there's a little punt and almost lands on the back of Murakami. Almost a contact sport there for a moment between between the two goofy footers. And meanwhile, Santiago Muniz is just quietly getting on with the job. A 5.07 and a 4.33 for the lead. We haven't got into double digits yet. We saw quite a lot of claiming in that last heat, and that's because of those breakthrough moments. It is Challenger Series, and it is already an indication how important results are here for the third stop on the series.
Yeah, it's brutal, actually.
Yeah, that's a good word. It's brutal.
It's definitely not as easy as it used to be, but that was the whole reason for the concept of the Challenger Series, was having your best 96 in the world. And when you put a field like that together, there's never going to be an easy heat. I did an interview with Evan Geiselman a little bit earlier, and he was just saying, that was a big heat. There's no easy heats, and I'm really happy to take the win and advance through. And I mean, Evan, no stranger to competition surfing, no stranger to competing with big international names, and still coming out of the water and almost wiping his brow and saying he's happy with the win.
Well,
happy
if you
to
think
advance.
back to pre-pandemic 2020, think to 2019, you'd only really see championship tour surfers filtering in right near the end of the qualifying series, you know, like it's the back end of the calendar. And here, you know, after 5 stops at the end of April, we just ditched a dozen championship tour surfers and littered it amongst the lineup of what is now the Challenger Series. And wow, it's really lifted the level. It's tangible, and we're enjoying it for the 3rd stop, and we trust that you are all enjoying it as well as you join us here. Of course, Gold Coast successfully run, and well, Sydney, and now to Ballito. From here it goes to the US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, California, and then we'll link up with it at Ericeira, Portugal, and of course France as well. There's a stop in Brazil, and then well, traditionally it always comes to a head in Haleiwa, doesn't it? Let's have a look at Jordi Marie here, just playing that card, gets the roll out. Not particularly high on that air, so projected forward, soft landing. Previous ride in for a 3.2. Judges will owe Jordi Marie a score, and they also, I see the score sheet open for heat leader Santiago Muniz, so we'll let those settle in as we're almost at the halfway mark.
Yeah, and you know, Jordi just wanting to stick to those lefts. You can see how he keeps paddling to the left-hand side of your screen. Santiago Muniz has been on the other side of the competition tower and has already found those average scores, but holding the 2 highest wave scores of this heat so far.
And he's cemented that now, because it is a pair of 5s for Muniz, 5.1 and a 5.07. So showing the pedigree is Santiago, brother of Alejo. Of course, Alejo already threw a earlier heat win this morning in the same round, and Jordi Marie not improving his numbers. So those numbers are fixed as we see it with 15.5 minutes to go. Requirements for 3rd place South African, a 3.51, and the Japanese surfer, well, slightly steep at the 5.31. So the 2 goofy footers have got work to do.
Yeah, and you know, just to the fans watching, and maybe some of the South Africans as well, you know, we've seen Jordi get above the lip. We've seen him get the rotation, but then only being able to get awarded a 3-point ride. You might have some big surf fans going, but how come? Why is he getting such a low score? You've really got to nitpick those aerial maneuvers. What we've been seeing is bigger scores with just basic fundamental surfing coming through, and knowing what this field is all about. Those small little airs, and when I say small, just above the lip, even though there's quite a little bit of a variation in the tail height, still not getting into that average score, even a good wave dropping in for the South African.
No, the days of putting just a little bit of air under your bottom deck is not going to go. Massive scores. Judges are looking at all the details, and that was rapid fire there between 3 of our 4 surfers. Santiago Muniz on screen, streaks back to the lineup, but I like the spicy forehand turn. We'll try and get a look at it of Shun Murakami, who's going to go and get a few numbers from his last ride. We're waiting for the opinion from the judges, but it was a real good crack on the forehand for the Japanese surfer. And then, of course, well, Zhao Chianca kept busy with it as well. And Zhao Chianca's score's going to come, and he's going to lift his numbers slightly, a 4.03, and here he goes again using second priority. Not going to find solutions on that as we go down under 14 minutes to go in this encounter. Remember, it is a 4-man heat with 2 through, so the struggle is always those top 2 positions. You can see how hungry the lineup is. Everybody is patrolling, everybody is measuring and assessing every single wave that's literally coming through the lineup at the moment.
So here's the replay. This is the Japanese surfer, Shun Murakami.
Love that one.
First hit, yes. And then it almost goes into that deep water. He gets caught up the top a little bit. Zhao Chianca answering straight back. So this was a good exchange between blue and red. Red sitting in second, blue sitting in 4th. So Zhao Chianca getting the better exchange. And then on his backhand here, our current heat leader, Santiago Muniz, representing Argentina.
Well, Santiago didn't up his numbers with that. That one only came in at 2.6. So previous scores of a pair of 5s has that man on screen in the lead. Of course, this man has been such an excitement this year. A little flyaway for Zhao Chianca. I mentioned that performance at Pipeline. It was such a stellar performance from the Brazilian. Then the rest of the championship tour campaign for Zhao, just not a great one at all. A series of 17ths. And yeah, a tough run for him. Of course, Zhao Qianke, no stranger to the bigger, heavier waves. Got a runner-up at the Volcom Park Pro back in 2020. Loves the North Shore. And we saw him really go to town at Pipe earlier this year. Here's a man that represents our presenting sponsors, O'Neill. It is Eli Bucas, another of the South Africans in the draw. Coming up next, Eli Bucas will take on Rio Waida, winner of the previous stop on the Challenger Series. Of course, Matthias Hurdy as well, and Charles Martin in another loaded heat coming our way, Tash, and that's just going to be about 12 minutes away.
Yeah, so stick around. Exciting surfing all the way through the day here at the Ballito Pro. Eli, no stranger to competition surfing. He is well respected within our junior surfing here in South Africa, and this definitely being one of the biggest heats of his career so far.
It's going to be good to see how he fares. He went well in Ballito 6 months ago as a QS 5000 event. We got a little warm-up in between the Ballito Pro of 2019. We managed to get a December 21 edition out within the qualifying series framework, and Eli Bucas surfed really well through that. Of course, eventual winner Aidan Mason-Camp getting the win over Geordie Smith just 6 months back. So we had a practice run at this, Tash. It was good to, it was actually felt quite strange being in a winter location, surf break in summer, and it didn't disappoint. We were through the spring tides in December, and I will say this, the weather was worse in summer than it is here in winter, and that's a true story.
Yeah, we get the summer rainfall because of our balmy conditions on the KwaZulu-Natal coast. Live action now. This is our current heat leader, Santiago Muniz. Ass pop, keeping super light on his feet, just trying to work this wave. He needs some bigger section to hit, and he's going to move his way all the way onto the inside.
Well, here goes Zhao Qianke. Little in and out for him. That's not going to factor in. So Geordie Marie's lying third. Let's look at requirements. It's a 397. And here's our Japanese surfer having a little sting. Gets a little stuck as he exits the last part of rotation of the turn. The judges will play a quick catch-up as we hit the 10-minute mark. Santiago Muniz, I'm not feeling that his lead is under threat here. Is the South African who's still trying to build a set of numbers. Just a 397 requirement. I'm not sure that Zhao Qianke has put a bigger requirement on the South African. We'll let the judges catch up all four numbers, but we keep noticing that Geordie Marie keeps looking at his equipment and looking at Zhao Qianke as well. Two-turn combo. He's even going to claim that. So it's been a day of two maneuver claims, and we'll see how that we'll see how this factors in now. Zhao Qianke. You'd need a 6 to go to the lead, Tash, so that's not a big number either. And we know that the power is on hand for Zhao.
Yeah, and I enjoyed that first turn from Zhao. Our highest wave score at the moment, a 5.10, and that came from Santiago with a two-turn combo. We saw Zhao Qianke getting that two-turn combo and quick closeout maneuver for him. Nice and strong, though. Wants to drop the 4.03. That sits in his top two. But as you were saying, Giggs, judges having to play catch-up a little bit. I went and sat in the beach commentary booth a little earlier, and they do have the replay options, as is standard on the Challenger Series now that the World Surf League expects. So being able to compare scores, and a flurry of waves taking place in the last third of this heat.
Might take a while to get the numbers through. Is that the point you're making?
Yeah, so Shun Murakami getting that 3.47. That was for that big backhand hit, and then unable to fit in a second maneuver. But yeah, we are going to be waiting for a few scores. We see Santiago's score comes through at a 4.1, so not even featuring in. And really the talk is going to be for Geordie Marie's last ride, his sixth wave.
Well, Geordie, just that forehand punt before the South African opened with the 4.23, was chasing the requirement. Well, there it is, it's in. It's a 4.77. Two-turn combination on the backhand for Geordie Marie. The South African will jump him up to second now. So let's have a look at former CT surfer Zhao Qianke, now in the Challenger Series singlet. Down in third, chasing a 4.83. Super achievable with 8 minutes to go. We're going to have a couple stories to tell here in the back part of this heat number 9. Sometimes you do a pregnant pause, and that one was a little bit too pregnant. We both sort of sat here looking at each other, waiting for the next series of rides to come. It's coming fast and furious. I'm going to look at the judges' scorecard. 9 rides in for Zhao Qianke, 8 in for Shun Murakami, 7 rides in. Start doing the maths. I mean, 6 7s and 42. There's like nearly 50 waves ridden in this heat thus far. Judges have got to put a number to each single one, so sometimes the scores are taking a little while to settle. Heat shaping up quickly now with 7 minutes to go. Numbers almost caught up, and we're not seeing a change to... Well, we are seeing a change. Situation change for Zhao Qianke, who'll claw his way back up to second. So a little seesaw taking place between the Brazilian in red and the South African in green. 6.5 minutes to go, and Jordi Marie will now be looking for the 4.84 as we're up to date.
And live action here, Zhao Qianke. So staying really busy gigs. That wave looking almost similar to his 8th ride, his second to last ride, which came through at the 5.43, his highest wave score so far. He could be ditching the 4.17 that he found in the beginning of the heat, and then creating more space between him and Jordi Marie, sitting in second position, the South African, and third position, my apologies. But he's got that second priority.
Our scorecards are littered with 5s and 4s, mostly no 6s yet in the lineup in this heat. Let's have a look if Santiago Muniz can change that. Snap to release, and a nice heavy-footed hit on the white water there to place his 8th wave on the judges. And it's non-stop rapid fire here. And it has been that way for, well, most of this heat. And even the heat before Tesh, it's through the low tide now, so a lot of waves on offer. We are smack on the low right now. 12:40 p.m. means it's low tide. Do we see a little lift in energy? So we get a view here from the competitors' deck. This is the athlete area, that's the zone. It's all very compressed and close here. It's just a 20-yard walk across the sand, and then a number of spots to paddle out here. It's very Newcastle-like, is how I've made the comparison this morning, and Paul Canning agreed with me. It sort of feels like a small day at Newcastle with the southerly wind blowing. No real defined area. Ballito's famous for its big right-handers, and perhaps later in the week with the forecast we might get a couple of days of running right-handers rifling off kind of where Zhao Qianke, who's become the heat leader, is paddling now. So we're up to date, and Zhao Qianke's been working, and he's now found the pair of 5s. So 5.43 and a 5.37 for a fresh heat lead. For the first time, Zhao Qianke is out front, and Santiago's bumped down to second. Jordi Marie's, the South Africans' requirements have moved to the mid-range 5s. All very easy.
Yeah, all very easy, all very possible.
Or so we say.
Well, it's now going to come down to managing that priority a little bit, Gigs. We've got the Japanese surfer Shun Murakami with that first priority, sitting in 4th, but looking for a wave score that would be the highest wave score of the heat in only 4 minutes on the clock. Jordi Marie, the South African, with second priority. What's he going to do? For me, the 4.77 was on his backhand. I liked his backhand, nice and quick and really vertical. The 4.23, which was his first wave of the heat, came in at a 4.23, but that was on his forehand. Is he going to choose the lefts, or is he going to choose the rights to try and find that 5.4 that he's looking for?
Well, you kind of feel that it's 50-50 for the answer, because both are available readily now through the low tide. Let's have a look at Murakami on the hunt for a 6.7. Release there, and just tripping at the finish line. Two-turn combo becomes incomplete with around 3.5 minutes to go, so he'll go back to it. Got a feeling he'll have another shot at it, because with the low tide, the bank has spread the line out up somewhat. You can pick up opportunities now around sort of 80 yards of beach. You'll see everyone kind of fairly in the same zone, but I've got a feeling that Murakami might break away with 3 minutes to go and go a little bit north, which is off to the left of screen. We'll have a look at that. Meanwhile, here's a left-hander looming for the South African, who is down in 3rd on the hunt for the 5.4. Snap with a little bit of release. There's a bowl for him, and he'll go to the air And will he bring completion? Ooh, hang the question marks on that. It's going to be incomplete.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like Jordy Marie's kept questioning his equipment all heat long.
Yeah, you know, when we saw his hand show the buckle a little earlier on his, I think it must have been actually after his first wave, there was quite a quick transition to see him catch another wave, and I thought, wow, that's really quick to get to the beach, grab a board, and get back out. So I don't quite know what's happening with his equipment. I like the first turn, gets the little release on the tail. Easy rotation, but this is what you were talking about, Giggs, just not riding out of that white water.
So that'll be deemed incomplete, and it'll give the South African another 2 minutes. Let's have a look at our heat leader, Zhao Chianka, working his way through the third event on the Challenger Series. Of course, Zhao not having a great run over in Australia after getting ditched off in Margaret River, put the Challenger Series jersey back on for his 37th at Snapper and a 49th in Manly. He'll want to go way better than that now with the third event. And he is leading this heat now. And we're down to 90 seconds, and there's a little bit of a flurry here. And, well, Santiago just let Jordy Marie go, and Jordy's going to flex that into the wind opportunity again, and another incomplete. And we're starting to see a little bit of body language now. Is he going to stay perked up? Is there another opportunity for the South African?
Yeah, well, with 1 minute 15 and only needing a 5.4, can't give up until that siren goes. Just wanted to mention Zhao Chianka and Santiago Muniz both sitting in 52nd on the Challenger Series at the moment. So getting through these heats or this heat.
A little corrupt flip, nice. Why not Zhao Chianka? Why not? He's kind of in a little bit of a freewheel mode. Yeah, pair of fives has him in the lead. Jordy Marie had an inquiry, but he had to let go, and well, that was a blocking move for Santiago, and now Santiago will go down to 4th priority, and Jordy Marie will be back to 2nd. So let's have a look. Can there be any more parts to the story here? Does the South African find a solution? Here's your heat leader. Strong ripping turn from Zhao. And another one, and he'll just victory lap it to the beach now. So Zhao Chianka is going to go through to the next round. That's how we see it. And it is a matter of, is Jordy Marie, with the countdown upon us, going to find anything? The ocean looks like it's in a little bit of a limber. And that could be the end result here, Tash, at this stage. It looks like Jordy Marie may have caught another wave because we're just picking him up on picture. Camera's missed him there. We'll just wait for the judges just to brush up the scorecard. But yeah, through the low tide, high frequency of waves. 13 waves. 13 waves for the heat leader, Zhao Chianka. A lot of waves caught in that one. Looks like Santiago Muniz is going to progress. It's going to be at the expense of the South African. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break for more from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax, wax comb, or your keys. The Comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the World Surf League's third Challenger Series in a total of 8. It's a good afternoon now. Yep, lunchtime here in South Africa. Gig Cilliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. Rapid fire in the last couple of heats, Tash. It's low tide. It's a 2 to 3 foot swell sort of pulsing through the Ballito lineup, and it's been non-stop. Zhao Qianke did get the heat win, though, so good one for him.
Yeah, and we've just been seeing, almost 50 waves caught in that last heat. No excellent scoring rides. Pair of 5s for the winner. We didn't see any 6s. And we did see 2-turn combos. But like you said, with that low tide, many more waves coming through the lineup, many more opportunities, and surfers hunting to find those scores.
Sometimes it's not pretty. Let's move to the next heat. It's heat 10 of the opening round of the Ballito Pro. Charlie Martin is in the lineup. He'll take on the Brazilian Matheus Herdy. And of course, this man on screen coming off a win in Sydney. Indonesian Rio Waida gets quickly to work. And of course, the South African sponsor wildcard Eli Bucas is in the lineup as well. So it's welcome to the afternoon here in Ballito. We'll start seeing perhaps a little more wind ruffle on the ocean surface itself as we go through the low tide. We'll wait and see how the conditions play out. What I'm expecting is a slight lift in swell size, and this is a 2-turn combo from Charlie Martin, who's one of those campaigners out of the European talent pool. Of course, Guadeloupe is home in the French territories for Charlie Martin. Saw a good performance earlier from Timothy Biso out of the same region. Here's a snap to let go from Matheus Herdy, the exciting young surfer. We've seen him wildcard a couple of times at championship tour level. And back straight to Indonesian Rio Waida for his two-turn combo. And it's coming at us rapid fire here in the 10th heat of the morning. It's non-stop, and I love it. Keeps us on our toes. Hardly have time to think about anything. And here's Eli Bucas. This is the South African in the heat. A number of South Africans. A bit of a thuddy landing there for the Cape Townian, who proudly represents the O'Neill brand in a long line of sponsor surfer heritage, including names like Sean Thompson and Martin Potter and Geordie Smith.
Oh, yes, and talking about Geordie Smith, we're going to be seeing him come up in a few heats' time, but Eli Bucas, really well known for his aerial game within the South African surfing community. And, you know, if he comes up in your heat as a junior surfer, nobody wants him. It's the opposite way around in this Challenger Series heat, gaining experience with some big names. For me, the Indonesian, Rio Waida, keeping really busy. There's the quick rotation from Eli Bucas.
All right, spicy from the South African. You mentioned Geordie Smith there, Tash. It's coming up in heat number 12. It's heat 10 or in the lineup, so just around, well, just under an hour. And Geordie Smith will hit the lineup, and he'll go against Luke Thompson, the young trials runner-up. And that'll be a heat with Geordie Lawler and Vasco Ribeiro. So a former world junior champion in that heat, and also a former world junior champion in the form of Matheus Herdy from Florianopolis, Brazil. There is our competitor in white, exciting surfer. We've seen him a couple of times, including making that championship tour final over in Mexico. You remember that? We love it.
Such a great surfer. I just thoroughly enjoy watching what this kid has got in his bag of tricks. It's never boring.
No.
And also just been around for so long. You know, Matheus Herdy, not very old, yet we've been talking about him for a couple of years already.
Yep, good point you make. World junior champion over in Taiwan in 2018 already. So he's been in the limelight for a number of seasons. And of course, recently competing as a wild card in the Rio Pro just a week or two back. Here's Eli Bucas. See what Eli can find. Right now, Eli has the lead in a quick succession of rides. 3.5 and 2.57, not big numbers, so we expect this heat to change shape a number of times now over the remaining 24 minutes. And if you've just joined us, it's a good afternoon from Ballito in South Africa. Of course, many, many years of competition in this particular location since 2008. The heritage of the event running all the way back to 1969. For a very first win from a dear friend of mine, Gavin Rudolph, who perhaps has tuned in. The legendary Gavin Rudolph, still an active surfer. Talking of active, there's a number of turns from Matthias Hurdy, rapid fire from him. And Tash, we're quickly looking like this is going to be a heat like the last one, nearly 50 waves ridden. This one right now, everyone's already hitting the sort of 4 waves, 5 waves ridden mark, and we're only 7 minutes into it. And you can see why. Little pulse of energy, split peak. We'll stick with red this time. Rio Waida. And Rio's jumped into an early lead of his own now because he's found a 5-pointer in the lineup. And he won't improve on his lead for now. 5 and a 4-2-3 for the winner out of Sydney. And Rio comes to Ballito sitting second on the Challenger Series rankings. Just ahead of him, only Leo Fioravanti, who will possibly wrap up the day's action. Leo in the 16th heat of the day. At Rio Waida, a very exciting final against Ryan Callanan a month and a bit back. And I'm looking very forward to seeing how Rio fares here in the lineup.
Yeah, it's looking great. Those boards are looking great. I was able to have a quick catch up with him and sounding just really relaxed. And yeah.
Charlie for the Superman. Oh, come on. Production, you've got to go the replay on that one. Charlie Martin, the 32-year-old from Guadalupe who has crusaded his way through the QSs over many seasons, brings a whole spice to the heat. Yeah, I love it. Charlie Martin for the Superman. Oh, come on. That was lovely. Loved it. 22 minutes to go, and well, the judges have a bit of catch-up. We'll just sprinkle and tidy up this heat a little bit. Here goes Charlie, and we'll love this one when we get to this point, Tash.
Yeah, finds the little ramp, goes for the little Superman. Don't get to see that often.
Not a full extension, but both feet off. Love it.
Yeah.
Oh, where do the judges go with that, though?
Going to be interesting, really going to be interesting, especially because we've got still so much time.
Could have done a little bicycle kick with his feet, maybe, just for like a half a point extra. Oh, love it. 21 and a half on the clock, folks, and we're having so much fun on day one of the Ballito Pro, and we trust that you're enjoying the show with us. See where that score goes for Charlie Martin? Just managing to get above the lip, so that's the important part of that to discuss. There is a little bit of energy in the lineup, albeit this a fairly weak swell for the region. Normally this time of year in winter, you can get some real top to bottom barrels, and perhaps we'll get that later in the window of the event. And of course, the other thing that we've got is 64 women waiting to get out the gates as well, which we could go as early as tomorrow on the women's draw, Tash.
Yeah, 96 men, 64 women. The first time that we've seen this caliber of female surfing coming to our South African shores, coming to Africa in a while, with the Challenger Series now for the ladies.
And 2 turns about to come at us from Rio Waida. As I say, in left-handers at Manly a little while ago, got the full 10,000 points on offer in that second Challenger Series event. We'll see where he's right now, sitting second behind Eli Bucas. Scorecards open. We'll see if Rio ups his numbers. Right now, his lowest score, a 4.23 in his counting top 2. And we'll see if Rio replaces that. Not sure that he will, but we'll wait and see. And I'm still curious as to where the Superman numbers go for Charlie Martin. It's going to go mid-range 3, a 3.47, but definitely a 10 out of 10 for entertainment with Charlie. He's just such a character. He's one of those, quite an emotional chap too. He has his moments. Meanwhile, here's Matthias Hurdy, pedigree on display. Watch for this name. He's going to be a big part of the future of our sport. And here he is, just working away aggressively. Matthias Hurdy just in working mode, down in 4th right now, but not a big requirement, just the 3.6. And he hasn't really found anything super special in the lineup yet. A previous ride of a 5.63, though, starting to indicate where Matthias Hurdy is heading in this heat.
Yeah, and you know, even with this 6th ride from Matthias, you get those 2 lip line floaters to get started. He kind of wanted to keep his speed going, maybe looking for a ramp. We know he is an incredible aerial specialist. and definitely wanting to throw out that 2.13 that sits in his top 2 gigs.
Just watching a bit of movement here. Priority is with the South African, who has fetched a 5.17 of his own. So that's, we feel that anything over a 5 starts to really give the heat some shape. Rio Waida's got a 5 of his own. Eli Bucas has a 5.17. Matthias Hurdy has a 5.63. So Charlie Martin just a touch off the pace at this stage. If we look at averages, and both surfers just sort of cross-questioning each other, second and third priorities, just looking over the shoulders at each other. At the takeoff, Rio Waida and Charlie Martin having a look back at, did they squander an opportunity? If anything, high consistency right now in the low-tide Ballito Bay lineup.
Yeah, and I think sometimes also just looking back to assess the priority situation, there was a little look-see there from both green and red, and maybe just making sure that priority has not changed. Because with priority, you know, a committed paddle and unable to catch a wave, you do lose that priority. We saw the start of the day at priority interference from green and red in the first heat, and travel a long way to lose a heat by getting priority. You don't want to make those big mistakes on such a scale of a Challenger Series.
Yeah, Kuali Vos getting a penalty in the first heat. And, wow, good turn, good backhand combo for Charlie, who gives a little chest slap in appreciation. So he'll ditch the Superman 347 and replace it with that last one. And that was, you know, good steady pace, well-structured ride for Charlie Martin. And he'll go back to the drawing board, 17.5 on the clock. And just having a look at, 3.5 is coming for Matthias Hurdy. So just jumping up 1 position, but I think we'll see a little situation change again with that last score. Maybe you could almost argue Charlie Martin, we'll wait for the replay of last of green, but you could argue that's going to be one of the better inputs for the heat thus far.
Could be. I actually don't remember seeing the 5.17 from the South African Eli Bucas. But he has the replay of green, so quick check turn to get started. Then that hook in the lip. But for me, you wanted a little bit more wave face. You want to see some spray coming from those surfers' maneuvers.
Well, we'll see where the judges go with that. Eli Bucas' scores are up to date, so he remains in the lead for now. Matthias Hurdy's up to date, a 5.63 and a 3.5 for his total of the 9.13. And now Charlie Martin, a 4.57 comes in. Doesn't change the situation though. 2-turn combo, nice and tight, and down the little ramp for Rio Waida, the Balinese surfer. And of course, Rio, really exciting prospect out of Uluwatu, he calls Ulu's home, but very adept and comfortable in all sorts of conditions. Here goes the Guadalupan surfer in and out. So nothing for that with 16 minutes to go. But just going back to Rio Waida out of Bali. That win against Ryan Callanan in Sydney jumps him up into the top tier of the Challenger Series. And he won't want to fall out at this stage. He'll want to make this third visit here in South Africa really count. Because if he can go quarterfinals or more, he's starting to position himself quite well. 5 Challenger Series results is going to be the outcome at the end of the year.
Yeah, and with 8 Challenger Series in total, you really can't drop the ball much. You can have one bad one. You don't want to have any more. And I just loved watching Rio in Australia. He was so stoked with that win. It just shows how much it means to all of these competitors. And, you know, with someone like Charlie Martin, the guy does not give up. He's been around for so long. He never gives up. Keeping trying. With a pair of 4s, it's not helping his situation at the moment. He's not needing anything bigger than a 4.67, but sure, with the amount of waves that's been caught so far, we're halfway through this heat gigs.
Well, look at this. It's half a point separating 4th through 1st, Tash. 9.44 for the heat leader. 8.97, that's just about half a point. So this is going to be one of those heats that maybe starts swinging where everybody gets a turn at the lead shortly. You've got a feeling that that could be the story of heat number 10. Already down to 14.5 minutes to go. And we haven't thrown to an ad break for a while. Perhaps we'll take a quick ad break as the judges catch up. Not sure if the boys in production will go with that. But either way, judges owe scores for Eli Bucas, Rio Waida, and Matthias Hurdy. Yep, we'll stick with it.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax, wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It's a good afternoon from South Africa, and you've just got on the broadcast. Welcome to the studio. Gig Cilliers alongside Tashman Testy, and I just want to make reference to the Ngoonies. So the Ngoonie is it's the cultural value of the region. Of course, the Ngoonie cow plays a huge part. You can look at a lot of cultures, Tash, but it's the theme for this year, and it's a celebration. We're loving it. And well, you can't get more welcome to Africa than this.
Yeah, and it's so great to have the Challenger Series here on the African continent, to have international competitors for the first time since 2019 gigs. We are celebrating a lot of things.
Mkosi is the theme here in the local Zulu dialect. It is the Kwadakuza region, and we open our arms to the world's best. 96 men and 64 women. We'll whittle down and we'll give out prizes and points by the end of this week. We're up to date for the heat in the water with 12 minutes remaining. It is Matthias Hurdy who has now jumped. I said everyone's going to get a turn at leading this one, and Matthias Hurdy now out front, care of a 667 as he's fetched out of the lineup. Rio Waida sitting in second. So the pedigree showing of a former world junior champion in white, the Brazilian out front. Rio Waida, a 5.9 and a 5, so the numbers have jumped up. The South Africans fallen to third. There it is, top left of screen for requirements. Surfer in blue looking for the 5.74, and Charlie Martin adding a Superman for entertainment, has had to throw that away, and he's replaced it with a 4.57, but he's got to find the 6.33 in the lineup as we get an overview of Ballito this afternoon. Temperatures are fairly warm. It is a Monday, so a couple of people have gone off to do some chores. And of course, to everybody out of the United States viewership, it is Independence Day. So we'll send you those regards as well from the shores of Africa. Good July 4th, huge celebrations. We don't really have an Independence Day like that in South Africa, do we? We have so many public holidays.
Yeah, we do. And
we don't even have electricity half the time. Everything's on holiday with us.
But yeah, we celebrate Freedom Day, which is in April.
Youth Day.
Youth Day. Yeah, there's a lot of public holidays in South Africa, and especially since we became a democratic nation in 1994. For myself personally, I've been celebrating just the Ballito Pro 2022, but what comes under that umbrella? So yes, it's only day one for the Challenger Series, but we've had JQS events, we've had KZN schools, we've had our outreach tag team events. It's been really, really rad to be here for winter and to be able to showcase the sport of surfing from grassroots all the way to elite.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a surf festival here, which started around a week back. Let's have a look at how Rio Waida's built a few scores here, Tash.
Much better looking wave, just better quality, better canvas to work off, gets the 3-turn combo, just typical foundational surfing there from the Indonesian. Wow, Matthias Hurdy, the Brazilian, that's what we've been looking for.
Wow, big spring coil for the second one, incomplete. But Matthias Hurdy will fetch his numbers, and the judges went 6.67. And now we'll just pick up again on some action here as we warm up our tools here on day one of the Ballito Pro. 9.5 minutes to go, and Rio Waida on screen will head back to the lineup and trying to improve on a number of a 5. So he has a 5.9, and we'll see if he can go up on that. Little tussle now developing between Matthias Hurdy and Rio Waida in the lineup. They're starting to stretch out a little bit ahead of Eli Bucas and Charlie Martin here, but plenty of time. We'll see how the South African can fare. Eli with a 5.17 of his own, so he's got that 5 as a card. He's got to get rid of his 4.27 now, Tash.
Yeah, sitting with the 5.17, that's the 4th highest wave score of the heat so far, so he's going to have to change it up a little bit if he's going to want to find that almost 6-point ride for the South African. Charlie Martin with priority, though, needing a much bigger requirement.
Well, everyone's streaking across the bay here. Perhaps an oncoming set or repositioning in the lineup. I mean, pretty tight paddle there between Charlie Martin, as you mentioned, holding the priority, and Eli Bucas, second prio. But they're the ones that are down in the elimination half of the heat now. We'll see how the remaining 8.5 minutes go. And judges are working on another number for Matthias Hurdy here. We did get a flash of him going to the air again. So it's clear that he wants to use this wind blowing right to left across screen to his advantage. And it looks like he's just done that because he's added a score. Last of white's going to count. And now he'll switch and show focus for the other direction. The Brazilian, nice and loose, spicy. Chucks a bunch of spray. And I feel he won't replace the 5, 6, 7. And Rio Waida comes into picture as well. So it's non-stop rapid fire here. Already 9 waves. Well, that's the 10th ride now for Rio Waida. Looks like 8 waves in the bag for Eli Bucas. And now 9 for Matthias Hurdy. And here goes Charlie Martin, who's also building his wave count. Nice inside out, 2-turn combo again. Fetched a similar wave earlier for a mid-range 4. A 4.57 to be exact. And the surfer from Guadalupe will just try and ditch the 4.4 now. He's chasing a 6.33, Tash. I'm not convinced that we'll see the 6.33 on that, but he'll want to keep his momentum going.
Yeah, we've been seeing with those scores in that midline range, 2-turn combo, that the kind of scores coming out is that 4.57 or a 5-point ride. But the 6.67 and even the 5.67 from Matthias Hurdy, our current heat leader, that was getting their board up above the lip, and that is the difference between the two scores. So as much as the foundational surfing is there for Charlie Martin, he's going to have to do something different to find that big score.
Third place surfer Eli Bucas will make a little error here as we go under 7 minutes in the first round, heat 10. And Matthias Hurdy just asking for the update. Judges have given him a 6.67 and a 5.67, and those are for his 2 last rides. So ride number 7 and ride number 8 on the scorecard. So lots of work in the lineup, and it's starting to pay out slowly for Matthias Hurdy. And Charlie Martin will go back to the lefts. His previous one, a 4.87, is a counter, and he's trying to improve on that again. So almost carbon copy now of the mid-range 4s. Here's Rio.
I like that top wrap from Rio.
Indonesian just flowing nicely. Starting to feel that Rio and Matthias are starting to own this remaining 6 minutes. Here is your heat leader. Uses the priority smartly and beautifully to the air. Oh, and just as I say that, it's just, you know what it is? It's the white water that rolls on itself on the low tide. It tends to just roll over itself instead of push. And so just little evidence of the lineup starting to change as well. Perhaps that energy will start rolling across the bank just a little more smoothly over the next hour. We'll wait and see how conditions change. Of course, we have pegged out a full day's play here, and we will try and get all 16 heats of round 1 done today. I'm seeing that is possible. Lunchtime now, 1:10 sun goes down in 4.5 to 5 hours time. So we've got time to play. I think we'll wrap up. I'm not sure that Commissioner Travis Logie will go beyond the 16 heats. So 3 more hours to play, Tash.
Yeah, 3 more hours to play, 3 more hours of watching some of the best in the world here in Ballito. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of South Africans tuned in to watch this heat and a few others that are coming up. You know, we had the Ballito Pro, like you were saying, gigs, our summer edition in 2021. We got really lucky with having a big groundswell come through that window period, but it was only South Africans against South Africans. This is a whole different ball game.
This is, yes, 4th place surfer Charlie Martin out of Guadalupe. Such a character. We love his fire and his passion, and he's been committed to the cause of professional surfing for way more than a decade as Charlie, and that's Eli Bucas, the South African, just getting his tail loose with around 4 minutes to go. Quick recap of the requirements. They've got to go into the sixes, do both Eli and Charlie, and here you can see indicated in the work rate from our 3rd and 4th place surfers. But just to talk back to the point with Charlie, he's been such a fun competitor to watch over the years. He's a regular finals day participant, especially in the qualifying series around the European region. I've seen him make quarters, semis and finals repeatedly over the years in Portugal, in France, in Galicia, up in the north of Spain, over in the Azores. Charlie's had always successful visits there. And Charlie just represents that region so proudly under the French territory. And we'll see if he can find his way out of this heat. Now he's got to go now to, the numbers are stretched a little further, Tash. 747 requirement for Charlie. And Eli Bucas, last ride did factor in at a 4.3, but this man, Rio Waida, is blocking out that 2nd place position. He lets go another turn, and he's looking electric, is Rio Waida in 2022. And are we going to see him as a full-timer at the championship to a level in 2023? It's a good question to ask, because we did see Rio partake in G-Land all the way to 9th, only losing to Philippe Toledo. And we love it. We love it to have a Balinese surfer back in the top mix like that. Of course, he's been sharpening his blades amongst a lot of the talent pool. I think of names like Oni Anwar coming out of Indonesia. And, you know, it was, yeah, you think of it, goes back a while. Indonesian competitive surfing is not a new thing.
Well, it's not a new thing, but it's something that we don't often see. We're not seeing many Indonesians on these bigger stages, and I just love being able to watch someone, I don't want to say underground because I've been watching Rio for a long time, but it's just great to be able to have representation and just include everyone, and Rio working really hard, sitting 2nd on the rankings right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look back to the late 90s, Rizal Tanjung started it all off, guys like Tipi Jabrik, as we see Mateus just going to this gun. There's been a situation change, so the heat leaders changed now as we're down to the back 2 minutes. This is the South African. A sense of desperation now for his 717. He'll go to the air, will Eli Bucas. And we lost a South African in the previous heat in Jordi Marie. And if that doesn't change for Eli Bucas, we're going to add him to the pile very shortly. So requirements for 3rd and 4th with 90 seconds to go are deep in the 7s here, Tash.
Yeah, and our biggest scores needed from 3rd and 4th, they were a lot smaller in some previous heats, so opening up the scores a little bit from the Indonesian as well as the Brazilian, and Rio Waida holding that lead down.
Not a big point spread between 1st and 2nd here. Waida on the 12.43, made up of a 6.53 and a 5.9, and then also a 6 and a 5 level scores in for Mateus Hurdy. So this will be a little scalp for Rio Waida with 1 minute to go over Mateus. And you expect that those two names right now could be a big topic over the next few years at championship tour level, Rio Waida and Mateus Hurdy. And we're inside the final minute here of the 10th heat of the morning. Here's Eli Bucas, the South African. Bigger wave, and he'll just get tripped up by that as he tries to go to the lip for an unsuccessful attempt to find the 717. And Tash, it looks like the South African is almost done and dusted here. Eli, the Cape Townian, is out of the region of Komiki. He's got those punchy waves on offer. He's got the big wave game. He's got the small wave game. And someone that's got game in the air is former World Junior champ Mateus Hurdy, who's just now closing the door on Eli Bucas. And it looks like that's going to be a final result here. Here is our heat leader. Lovely whip there. Can he improve on his low score of a 5.9? Just hooking into that. He'll make the connection as well. Water just starting to move over the bank again as we're half an hour after the low. And that right there, as far as action for input, is going to wrap up the 10th heat of the morning, Tash.
Yeah, what a great heat. Really enjoyed that surfing.
Cannot believe how many waves we've seen. I mean, we're talking Rio. Listen, folks, Rio Waida, 14 waves in that heat. I mean, we're going over 50 waves in the heat, but that is because of the low tide. It'll be an official result. Rio Waida and Mateus Hurdy are going to go into the next round. It is at the expense of Eli Bucas and Charlie Martin. We'll take a quick break. Gigs and Tash say goodbye. Brad and Kai will come in. We'll continue the show at the Ballito Pro.
Calm yourself down.
Well, welcome back to Ballito Bay, and of course it is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's a great pleasure to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. My name is Brad Bricknell, and alongside me this afternoon is Kai Linder for the call. And Kai, we're halfway through the day. It's a sunny day on KwaZulu-Natal coast, and the waves are pretty fun right now.
Well, the swell's definitely filling in. There's no doubt about it. We've seen a couple of overhead waves in the last two heats. The wind's a little bit out of the south, so it is that cross shore, but what that's doing is we're just seeing some crazy airs. And I mean, Mateus Hurdy in the last heat almost doing a double air Rio.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would have been a 10 if he had pulled the second.
Here we go. So let's take a look at the lineup out here. Kalani Ball from Australia, Kei Kobayashi from the USA, Josh Burke from Barbados, and Ian Gouveia from Brazil. A truly international affair. These are the top 96 challengers for that coveted top 10 slot on the year-end rankings, which will see them qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour. We are event number 3 rather of 8 Challenger Series events. Top 5 will count, and it looks like it's going to be the man from Australia, Kalani Ball, to open up proceedings in this heat. He's found a little right-hander. Nice little opening turn. Just this wave pace a little slow as Kalani decides to kick out of that one. Born in Cronulla, just south of Sydney, and grew up on the Gold Coast, the Wollongong region. Beautiful part of the world down there on near the south coast of New South Wales.
I'll tell you what, you can't doubt the international centricity of surfing these days. Kalani Ball, in my head I'm going, must be from Hawaii. No, he's from Australia. Kei Kobayashi, I'm like, USA? Okay, he's from USA. So it just shows you how broad the surfing community is getting these days.
Live action, Josh Burke from Barbados. Nice opening turn, big closeout turn, 2 there from Josh Burke. So nice 2-turn combination to get things going for him. 30-minute heats. Only 3 minutes gone, and just talking or listening as Giggs and Tash finished up that last heat. There were over 50 waves ridden in that heat, so a lot of opportunity out there, Kai. But what's it going to take to find the gems out there this afternoon?
Well, looking at the big scores, you're either going 3 to 4 turn combo, and there need to be some vertical surfing in those somewhere, and or you got to go the Mateus route and just go absolutely bonkers above the lip. So a lot of these surfers completely capable of both. I mean, Josh Burke, especially from Barbados, he has got the big air game in that El Salvador event now in the CT. He showed what he can do in the air, and kind of similar-ish conditions wind-wise with a slight cross shore, so I'm sure we'll see him go to there. And of course on the other side of it, I think you've got like a guy who's just like an absolute machine workman in Ian Gouveia. You know, he's just going to go vertical and do big turns all heat long.
Yeah, love watching his father Fabio Gouveia on the championship tour when I was growing up surfing, and Ian's a chip off the old block. He's got that beautiful flow and that style that his father had. And here goes Kobayashi on his backhand. He's a small, powerful surfer in stature, but big heart, and he's got a big backhand attack, as illustrated nicely on that opening wave there for Kobayashi. So scores starting to come in as we see Josh Burke opening up. Beautiful frontside wrap to get things going. Big back foot jam, and he's going to get a 3rd turn in here. So impressive start here from the surfer from Barbados. A 5.83 on his opener. Here goes Ball. Big backhand hook for him as well, and the closeout section. Maybe a little late on the timing there for that closeout turn. But scores now being thread in. And Kai, you've been on the beach announcing in between some of your hits on the set here today. And the judges have got a lot of work. We're seeing like 5 waves in a row. The judges now have to process all that and get those scores in and make sure they do the best job they can.
Well, I can tell you on the beach, Mike, I feel like I've run a marathon at the end of a heat, because the paddle out is so short here today, and there's so many waves with the new swell, and all of these guys are just over frothing after a day off. So it's coming hot and heavy, and I mean, like you said, in that last heat, over 50 waves in a 30-minute period. Like, do the math in your head. That is crazy amount of surfing.
All right, scores are locked in now across the board. Every surfer has an opening score, so we'll have a look at the heat lead. Josh Burke has locked in the opening exchange with a 5.83. We're still waiting on his second score to be put down. Ian Gavea in second, and take a replay here of Keity Kamiyama's first wave.
Well, I love the first turn. Gets that nice little projection out on the back and throws the next one. The wave went a little bit flat on that second section, but then he comes around and goes for the lip again. The wave wasn't the best, but he definitely worked it for everything it was worth. I like this turn. Whap, just gets straight around. And Burkett then straight into the big fin chuck. And you just see the focus on him down the line as he works that third turn. And amazing surfing from the Barbadian. And here on the left, again, you just see that left has got that little bit of like a warble on it, that little cross wave coming off the rocks now. So good for airs, I think, but I think it's going to be really difficult to work the turns on the lefts now.
Love the angle of that last replay of Josh Burke. It comes in at a 6.67, so the highest point in the heat so far was 7 minutes gone. 4.27 from Kalani Ball, and the leaderboard now shuffling along with Burke in the lead. Ball in second, looking for an 8.23. Obviously, his second score only at 2.5 at this early stage. Gavea in third, looking for that 2.85, or 2.95 rather, and Kobayashi waiting on his second score to be locked in. So 3.33 opener. Plenty of time remaining. 30-minute heats throughout the day today. We're coming up to around 1:25 here local time. We've passed that low tide mark now. High tide around 7 tonight. What can we expect this afternoon in terms of conditions?
Well, look, obviously we hope that on the push it is going to start getting a bit bigger as we watch Kalani up and riding here.
Square off the bottom and off the top from Ball, locking in his wave number 3, looking to drop the 2.50. He's going to try and make the most of this one. Even gets an inside connection right on the shoreline there. And I think to join the dots of what you were starting to say, with the pushing tide comes more consistency.
Yeah, and that's what Burkett is making good use of here. Actually, sometimes we called him Burkett, but of course we had Derek de Vries here locally as well. And here goes your surfing green.
Square off the bottom for Gavea. Nice big hook off the top there. Gets slightly hung up, but still rides out cleanly. So Ian Gavea locking in his wave number 2. And once we get all 4 surfers with those 2 waves locked in, we can give you a better kind of position in terms of those heat standings and those requirements. 22 remaining on the clock. Looking ahead, Kai, one of South Africa's favourite sons coming up in the next heat, Geordie Smith. It's going to be a big heat up against Geordie Lawler, Vasco Ribeiro and Luke Thompson, the wild card.
Massive heat. Watch the paddle here. We'll go with blue. Lovely bottom turn. That's a better turn out of the young American. And then, wow, lovely second turn. So that's definitely going to step up from his left. And yeah, the next heat, Geordie Smith, I mean, a perennial favourite in South Africa. He's the most successful surfer we've ever had. But I've got to be honest, I'm more excited to see young Luke Thompson.
Yep.
He's been on a tear, and you know, second in the ISA Juniors. And here goes Josh.
Here we go, big air there from Josh Burke. Didn't quite connect on that landing. Came a little bit disconnected on the landing. But love the intention here from Josh Burke and also Keity Kamiyama. Really explosive 2 turns on that last wave. And we'll come back to the next hit in a bit because there's a flurry of action. But yeah, if you just tuned in, thank you for joining us. Wherever you are watching around the world, Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. You've joined us around Heat 11 in the round of 96, the first round of the men's, in time for Josh Burke, Kalani Ball, Ian Gavea and Keity Kamiyama. And we're waiting on a bunch of scores to be locked in, and we'll give you that position. And yeah, we are deep into the day here, into the afternoon now. The pushing tide and some really entertaining surfing, you've got to say, over the last few heats, Kai. Live action again. Ian Gavea, nice transitional flow to find an open section. It doesn't eventuate for him, so quick in and out. And I think this is kind of what you were alluding to earlier, Kai. The waves are short and the paddle back out is short. So we're seeing a lot of waves. So there's a lot of commentary, a lot of quick action, a lot of repetitive stuff. But it's really entertaining for the fans on the beach. And to the point, here we go. Kalani Ball staying busy as well. A nice 2-turn combination for him. So the judges really going to take a breath here. They do have the ability to watch the replays as well, Kai, which in this situation is critical when there's so many waves being ridden.
Well, you can't help but miss waves. I mean, on the beach commentary in the last heat, you know, Johan and I on the beach, and Johan was busy commentating on red, and in the meantime across the beach, Matthias is going crazy in white. And luckily there's two of us there, so you're kind of keeping an eye. But for the judges, they don't have that luxury, so they really do sometimes, especially in these conditions, need those replays. And that is why, we've been talking about it behind the scenes. There's been a little bit of delay on scores today, but that is because of that frenetic pace. There's just no way around it, because the judges have to make sure that they get the scores right.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, it is an esteemed panel of judges, an international panel. 5 sit on the panel at any given time. As highest and lowest scores are dropped out, while the middle 3 are averaged out. And this is your heat leader from Barbados, Josh Burke. Another beautiful frontside wrap for him, and another strong finish, getting that tail really high up on that closeout maneuver. He's been really impressive in this the first sidecar.
Well, shades of Josh Kerr for me. Like, he's got such a similar style, especially on those front side turns, and of course also really solid in there. And I've actually seen a couple of videos of late of him on a twin fin too, so maybe there's a little connection there we don't know about.
Well, scores have come in for that last explosive wave of Keity Kobayashi. It's a 6.33, and this is the last one of Joshy Burke.
Yeah, just look at this turn. Love how he just lays into it. You see the compression on that back knee, and not many guys can do that, and then absolutely unleashes on the second turn. And Josh Burke's come out fighting. He wants the win. He wants to move through the rounds. He had a little taste of CT action, and he wants more.
Here we go. This is Kobayashi up and riding on his front side again. You can see that explosive power comes from those stocky legs that he has. Unable to ride out complete on that occasion, but he is sitting in second place. His 2 scores, a 3.39 and a 6.53. So he's in second place, looking for just under a 6 if he wants to take out Josh Burke on the top. And then, of course, Kalani Ball looking for a 5.14 and Ian Gouveia a 6.0 for his requirements. Just under 18 minutes remaining, and those rocks are starting to get covered up slightly, but we should still have a good window of exposed sandbar out there over the next few hours, Kai.
Yeah, we've got a couple of hours. And I just want to say, Keity Kobayashi, the moustache, the wetsuit, the spray design, going back to the 70s
He's
here.
got it all.
I mean, the fashion police are not coming for him, that's for sure.
I do love the whole package that Keity Kobayashi brings to the tour. The tour is made up of a multitude of characters, and he's certainly one of the highlights amongst them. Scores in for that last one of Josh Burke, despite being a really good wave car. It's a 5.67, so not going to factor into his top 2.
Yeah, but he's putting the pressure on, and the fact of the matter is, with such a small lineup, you're going to see the other guys' waves. You're having an eye on what's going on around you, but you're going to watch the back, and you're going to see those fins blasting out, and all the other guys in this heat are going to be hearing the scores, hearing the situations, and they know that Josh Burke is on form. He's feeling his groove, and he's already in the lead. So that's a big mountain for them to climb now, and by just continuously keeping that pressure up, he's not letting them think for a moment that they can get under his skin or get on top of him. So it's a real masterclass in heat surfing this, I think.
16.5 minutes remaining in this one. Kai, how much is premeditated in terms of those pre-heat strategies before these guys paddle out?
I think there are some guys who have a very premeditated heat strategy. They look at it like Kelly Slater, the king. He knows what he's going to do, I think, almost an hour before he paddles out. He knows what he's going to say to the other guys in the heat. He knows who they are. I mean, he's very clever like that. I think the other guys, you look at Andy Irons, there was no
bit more spontaneous.
He came out and surfed, and he let his surfing do the talk. And there are certain advantages to both, but I think in these conditions where it's a little bit more difficult and random, sometimes I think the spontaneity is maybe a better way to go.
Lots of waves on offer this afternoon to be spontaneous, and here goes Kalani Ball from Australia. A lot of speed, gets it up and over the lip there, blows the tail out, but just gets a little bit stuck on the revert out of that turn. So another incomplete wave there for Kalani, but he's keeping pace in this heat. Still needs a 5.14 to get into that advancing position, so plenty of time for him, and like his intention, trying to get that board up and over the lip.
A little bit of pressure on the judges from Josh Burke there, coming with the hands at Ian Gouveia as he had a look at that wave. I think that was a bit of an ask. Ian didn't really have a committed paddle, but it just shows you how pumped up Josh Burke is. He really is out there to compete. Yes, and
obviously Kai referring to the priority there. You see on your left-hand side of the screen, top left, Ian Gouveia has a P next to his name. That means he has first priority in the seat, and then the corresponding numbers 2, 3, and 4 against white, red, and blue indicate what priority each of those surfers have. So obviously Green has priority over everybody, and then second has priority over Kalani Ball, and of course Kalani has priority over Kei Kobayashi. So that's just put in place so that there's a fair playing field out there. We don't want to see too much hassling right off the peak. We want to see a lot of surfing happening, and I think it's a great innovation to bring that 4-man priority into the Challenger Series and the QS Series for that matter.
Jeez, I think I remember doing a junior event here years ago. I think it was Slade Prestwich and Mikey February. We'll just wait for Kobayashi's wave here.
Yeah, nice little two-turn combination. Smaller wave here on the inside for Kei, but he's looking to put some more pressure on Kalani Ball. If he can drop that 3.33 from his scoreline, it might improve his situation ever so slightly.
So I was saying, yeah, and Mike and Slade were in the final, and eventually I had to get on the mic and go, like, guys, the judges can't see you anymore, because they'd gone almost to bog.
Right down the beach, and we see a big rotation from Ian Gavea. He's going to make sure he shows the judges that that one is indeed complete, and locking in there wave number 5 for Gavea. Probably going to be his best score. 3.77 his low. He's looking for a 6.04 to go into the lead with 13 minutes remaining. That'll hopefully add to his momentum as this heat starts to go into the back half.
I think Ian might have heard me at the start of the heat. He was like, Kai, just remember I can do airs
airs. I'm not just a flowy, big carve guy.
Yeah, he is a phenomenal surfer there. And like you hark back to his dad, Fabio, also an incredible surfer. And let's watch this wave of his. Gets in. You can see that little cross point across the left-hander, that bump. But he did well to get over it, and then just absolutely kicks the tail out. Almost getting the full 360 motion out there. But I love the power of that launch. Really got the tail out.
Yeah, nice, beautiful example of the air reverse. Landing with those fins facing towards the beach and reverting out for a 4.83. So that's going to help his cause as he starts to build momentum as far as that scoreboard's concerned. But he's still now, as some other scores have dropped in, got a bit of pressure, looking for a 7.53 to go into that advancing place. Josh Burke out in front from Barbados. He's had an incredible heat so far, and Kei Kobayashi has done really well to maintain that second place. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai for the call. Great to have your company wherever you are. We just saw a great heat go down before this one too. Rio Waida from Indonesia taking out the great win, and he's standing by on the sidelines now.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, guys. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linda. Of course, that wasn't an interview with Rio Waida, but he had a great performance in that last one. We might catch up with him a little bit later on today. But again, great to have your company here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Great to see some of those original core surf brands getting behind pro surfing and maintaining their involvement in the sport as it evolves now into the Challenger Series and onto the CT, Kai.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see the new range of wetsuits coming out of O'Neill. I was talking to Paul Canning yesterday, and he was explaining to me how they've once again upped the technology game, and he reckons guys like Geordie Smith are saying that the new suits are probably the best and warmest suits ever made.
Wow.
And Geordie even saying so far as to say that if you're in a 4.3 normally, you could almost go down to a 3.2. The suits are so warm.
Yeah, incredible the advancements that have been made in the wetsuit world. So yeah, tip of the hat to Jack O'Neill for thinking about us all those years ago. 10 minutes remaining in this one. Kei Kobayashi is in second place still with a 5.98 requirement. That means Josh Burke has maintained his lead. Kalani Ball is in second place. He requires a 6.63. And then we've got Ian Gavea in fourth place looking for a 6.53. So his requirement has come down as we catch up with a few replays.
Well, this is Josh Burke and just whips the tail out there. Such progressive surfing from this guy. And then waiting for that next section. I love how he just accentuates the carve there off the back foot with a bit of a layback. And then, of course, Kalani Ball, the big Australian, lovely turn off the top. You can see that white epoxy board as he works it down the line. And then, of course, now the Brazilian. This was that big... Oh no, this is a big turn, so we didn't see this one, and you could just see the anguish on his face there as he came out of that turn. Not going to stick it, not going to change the system.
Yeah, not many opportunities, and you don't want to blow the ones that you do have, especially when you're in fourth and chasing a score of around 6.53. Looks like Kalani's found a left-hander. It's pretty stretched out, though, so he's going to opt out of that one pretty quickly. 9 minutes remaining. So it's been Josh Burke who's... Well, he's held the lead from the get-go. Open up with a 5.83. Here goes Kobayashi now, getting his fins out the water towards the beach. And he's going to make sure the judges deem this one complete and does well to ride out. So things are heating up now with Gavea too. Nice little back foot jam, little layback snap in the pocket. Hopping all the way into the shore break and completing that wave right on the rocks down on the shoreline. So a little flurry of action there. I do love the explosive nature of Kei Kobayashi's surfing. Powerful legs, and every turn you just wait for something to happen.
Yeah, and that little Mayhem Disco Biscuit looks good under his feet as well. Really responsive, no sort of hold-ups on his way between the bottom and the top, and he's looking really, really good. And I just like that little bit of spring almost in his step. He's got a lot of energy in his surfing. Here we go with Gavea. And this man just has such intent in his surfing. I love the little fin blast there. And then comes around the corner for the second. That was a pretty serious second turn as well. So I think this is probably going to be his best score, especially with the finish like that. So good job by Ian Gavea. Never write him off, Brad.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. This is probably going to be his best number. Speaking of best numbers, the 617 has just been dropped by Kei Kobayashi on that big air reverse. So that sees him now jump into the lead for the very first time with 7 minutes 20 remaining. Josh Burke drops down into second. He now requires a 6.03. Kalani Ball, his requirement's gone up to a 7.77. Might be a lucky number for some. It's going to have to be a lucky number for him with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and Josh Burke's going to be suddenly feeling the pressure with 7 minutes because that last wave of Ian Gavea's was good. I don't know if it's going to be good enough for a 7.67, but he's definitely starting to waken up in this heat. He had a really slow start, and suddenly we're seeing him sort of connect the dots and get a couple of really solid turns down the line. Having said that, I'm looking at Josh Burke's scoreline. He's just thrown away 2 high fives, so I don't think he's feeling the pressure too much.
Yeah, he's been definitely consistent in that high five area. The 6.67, the highlight of the heat so far as his scoreline is concerned. And so I'm sure he'll be hoping to break out of that 5 zone. But let's now pay attention to Kei. He's driving down the line, a lot of speed. We know what's coming next. It's a big backside rotation. And again, that one, unfortunately for him, the judges will deem that one incomplete.
Yeah, you gotta get him down. He landed on the roof there, did all the hard work, but unfortunately just a little bit off the sweet spot, so he didn't get through for it. But showing the intent, which is that he's going to go big and try to get the scores. And I think if we look at that previous heat, Matthias, what he was doing, I think it's a good game plan. Yeah,
really good game plan, especially with these, I guess, this wind blowing from the right to the left of your screen, the southwester. Connor Coffin has arrived on the scene. Incredible championship tour surfer who was one of the casualties of the mid-year cut this year. So he's back on the Challenger Series, a man from Santa Barbara, California. We'll be seeing him coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this one. Kobayashi leads, Burke second, Gavea third, Ball fourth. And both Gavea and Ball now, although Gavea has found himself in third place, he's jumped up the ladder just by 1 place, leaving Ball in fourth, but they still require those high 7s.
Well, I mean, how crazy is this new system? We just saw Connor Coffin how's that guy off the CT this year? And I mean, off the performances he had last year, making it to the finals of the championship tour and almost going pretty far there too. I mean, he was surfing so good, and it just shows you how brutal it is. But at the same time, for us surf fans, it's creating a second competition series that we are going to want to watch, which is the Challenger Series.
Absolutely, and it means that every event in the championship tour had consequences to it. From from event number 1, 2, and 3, there were consequences all the way through. So great to see Conor Coffin back here on South African shores. I've been following his Instagram feed. He's been getting some good waves. He's been here for a little while, so he's definitely in tune. And yeah, we were looking to see him put on a great performance this afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the nice thing about this area for these guys is, you know, it's not just the Ballito. You've got Durban, you've got the South Coast, you've got all the way up to the Mozambican border. There are options if you know where you're going or if you're connected with the right people. But South Africans also friendly and great hosts. So a lot of these guys have local friends they've met over the years or on tour, and they're going to look after them and take them around. And it's one of the things I love about this contest too, is that there are so many options for the guys when they're not in the contest.
Absolutely right. It's a wave-rich region, and it was great to have Greg Swart in the booth a little bit early on, listening to the history of Ballito. And how it almost used to be a secret spot back in the day, and you know, when it became, when they started discovering it and learning about what made it work, it just opened up a whole other world for them up here on this coast.
Well, you've still got to get clearance from Doug and Barry Campbell if you want to go to some of the spots.
Absolutely right. Not everything is free for all. We've got to protect some of these beautiful little coves around the world. 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Kobayashi leads. Burke still second. Time pressure now starting to build on Gavaya and Ball, as well as scoreboard pressure, Kai. Those high sevens. Let's see what Gavaya has. Yeah, he's going to have to go to the air. He does. He hucks it out, but almost forces that a little bit too hard and incomplete with 3 minutes to go.
And Brad, again, I'm going to come to this point of how frenetic it is out there for the judges. Just look at the wave counts. 7, 8, 10, 9. Almost 40 waves caught already in the seat, and we've still got 3 minutes to go.
Plenty of time still remaining. We'll probably see another 30-odd waves before the end of this heat. And there you can see the top 2 waves. So that's one thing that also has changed over the years. There used to be a 10-wave maximum for these heats. But now we just want to see more surfing. It's better for the fans, it's better for the surfers, so you can catch as many waves as you like inside that 30-minute period, but only your top 2 waves will count.
Well, we go back to the old days where you had to get the 3.
And there was 4 at one stage too.
4 at one stage.
And you had to paddle around the buoy to get priority.
Oh, it's pretty funny. I was talking to Paul Canning about the old Glodina events, and you had to go around the buoy in the dark.
Who would want to paddle out there in the dark? But here we go, Ian Gavaya. You can see maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in. He's got such a solid backhand attack, but just didn't find a second or third opportunity that he's probably going to need to get that score in that sort of 7.6. He's almost got to go excellent, and it's going to require something really special inside this last minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 sort of half and halves on the backhand ain't going to cut it. He's going to have to come with something big. But Ian Gavaya over the years has certainly proven that he's well within his means of getting excellent scores, especially in small sort of beach break like this. We've seen it time and again. So time against him, but he's got the talent to do it. I think the person really with the ball firmly out of their hand here is Kalani Ball. Excuse the pun on the name there. But with a 7.77, that is a big ask with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, the one thing he has in his favour is priority. So if one of those really good scoring potential waves pops up, Kalani will have first dig at it. You can see he's on the right of the screen. There's a fair bit of distance between him, Kai, and the other surfers. Probably for him, that's a good thing right now. It's just really up to him and the opportunity if it comes.
Yeah, no pressure on him, at least in that regard, that there are guys sitting like right on him, pressuring him into a wave. And we know what that's like with priority, is sometimes, like you say, it's a curse rather than a benefit, especially at the back end of a heat. You can see Kai Kobayashi also just searching the lineup, trying to like shut things down here. 30 seconds on the clock, though. It's looking pretty good for the surfers in blue and white.
Yeah, these guys have been the ones that have held down that 1-2 position from the get-go. Josh Burke did open up with a 5.83 and a 6.67. He held the lead down for a long period of the heat. And then Kobayashi, with his explosive nature, and some big two-turn combinations has come back in. As we can see, Ian Gavea, he's just sometimes you just got to laugh, otherwise you'll cry. And yeah, I just love seeing that. He's admitting defeat, and not much he could have done. And great to see the smile still on his face.
Well, I'm going to give him a 9.5 on the Pooh Man scale.
Well, it's yeah, I love seeing that sort of stuff. Not taking it too seriously, and obviously it always hurts when you get knocked out, but it always pays to look at the brighter side of life as well. So congratulations there to Kei Kobayashi and Josh Burkett taking out that win. We're going to take a short break here from Ballito Bay, but when we come back, please don't go anywhere. We're going to have none other than Geordie Smith, Geordie Lawler. We've also got Vasco Ribeiro and Luke Thompson coming up. It's a big heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to sunny South Africa, and of course it is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, great to have your company in the booth here this afternoon. The waves are standing up, there's air reversals going everywhere, and we've got a couple of big proponents of those aerial maneuvers in the water right now. It's a really big one on paper.
Well, I think for the viewership in South Africa, this is one of the biggest heats of the day. And I mean, Geordie Smith already with a 4.67 on the board, so he's obviously not holding back. Haven't seen much of Geordie thus
low
far.
Profile, hasn't he?
Super low profile. Of course, he is a dad now, you know, and he's got his family, and he's been out of town for a while, so I'm not surprised. Luke Thompson, very exciting youngster from Durban, like literally probably one of my top picks for the next South Africans who can do well. And here goes the big guy.
4.67 opener, and here goes Geordie Smith on a little right-hander. Beautiful opening turn that we've become accustomed to seeing from Geordie, but just got a little tangle up on that second turn transition. Geordie Lawler from North Narrabeen down in New South Wales, Australia, opened up with a 4.0. He's no stranger to winning events. He's done really well in South Africa before. He's also won the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly, in actually very similar conditions to this one, Kai. So he's got a devastating aerial game and got a lot of power in those legs as well. So I look forward to see him. And of course, Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal. He's been around a while. He's a wily competitor. And then, yes, Luke Thompson, someone that's come onto my radar a couple of years ago. Been really fascinated watching his junior career. Had a really good year so far as well, and really excited to see him win a slot here via the wildcard trials.
Yeah, and like the similarities with Geordie and Luke are quite interesting too. Both have grown up on the new pier. Both quite big strapping boys, you know, coming through the ranks, both with a lot of power in their surfing. So for me, this is a really interesting heat. And I mean, Luke will look up to Geordie, you know, he's one of his idols. I know that.
Yeah.
And But at the same time, Geordie will know what Luke's capable of, you know, and I don't think he's going to go easy on him. And then, like you said, Jordan Lawler, I mean, we've seen him here in South Africa for a long time. He came out for all the City Surf Series 1000 runs back in the day to get some experience out here, won one or two of those. He's done really well at Ballito before. And for me right now, in these kind of conditions, one of the most dangerous surfers on the planet.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. No doubt he's going to be one to watch, the man in blue. And yeah, just a little bit more about that in a sec as we see Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal. Quick in and out from him, but nice lively start from him. So Jordan Lawler from North Narrabeen, which is a great little left-hander, but just a hotbed of talent, being one of the places in Australia that's really churned out some incredible talent. You think of, right back to Simon Anderson's days, and then you guys like Nathan Hedge, Matty Cattle, all those guys getting behind the new generation coming through, so really cool to see Dylan Moffat. Also, we'll see him later on in the draw from that North Narrabeen crew. And it's kind of like that Nupia scene where they just get pushed and pushed, but it's a real tight community, and everyone's there and super supportive of their little hometown heroes.
Well, any lineup that features the hog is going to be competitive.
This is true. This is true. Here goes Geordie, the man we've just been talking about, 4.0 on his opening wave. He's found a small little right-hander over here. That's probably not going to factor into his top two come the end of this heat. And Geordie Smith, 2.77 on his second wave. Vasco Ribeiro, he's locked in a couple of mid to high twos. And we're standing by on Luke Thompson now. The youngster from South Africa, one of the wild cards in this event. He's now being propelled onto probably the biggest stage in terms of an event that he's surfed, Kai.
Well, this is the biggest event for sure in his young career. He's just turned 18 last week. But I can't help but feel that one of the biggest advantages Luke has in this heat against all these big names is that he has been spending hours on this bank for the last few weeks. He was training for the JQS, he was training for the Pro Junior, he surfed both events, he surfed in the trials. So he's already racked up probably close on 20 heats out on this bank just in the last 2 weeks, and that has to give you some kind of advantage.
Yeah, I think that's right. Is and when you're 18, you're a grom. You want to surf as much as you can, so really looking forward to him. I have watched his junior career sort of evolve. I know he's had a real good crack at the ISA World Champs and also the WSL World Juniors over in Taiwan when I first saw him actually, and was really impressive, not only by surfing in the water, but how he carried himself outside of the water. Just an impressive young man, very humble, but you can see quietly determined as well.
Yeah, they're a good bunch. We've got a really solid crew of top groms right now. You see Luke rolling with Connor Slipen, the Dace brothers, Luke Slipen, Eli Birkus and co, and they're just behind that, sort of underneath that challenger group of Geordie and Jose and Max Elkington and those guys and Aiden, and all of them surf together, all of them support each other in the lineup. And what was nice also was seeing in Australia like how the South Africans were really sticking together and traveling and free surfing together, and looking at the Brazilians and how successful they've been in the last few years. This was something that we've really been trying to push through to them. It's like, that's what you got to do coming from a small third world country going out into the world, is you got to stick together and support each other, and they really have embraced that Amandla spirit.
Definitely saw that in the competitors area this morning, taking a walk around there. Daniel Emsley, another youngster, was in the draw in the first hit of the day, and there were probably 10 to 15 South Africans there, all crowding around, cheering and watching. So really great to see that in practice as well. So 22 minutes remaining in this one. We're still waiting on our youngster, 18-year-old Luke Thompson, to open up his heat, Kai, and sort of in contrast to the last heat, we saw so many waves ridden up front. This one's been a little quieter.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a tidal change with the water pushing. Here goes the big boy.
Big boy Geordie Smith. I just love this beautiful frontside wrap that he's gone, but again, that one's just not going to open up a second opportunity for him. But got to say, from the few turns we've seen, he's looking on.
Yeah, he's looking good. There's definitely no injuries anymore. I'm wondering if he's on an epoxy or not. For the bigger guys today, I'm thinking the epoxy would be the guy. And I know Geordie does have a couple in his quiver. But of course on Smith Shapes by his dad. Speaking to Mcrae, the team manager, they've been doing most of his boards now with Arctic blanks, imported. And Luke Thompson also on an Arctic blank Smith board, interestingly enough. And he reckons it's his magic board. He's never had a better board.
Put that one in the cupboard, bring it out for the events. 21 minutes remaining. Luke Thompson sitting Looks like he's got a bit of distance again between himself and the other competitors. How will this... let's just stand by on that thought for a second. We've got a paddle over here. It looks like it's going to be Geordie Smith having a look at a left-hander this time. And he's winding up for something, but that section doesn't quite present itself. And no opportunity there for Geordie. As a youngster, though, up against the guys of the likes of Geordie Smith, Geordie Lawler, Vasco Ribeiro, when you've gone 10 minutes without a wave and you're 18 years old, what's going on inside his head?
Well, it's definitely put pressure on you because you're starting to think like, whoa, what's going on here? Well, I haven't had a wave. But I know he's young, but he's such a seasoned competitor. He's been competing since like under 12. And he's just been through some heavy heats and situations. So I think Luke will be fine. And this is why I say Geordie Lawler is so dangerous in these conditions. A big fan of the epoxy since I first saw him competing here in South Africa, and in small waves, always on the Channel Islands epoxy, Geordie Lawler, and he's just got that electric feel. Like the waves will be so small and tough to surf, and he's just whipping that board through the maneuvers.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him get an opportunity on the left-handers. Obviously, he's going to be going front side into that wind, and he's really got the ability to really invert some of those airs. So really waiting to see that happen. And well, we had a really fun last heat. Keiji Kobayashi took out that win, and we're going to throw it down now to the sidelines to hear from him.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Keiji Kobayashi from the USA. Congratulations on that heat win. It's a long way to travel to South Africa from the USA, and with the new Challenger Series format, you were rated in the 80s coming into this event. What does this first round win mean to you, and how do you feel about the Challenger Series WQS versus the old sort of format?
Yeah, it's definitely a different format, and it makes it tough for all of us. But at the same time, we all have to deal with the same current rankings with the Challenger Series and your regional ranking. And yeah, I had a tough go in Australia. I actually sprained my toe the day I got there, so that was a bit of a shocker. And yeah, for the first time today, I surfed with no tape on my foot before my heat, and it felt really good. And my toe had no pain, and that was the best feeling ever. And yeah, I had no excuse this time, I guess. And yeah, I felt good. Finally make a heat. I've been working really hard. I get up at 4 a.m. and I'm in the gym by 5, and we all put in that work, and it's just a matter of when it shows. And yeah, I'm very happy to make that first heat.
Well, that toe certainly looked good with 2 solid scores over 6. Your board was looking very, very fast. Very briefly, give us a little rundown of what size and dimensions this board is.
Yeah, so I actually talked to Matt Biolis and Gian back with Lost Surfboards, and they've been supporting me since I was a little grom. And yeah, I actually changed my whole quiver recently in Australia. My boards looked a bit long, and yeah, I went a bit smaller. This is actually a 5.4, and I normally ride a 5.5. So it's 1.5 inches smaller, and it's a carbon wrap from Matt Biolis Lost Surfboards. And yeah, it works really good, and the waves are a bit smaller today, but there's still a lot of power out there once you find the good waves, so it works really well.
I'm so stoked that your toes feeling better, boards are looking good. Good luck in the next round, and we'll see you hopefully from tomorrow again. Back to you guys in the studio. Yeah, certainly go for it.
Yeah, 今回はラウンド1やっと勝てたので、足も捻挫してた足がだいぶ治ってきて、今回やっとテープなしでサーフィンできたので、みんなの応援で今回勝てたので、次のラウンド2も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Good stuff. All right, again, back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for a great interview there with Keiji Kobayashi. What a character. It's almost like his character on land reflects what we saw in the water from him, Kai.
100%, and you got to love him. He's got such a little vibe about him, and 5.4 that board. Jeez, I mean, I can't even comprehend such a small board. Mike Frew hulking him over there.
That's saying something with 17 minutes remaining. Well, let's have a look at some scores. We'll get you caught up. A 4.67 from Geordie Lawler sees him jump into the lead. Geordie Smith now in second. He has priority. He requires a 4.01 to take back that lead. Vasco Ribeiro in third place, looking for a 3.55. And our man, our 18-year-old grommet, Luke Thompson, still with 2 zeros next to his name, with 16 minutes remaining. This is now surely going to build some pressure for Luke.
It's going to build some pressure, and I think it's just the pressure of the main event, maybe. But technically, he did have a wave. So here we go. He did get a wave. Oh, that's a very workable backside turn and then into the calf. So, okay, we didn't see this wave and it wasn't on the board yet from the judges, but that was a very competitive looking left-hander from the young man.
Yeah, great start there from Luke Thompson, so he is on the board. And now we're going to track with Vasco Ribeiro, who just couldn't quite find the entry there on that little closeout turn. So quick in and out there for Ribeiro.
Yeah, and Luke's in the game, 3-5, highest wave score so far, 4.67 for Jordan and Geordie. So requirement of a 3.95, he's going to be feeling confident from nowhere to back in the game.
He would have grown up surfing a lot of 15-minute heats as a young Grom, so he's just got to reset and just pretend the heat just started now for him, and he needs to build a couple of scores as Vasco Ribeiro has, well, I think he's doing the right thing. He's staying busy under priority. He's got fourth priority, so nothing really to lose, Kai. Just trying to find an opportunity to build some bigger scores and some momentum.
I think if we're going to start a petition for anything in this world, it should be to never, ever have a 15-minute heat again.
Top four waves counting, beach style. All right, so we are down to officially the halfway mark in this heat. Connor Coffin, Jacob Wilcox, Levi Slawson and Tide Lee Island, the other South African wildcard trials winner, is coming up in the next heat. Heat number 13 of that round of 96. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. It's great to have your company here for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Geordie Lawler, if you've just joined us, is in the lead over Luke Thompson now, who has locked in a second score, 4.23. We might take another look at that one shortly, but just like that, Luke Thompson's gone from fourth to second, and he spent a good part of the first 10-12 minutes without a wave.
Well, we thought he might be feeling the pressure of the big moment, the big event. Clearly not. I mean, Luke has absolutely stuck to his game plan, obviously. And we were talking earlier in the previous heat about premeditated versus just going with the flow. It looks like Luke Thompson and his coach Quinton Jones had a very, very clear sort of look at the conditions and had a big game plan because he waited for those waves.
Vasco Ribeiro now up and riding, looking for that 3.84, so all the requirements are pretty compressed, and that's a nice turn from Vasco Ribeiro. Two-turn combination, his best wave by far. 14 minutes to go. I feel like this script has got a lot to be written in it, Kai, with 13 and a half minutes to go.
Well, this heat is just starting, really, and I feel like I've been watching Vasco Rivera surf in this event for as long back as I can remember. I'd love to see the stat, actually, on how long he's been coming to Ballito, and always dangerous. I don't think I've ever actually seen him not make it through a few rounds here in Ballito. So he knows the break. He's been here many, many years before, and he'll put that knowledge to good use. But, of course, right now, local kid Luke Thompson, Jordan Lawler, who I said was going to be dangerous in these conditions. The two youngsters are poking the bears. They're giving it to them.
Yeah, they certainly are. We still haven't seen Geordie take to the air on any of those left-handers into the wind yet, so stand by for that because we know how devastating he can be in the air. His make rate's really high, but so is this guy's. Geordie Smith on the outside, right-hander. There we go, blows a big tail out and just doesn't quite... Well, it doesn't nearly ride out of that one, but I love the intention there. He only had one section and he knew he had to try and make that one count, Kai.
Well, geez, he got the tail pretty high there. He's on a brand new board. I saw the post. He's got that one in a greenie.
I chose the green one.
You like the green one? I went with the flames. So you might have had the right choice though at the moment. But look, Geordie, we know what he's capable of. I really feel like Geordie's been in a little bit of a slump. I mean, he's dropped down to 15th on the CT. It's probably the lowest he's been in a good long time. But it happens. We know he's still got the talent. You watch the free surfing videos, and he is quite capable of still surfing at that level. Maybe just needs that one little heat to swing things. One
little heat can definitely spark a comeback or just some renewed energy. And, of course, one of his favourite events is coming up next. Yeah, here he goes. Nice flow and rhythm there, and the board looking spicy on that closeout turn. A nice bit of drift with those fins. And Geordie always likes coming to Durban as a warm-up, doesn't he, before that J-Bay event?
Yeah, I think it's always a good stretch. Comes to home. This is where he grew up, family, friends. Means a lot to him. I mean, when you travel around the world, for almost the entire year and away from home, it's not an easy thing. So I think it's good for him to come home, good for him to have a good old Durban curry, you know, and just
Bunny
feel,
chow.
yeah, bunny chow for sure, and you know, just have a good time at home and feel his groove. You know, he's just finished his house in J-Bay, so that's home too now, and he's been spending a lot of time there over the
Funny,
years.
I didn't get the invitation to...
No housewarming invite.
No housewarming,
Oh,
house
I'll have to
sitting
talk
at
to
least.
him,
I'll
eh?
talk to him after this, but looks like Vasco Ribeiro has fired up with a 6.50. He's gone from 4th to 1st, which means the leaderboard has been shuffled. Geordie Lawler now drops down into 2nd. He requires a 5.74. We saw him take off on a small left-hander, which didn't really go into his top 2. Luke Thompson's now dropped into 3rd. He requires a 4.45, and before that last wave of Geordie Smith, he required a 4.01. I think he's going to get that score. We'll see the leaderboard change again, but now let's pay attention to Geordie Lawler. Nice big opening carve, square off the bottom. Nice little jag off the top there, and then releases the fin for the 3rd turn. So beautiful 3-turn combination. He's looking for something around that 5.74 mark high.
Well, that was a really well-surfed little left bowl down the bank, and you were saying you were waiting for him to go left, and he's been going right. I know Geordie does like his backhand. He does tend to go that way when he's got the split of the peak, but if we watch this was a really well-surfed wave. You see him just punish it off the bottom there, straight into a nice clean wrap. Got a little caught off the bottom there, and that kind of threw him a little bit, but the 3rd turn was money. Got the fins out the back, and you couldn't have really done much more on that little left.
Yeah, well surfed wave there for Geordie Lawler. No air section, but really surfed that wave cleanly and smoothly. So we are standing by for some scores to lock in. Still waiting for that last right-hander of Geordie Smith to come through. As Geordie, just a quick in and out for him. I do want to see an air attempt. You've got to find one of those sections where that oncoming right-hander presents an opportunity to present a little launch pad for him. And if he gets the wind underneath his board, you can watch out for something really technical from this young surfer from Narrabeen.
Well, also, I think this big playing field is causing havoc because we missed a ride from Luke Thompson. It's come in at a 5.77.
Yeah, we'll catch up with those scores in a sec. Let's pay attention now to Vasco Ribeiro. Went from 4th to 1st on his last wave, now trying to solidify this lead. Powerful surfing there from the Portuguese surfer. Locking in his wave number 8, so he's been nice and busy. And yes, a 5.77 from Luke Thompson. We'll see if we can find that one for you. So let's put him back into 2nd place. So this leaderboard has juggled from top to bottom and bottom to top a couple times in the last few minutes. Geordie Lawler, nice vertical attack. Square off the bottom, square off the top. And it's been one of the hallmarks of his surfing. It's a hallmark of any good surfing, is that deep bottom turn.
Yeah, or Graham Hines will be applauding from the sidelines in Cape St. Francis, the old SA surf coach. It was always the core principle of his coaching when we were at Groms is hard off the bottom, hard off the top, 3 to the beach.
That's it, absolutely right. It's a good formula. And then as the world progresses, you throw in a couple of air reverses in there or some full rotations and you've got a good formula going. 8 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock. Previous of Geordie Smith was a 4.7. Waiting on a couple of other scores to drop. 6.5 looks like the last from Ribeiro. No, that's still his previous one, so still a few more coming. And we're going to take a look now at that Luke Thompson wave, the 5.77 that we missed. Kai, talk us through this one.
So here you go, the youngster. Just look at him focusing down the line. Big bottom turn like we spoke about. Gets the whip off the top and then comes around the section. Just a little whitewater check there. But it's because he could see this next section coming and throwing the fins off the back. Nice, solid surfing from the youngster.
Yeah, really love that opening turn. Just a big power arc with a lot of spray and then that strong finish. And it wasn't just a closeout turn. He had a bit of spice in there, drifting that tail out. So 5.77 for him. Ribeiro, a 4.27 on his last one. And so we can tell you now, again, the leaderboard is shuffled. Ribeiro maintains his lead. Lawler is still in 2nd. Now Thompson, who was in 2nd, momentarily drops back down to 3rd. He requires a 4.78. And the big fella, Geordie Smith, Championship Tour surfer, South African hometown hero, is now with 7 minutes to go looking for a 5.85.
Yeah, it's going to put the pressure on the two South Africans here, but a 4.78 for Luke, a 5.85 for Geordie. Both these guys very capable of getting those scores. And Luke, I mean, he's looking at less than his best ride already. And Geordie, you know, it was interesting. The 4.7 was really good surfing. To surf over the whitewater like that is a special thing. Not many guys can do it. But I suppose when the judges were looking at it critically, they were like, it wasn't going into that excellent range. So they had to be critical. And you saw the highest judge gave it was like a 5.3. So Geordie, he's been close throughout this heat with his scores, but he just hasn't quite flared up for that excellent ride. I feel like it's almost there. We saw him fall on the one turn that could have definitely gone there. So is the big guy just going to take off and sort of let his hair down and just go for it?
Let's hope so. With 6 minutes to go, this is Luke Thompson. Going to take a look at his backhand here. Again, he kicks up a lot of spray, this kid, the 18-year-old. Big vertical stab to close out that one. He likes it. The crowd likes it. The South African team on the competitors area definitely getting behind him as Geordie Smith finishes up another wave for him. So again, high wave count in this heat. Luke Thompson's been quite sparing with his wave choice, but he's made them count, Kai. And again, we might see a reshuffle as these scores start dropping in.
It was a good-looking left there from the lighty. He put in that solid first turn, and then the second turn just went absolutely 12 o'clock on the backhand. And we know that's what the judges like to see, especially in these small conditions where it's so hard to get the board perfectly vertical. And he executed it perfectly. Like, there were no wobbles on that wave at all.
Yeah, so just standing by for those scores to come through. We'll see a replay here. I love the spray on the first turn and the vertical hit on the second.
Well, look at this. Whoops it, and he's already focusing down the line, waits hard off the bottom and just throws that board straight up into the lip. And there were no little wobbles out, no hold-ups, and I think the judges are definitely going to reward him, and look at that.
They do. It's a 6.27, so Luke Thompson now goes from third into first place. Ribeiro drops into second, Lawler into third. So Geordie Lawler from Australia, he requires a 4.91, and Geordie Smith a 6.08. And this is your man in second place, Vasco Rivera. Nice little opening stab, keeps the board moving through the transition, and also hammers down a nice close-out turn, looking to drop a 4.27 if he wants to extend the lead and put more pressure on Geordie Lawler.
Well, Vasco's just pure power. I mean, there's nothing delicate about his surfing at all. He loves to put it on the rail, and he loves to push water, and showing why he's been on the scene for so long.
Yeah, a seasoned competitor. He knows how to close a heat out. So let's see what will happen inside these last 4 minutes. The 18-year-old, the wild card, came second to Tidley Island, is coming up in the next heat in those trials event. He won the Pro Junior, and he is up against one of his heroes in Geordie Smith in this heat, and right now he's got Geordie on the ropes.
Well, he's got Luke Thompson breathing down his neck as well. He's a competitive little crime, this guy. And he's been in a lot of ISA heats. You see him waving at the beach commentary. He wants the scores. And that's what I was saying. He's in that mode. Like, these guys have all got off a plane, settled in. This is their first heat of the week. This kid's on heat number 22. You know, he's in the game already.
That's very true. 3 minutes 25 to go. Been really impressed by his composure that he showed inside those first 12 minutes when he didn't ride a wave. But he's going to have a look at this one over here. The heat leader, 18-year-old wildcard Luke Thompson, just not converting that wave at all. Geordie Lawler with priority. But Geordie Smith now throws down the hammer. Huge drift on that closeout turn. But unfortunately, yeah, does not quite ride out of that one either. So a couple of falls here from Geordie Smith. Pressure mounting. His requirement now up to 7.20. Geordie Lawler requires a 6.04. That's because Vasco Ribeiro locked in a 5.4 on his one now. 2:45 to go. Super entertaining heat.
Geez, I'm loving it, and it's not often you see Geordie Smith up against the ropes in the first heat of a Challenger Series event, but that is the story with the Challenger right now. Is like there's no easy road for anyone. You can be the best surfer in the world or the newest Grom on the scene. If you're going to give it horns, you're going to get rewarded.
Looks like Geordie and Luke just having a little chat in the lineup there.
It's like, hey, Lighty.
Oh, I actually saw Luke after he won the heat. I said, congrats, man. You got Geordie Smith in your first one. He goes, yep. I just texted him and I said, you got to give me some waves brew in my heat, you know. But it doesn't look like he needed any favours given to him. He's really done well. Obviously, still 2 minutes to go, and Ribeiro and Geordie Lawler in striking distance. And likewise for Geordie Smith, for that matter, given the right opportunity.
Well, I like, though, that he's just built the pressure, and Vasco has actually helped Luke's situation by upping his scores. Here goes Lawler.
Big opening turn from Geordie Lawler. He needs another section or two here to really make this one stand up and count. Unfortunately, that wave lacking a little bit of energy, but he's really making the most of what he's had to work with. 6:04 the requirement. I don't think it's going to get up that high with 90 seconds now on the clock. Can Thompson hold on with Ribeiro?
Well, if we look at the comparison there, look at the 6.27 from Luke Thompson, that wave on the backhand. Pretty stacked up wave, lots of wall, vertical surfing. The opposite true of Lawler's. It was quite a soft-looking wave. He was really having to work the turns. You know, you could see when a guy's arching his back like that on the backhand that he's having to push, whereas where Luke Thompson on his wave was letting the wave give him that power and then utilizing it. And I think if you look at that 6.27 from Luke, there's no ways he gets the score for blue.
Yeah, wave selection super critical, especially in these compressed heat scores. 45 seconds on the clock now. Priority is with Vasco Ribeiro, so he's in second place. Luke Thompson has taken into that first place, and looks like Geordie Lawler just questioning a priority call there, possibly, as the two of them are nice and close together. Of course, Geordie Lawler is in third place, so he needs an opportunity to find a 6.04 if he wants to advance out of this round. And Luke Thompson, he's shadowing him, although, you know, Luke's actually in first place, so he just doesn't want to leave anything to chance here, Kai.
Well, I don't think Geordie Lawler's ever had an 18-year-old South African so close to him.
There goes Geordie Smith, and Luke Thompson has taken off, and, well, he has priority over Geordie, so I think Geordie just having a bit of fun in the final moments of that heat, but we've got to put our hands together for a really impressive win there for the young 18-year-old Luke Thompson over Vasco Ribeiro and Geordie Lawler and Geordie Smith, Kai.
Yeah, great heat. I'm super stoked for Luke Thompson. Tash Bintasti coming into the booth next. She was his coach at the ISA Games where he just got a second, and I'm sure she's going to be super stoked too.
Yeah, super exciting heat there. What a great pleasure to call that heat with you, Kai. We're going to take a short break out from the action. We need to catch our breath after what was probably one of the most entertaining heats of the round so far. When we come back, it's going to be Gig Saliers and Tash Bintasti for the call. Great to have your company. We'll see you after this.
Keep it up, quench my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher, higher. I said your
Well, deeper into the draw we go on the opening day of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third in the series. It's a good afternoon from South Africa. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Bintasti as the first day unfolds, a round of 96, and we're into heat number 13, Tash. We've just lost Geordie Smith. Who's writing the script for this thing?
Yeah, wow. I mean, I really didn't expect to hear that result, and you know, it's never easy. I mean, Geordie's got such a big fan base here in KZN, especially at the Ballito, defending champion. But it was the trialist runner-up, Luke Thompson, taking the win big win for his career. He had no pressure. I spoke to him before, and he just said, I've got nothing to lose here, Tash. I'm only going to learn. I'm only going to gain. And I'm just really proud and really stoked to see the young man advance through to the round of 64.
Well, 2 young South Africans in the draw in Luke Thompson getting through the previous heat. Now we draw our attention to this particular one. Tiredly Island is the South African that worked his way through the trials and is now into the main round of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Big names in the draw, including former championship tour surfer Connor Coffin, who's got to work from the basement up again off the championship tour at the end of April. He'll focus his attention on this visit to Ballito. He'll take on Jacob Wilcox, a multiple wildcarder we've seen many times over the last 9 years. Jacob Wilcox is in the blue. And, well, Levi Slauson, young sparky Californian out of Encinitas in California, is going to get going. And here goes Jacob Wilcox, the Western Australian, to get things underway. If you're just joining us, it is good afternoon from sunny South Africa. We're on the east coast. Ballito Bay is the venue. Many times we've seen Ballito. Of course, this is the 53rd edition of the event. Since 2008, we've been in this cove here for many exciting events, including the 2022 version, now dressed up in the Challenger Series jacket.
Yeah, and how fantastic to have the Challenger Series come to Africa. Getting to see and witness international talent. And like a young guy like Levi Slauson, I mean, for me personally, not a big name in my world just yet. 6th seed on the North American rankings, and that's why we're seeing him in the Challenger Series.
And here goes the South African hopes for the heat. Young Tiredly Island, the goofy footer out of the New Pier. The little talent pool that, well, bred names like Travis Logie and Geordie Smith. A number of years later, here comes the young talent, Tiredly Island, spearheading the draw. Of course, young surfers like Surprise Mupamolo will be regularly in the lineup. Young names like James Ribbink and many others from that New Pier pool. And let's see how Tiredly Island goes in the lineup against some of the world's best, including that name Connor Coffin, who's into an early priority situation and already a 4.67 on the cards for the surfer from Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I was going through the heat draw, and just to see the name Connor Coffin
right
on that heat draw, you're kind of like, what? But as you were saying, unfortunately not making the cut, having to go back down to the Challenger Series. This is Connor Coffin up and riding now.
Oh, on that epoxy-looking equipment, looking spicy. We said perhaps that PU and epoxy were going to be, in everyone's quivers here. Looks like Connor Coffin is on one of those. Let's have a look at Jacob Wilcox, who answers straight back. Strong downshift in the pivot there off the lip for Jacob Wilcox. And, the heats over the last 2 hours or so, Tash, of course, Brad and Kai calling some heats as well, have been multiple. We saw close to 50 waves ridden, an hour ago in the sort of firepower of the heats. We might see it slow down just a touch now, and maybe the lineup a touch more structure as the tide starts to fill in, coming up to around nearly 2 hours after low. So you've got a feeling that, the sets will have a little bit more definition now with the incoming tide push. What I've noticed is the wind's laid down just a touch, which I didn't expect. Let's have a look what the young Californian, 2 Californians in the heat, the younger Levi Slauson brings. He looked pretty spicy, and judges are working on what looks like a fairly good category score early on for the man in white, Levi. We'll wait for that number. We've just seen his second ride. And yeah, judges locking in a 6-point ride for the opening score. They'll back it up with a backup. And Levi Slauson will already slip into an early lead here as he gets himself a 3.17 from the panel. And the South African will try and ride steep and deep there, just deep in the pocket for Tiredly Island. And young Tidy, as you say, going through the wildcard trials. That was pretty entertaining a couple of days back with Luke Thompson and Tiredly getting the slots through to the main event.
Yeah, and Tiredly Island, no stranger to getting good results here in Ballito. We had the JQS Pro Junior taking place prior to this main event, the Challenger Series, and he took a runner-up position against the Brazilian, the young Ryan Canalo, as well as winning the JQS in 2021 when we held the summer edition of the Ballito Pro just 6 months ago, Gigs, and we're back again. The difference is 2021 QS 5000, 2022 Challenger Series, and able to witness top 96 men, and for me, I want to see what the top 64 women are going to do out here in Ballito. But Tide, feeling good. You know, once again, also just saying, he doesn't really have much to lose. He only has so much to gain from learning from this. To surf a heat with someone like Connor Coffin, Jacob Wilcox, really just taking it all in.
Well, Tash, I know that you're frothing for the 64 ladies to hit the lineup. It won't be today. We have pegged out 16 heats. We're in heat number 13. We feel that the Tide might fill in just a touch too much in another hour or two. So Commissioner Travis Logie making the call, let's stretch it out to heat 16. If there is a change to that, we'll get the update. But for now, we're soldiering into the latter half of the opening round for men. And got a feeling that we'd have to wrap the round first before we go to women's surfing. I would imagine that would be the course of action for tomorrow. Looking at the forecast, there's still some south swell. We're getting reports that J-Bay swell has lifted over the last 6 hours or so. So perhaps there's that southerly swells starting to move through the Indian Ocean here. Of course, they do start in the South Atlantic and work their way up this east coast of Africa. And just looking back at numbers in the heat here, Tash, judges working on some scores. And a pair of 4s for Connor Coffin is the story. Jacob Wilcox has found a 7. Now, that was real early on, and he'll be in an early lead with the situation. 7 and a 4.5 for the West Australian in blue. And Levi Slauson, as we mentioned, also opened with a good category score, 6. And for now, the South African just trailing a touch with a pair of 2s.
Yeah, he's going to definitely have to get rid of both those scores if he wants to see himself advance through to that round of 64. And, you know, for us in South Africa, it's always kind of an indicator. When the swell starts moving up the coast and hits J-Bay, you know you've got like another day before it might get to KZN. We do sometimes have that big push of wind and flow that kind of pushes that swell out to sea. But hopefully we're going to get something from the cold front that hit Cape Town 2 days ago.
Well, it's midwinter in the southern hemisphere. So this is prime surf season. Even sometimes if the charts don't look that positive in the interpretation, you can still wake up to quality surf. So if you ever going to plan a trip to South Africa, folks, you know, make it between the 1st of June and the 30th of August, and you won't leave disappointed. Still a relatively unexplored surf adventure territory.
Oh yeah, we both get to surf waves without any crowds.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the traveling surfer visitor, we don't see a lot of them. You know, sort of people go to warm water locations. They'll go to the Balis and the Maldives and such when you think of the Indian Ocean. But here we are with our slice of the Indian Ocean and plenty of waves up and down the east coast of South Africa. More than enough to shake a stick at, but it does take a bit of local knowledge. It does take connecting with community. And, well, the South Africans luckily are friendly, so if you do make that trip, you'll make a couple good friends and you'll have the memories of a lifetime.
Yeah, so true. I was chatting with Rio Waida a little bit earlier after his heat and, you know, just saying, sitting at second on the series right now, how does it feel to be in Ballito? And he just said, Tash, I love coming to South Africa. The people are so friendly, there's good waves, and I hope that everyone on the Challenger Series gets to experience that here in our hometown. But some lovely surfing there from the young Levi Slauson. Really haven't been seeing much of his surfing.
Well, young Levi, in his early 20s, out of Encinitas, California. He's been mixing it up with, as we mentioned, John Mel a couple of heats back. And he got a runner-up in the slow Cal on the northern coast of California, of course, in Morro Bay as well. He made the quarterfinals in Barbados. So he definitely is sharpening his tools, so to speak, is young Levi Slauson. Of course, the more famous of the Californians, Connor Coffin, right now sitting with priority in the lineup and a third place position. And so if you're just joining with us, welcome. And of course, we're loving having the show here. We trust that everyone is enjoying it with us. Gig Cilliers alongside Tash Mintasti. And let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, the South African Luke Thompson.
Luke Thompson, 18-year-old, soon to become a hometown hero. That was a very big win on the world stage. How are you feeling right now, taking out Jordy Smith, one of your hometown heroes?
Yeah, feeling super stoked. I was super happy just to have a heat with Geordie, let alone beat him. Yeah, he's so gnarly, and especially in Ballito, I don't think he's done worse in like quarterfinals here. And it just goes to show how high the level of surfing is. I mean, I started the heat, I think I waited 12 minutes for my first wave. And yeah, just to have that heat with Geordie Lawler, Geordie Smith, and Vasco Ribeiro, who are such like good surfers and idols of mine. Yeah, it was an honour to surf against them.
Well, tell us a bit about that. You showed composure beyond your years as an 18-year-old to sit there for 12 minutes against the calibre of those kind of surfers. What was going on in your mind? How did you push through those first sort of half of the heat?
Yeah, I've been training hard. We had 3 events previous before this event, and thanks, George. Had 3 events previous before this event, and those were super nice warm-ups, feeling out the banks, the boards. My boards under my feet, Smith shapes, are really good, and I knew I was feeling confident, and I just wanted to, wait for the right wave to start on, and then once I started, just get going and get into a rhythm, and yeah, that's what I did.
You've been on a pretty good roll lately in your junior career, had a fantastic year so far. How far can you go in this event?
I'm just going to take it one heat at a time at the moment, just focus on the next heat. But yeah, hoping to make a couple more heats for sure.
All the best, man. You're looking amazing, and I can't wait to see you in the rest of the event.
Sweet, thank you.
Guys?
Well, Luke Thompson into the round of 48, Tash, and that's a great thing for the locals. Of course, Luke Thompson representing the local area here. Of course, Shane Sykes as well, a number of South Africans in the draw, 12 in total. We've just lost Geordie Smith out of it. I don't think Geordie will be too stressed about that. He needed to tick the box and surf one Challenger Series event. You know that Geordie Smith is just, well, 1 calendar week away from the start of the J-Bay Open, and he's one of his favourite stops. So yeah, lots to talk about here in South Africa, including the South African in the lineup right now, winner of the trials event, Tidley Island, will smash away at it. And Tide just not bringing completion there, just skids the fins, board flat, and not riding out of that. I know that Tide, I spoke to him off camera, he is working with Jim Hogan for this event, so it'll be interesting to see how Jimmy Hogan's input goes. Jimmy's feedback was that Tide is very open to interpretation, and so he'll be keeping a calm head right now. Still plenty of time, 16 minutes to go. Meanwhile, a spicy score win for Levi Slauson as well. We saw him find the 5-6 on a right-hander pre-interview, and then, well, right at the beginning, he went left for a 6er. So right now, the young Californian in white holds priority and the lead. And where is Connor Coffin in the story? A pair of 4s right now for, there he is on screen. Second priority for the surfer from Santa Barbara. And just as you mentioned, Tash, just seems strange to not have Connor Coffin on the championship tour itself. Especially after, I mean, he quarterfinaled in Portugal and still, gets ditched off at the end of Margaret River. So that's how tough it is. I know that Connor shared some thoughts on it because he literally didn't have time to process exiting the CT after Margaret River, and then within a week, the Challenger Series was getting going at Snapper, and it was also, oh, well, just back to work. And, almost no time to emotionally process that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say just no time for reflection, and just to kind of reset. It was literally like, okay, that's going to be a turnaround, and let's get back into it. And as we can see with this third stop of the Challenger Series, there's no easy heats. There's no easy heats.
Well, the other thing that I was just reflecting on, Tash, is you think of that first heat in the final 5 at Trestles last year at the championship tour level. It was Morgan Sibilik versus Connor Coffin. Both of them are no longer on that story. They will not be part of the final 5 this year. Instead, they're mixing it up with us here in Africa. I mean, it's crazy how that separation after 5 events, the championship tour just ditches off. It's like you're driving a train and you just let go the last few cabooses and off they go. And now they've got to find their way on the Challenger Series. But it's brought so much material and content and intensity to this layer of the tour. It's crazy. Stop 3. There's going to be 8 in total. This is going to be we're going to be on the edge of our seats all the way to Haleiwa at the end of the season.
Oh yeah, we've got a whole 6 months more of watching surfing and watching great surfing, and it also just showcases how cutthroat the Challenger Series is, and you really needing to get big results out here to actually feel a little bit more relaxed as you go into the back half of the year.
Of course, if you're just joining us, it is the third stop on the Challenger Series. And of course, we are proudly associated with O'Neill for the next week, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And they've chosen a theme just to talk to studio picture quickly. You'll notice the Nguni rugs here. It is all part of the Zulu culture, the Kwadakuza region, and of course a strong economic drive from the municipality and the governance of the area here to literally create a new city in the area. And that is their vision over the next decade, is politically, socially and economically. And to do all of that in the context of a rainbow nation of South Africa. We're all Africans. There's 11 official languages in here. It's just a beautiful thing as we move through the season here in South Africa.
Yeah, it's a great evolution of the sports on the African continent, and we were able to witness seeing some Africans coming through with the JQS a few days ago, and I just think it's fantastic that Kwadakuza municipality supporting surfing, not just in Africa, but supporting surfing with the World Surf League and wanting to have people come to their shores. We're in winter gigs, and we've got a full beach. We stuck in the studio, but yeah, just so grateful to be able to have the Ballito Pro here with the Challenger Series.
Of course, our key word this year is umkhosi, which means to celebrate, and we celebrate not only the return of world-class surfing to South Africa itself and to the Ballito Pro, but we celebrate 70 years. It's 1952. Jack O'Neill found some neoprene after World War II and started making some wetsuits. There's lots to talk about. We'll throw to a quick ad break and we'll continue from South Africa, the Ballito Pro.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Sawubona is the greeting as you join us here on the east coast of South Africa. The Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill in its first day of competition. We opened up this morning with the men's round of 96. We got going at around 8 o'clock this morning. And now we find ourselves, well, just after 2:30 in the afternoon. Heat number 13 out in the lineup features two Californians. One of them is Connor Coffin, who just checking in on the numbers there with 11 minutes to go, sitting down in third, chasing a 6.7. Good afternoon, Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti, as you join us from the lineup of sunny Ballito. And day one, you've seen a southerly wind, Tash, blowing all day. It's still going. I can see it right to left on screen. And, well, Jacob Wilcox is slipped into the lead with that 7 and a 5.1. And looking at conditions now, tide starting to push in, perhaps a little bit more structure to the lineup. And definitely that rapid fire that we saw through the low tides earlier slowed down just a touch. It's almost that we're able to soberly process what's going on right now. Because, gee, 2 hours ago through the low, we were getting 50 waves per heat.
Yeah, well, what we were seeing is on that full load almost created two different peaks. So there was more opportunity to find some scoring potential. I think with this water on the sandbank now, we're not going to be seeing as much opportunity to find those big scores. And that's why a great thing for Jacob Wilcox, starting with that 7-point ride in the blue singlet. Levi Slauson starting with a 6-point ride. You're putting your competitors on their back foot straight away and having to play catch up and build house.
Well, looking at our scorecard, the Western Australian in the lead and holding priority as we slip under the 10-minute mark. Of course, Jacob out of Margaret River. And you think about, you know what, I'd be very interested to know who the surfer is of the modern decade that has got the most wild cards. I might want to have a look at those stats, because looking back at Jacob Wilcox's participation, at a 16-year-old, he was already a wild card at Bells Beach, care of his sponsor. And, well, between that and, of course, the championship tour hosting at Margaret River every year, he's been a multiple wildcard participant. He's picked up a lot of experience, still got to crack it right open and become a full-time championship tour surfer, and perhaps this is the year to do it for Jacob Wilcox. Meanwhile, Connor Coffin is no stranger to the championship tour. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, this is definitely his 5th wave coming in as his highest score. Very strong on his backhand gigs. I enjoyed watching those two turns, lots of power in his surfing, and finding a 6.43, which helps the situation, but hasn't gone into that first or second advancing position yet.
Well, Connor Coffin, for many years, part of the Channel Islands team. I think he may have switched manufacturers, but I'm looking at epoxy construction with carbon underneath him there. So getting a lot of speed on that is Conor Coffin. And what does he fetch in the lineup for that? A 6.43. So that's a useful score. It's narrowed his requirements to climb out of third up to second, now down to a 5.17. So that's doable. The Western Australian out front, the younger of the two Californians, sitting in second with a little over 8 minutes to go. Where in the story now is Tidley Island, the South African? He's had a slow start, Tash. A pair of twos is not going to cut it against the world's best. And right now he'll be knowing that. And with second priority, the young South African green needs to get something moving on his scorecard.
Yeah, down to the last 8 minutes. Time is starting to run out for the young South African. You can see him searching and hunting, and these waves shutting down a bit more now. Gigs maybe not offering as much scoring potential as what we saw a couple of hours ago. But as I was saying earlier, also Tide, no stranger to Ballito. Very comfortable, doesn't live too far away. It's about a 30-minute drive from his home to get to Ballito. So spending a lot of time out here in the lead up to the Ballito Pro, and just really having to find some way that's going to offer the scoring potential. He's got second priority, but with 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes on the clock, needing a big score.
Well, look at the cutoff. Second place position currently occupied by Levi in the white. A 6 and a 5.6 for the 11.6 total. So if either Conor Coffin or Tidley Island are going to jump those numbers, they've got to get busy. Conor Coffin's the closest with the requirement of the 5.17. Tidley Island perhaps needs to do this in a two-wave strategy, but he'd need to get moving with it now with 6:43 on the clock. And yeah, just going back to Tidley Island and his sort of journey, mixing it up. Of course, there has been a lot of opportunities on the qualifying series over the last few seasons. We saw quite a lot on the calendar pre-pandemic shutdown, and Tidley Island was gathering a lot of experience with that. Didn't partake too much through 2020, 2021, but certainly doing well through the trials and finding himself here in the main event is the young Tidley Island. Of course, Dad Elton, a profound shaper, and getting a lot of board production done. It's the common theme here, the main surfboard production in the country, mostly out of Durban. You think of brands like Safari Surfboards and their history with Sean Thompson. You think of course, Smith Shapes, Geordie and Graham. And then, of course, there are many of the other manufacturers included as well, amongst them Channel Islands and Mayhem, and out of the Built Surfboard Factory. And then, of course, well, Tide's dad, Elton, very busy in the surfboard production business as well. And there's a lot of boards that come out the factories each day. So all the young kids that grow up in the Durban area, Tide, of course, amongst them, no shortage of equipment to try. I think certainly other parts of the country it's harder for the kids to get boards because every day these factories are just churning out boards right underneath their nose and within a 5-minute walk to the New Pier and the Durban breaks.
Yeah, and they're all pretty much on almost the same block, really, in Durban City. But yeah, so true. I mean, no stranger to also just free surfing with big names, having a free surf with Geordie, growing up knowing that Geordie's around when he is home, always spending time at the New Pier. And then our previous heat winner, Luke Thompson, as well, coming from the New Pier. It's just so great to be able to have that caliber of surfing around you and not just at an event. But here we are, the Ballito Pro, a full day of surfing.
Yep, a big day. Local time, 2:45 in the afternoon. We'll be going since 8 a.m. this morning. And here is the young South African. Tidley Island will get going here. He needs to find something special if he's going to up the numbers, and it's not available on that. He'll go back to the drawing board with around 4.5 minutes to go. And just having a look at the athlete area there. We're looking over the shoulders of our ladies who will be watching conditions very closely. They could be in the mix as early as mid-morning tomorrow. We're aiming to get to the end of heat 16 currently and heat 13 at the moment. We've got to go all the way to heat 24 to wrap up the round of 96 and then perhaps transition to ladies surfing. We'll get a fresh call from Travis Logie tomorrow morning regards that. But thinking of the Western Australian contingent, Jacob Wilcox leading the heat. I've seen names like Bronte McCauley in the draw, and of course Tash, I know that you're just absolutely frothing to get the first ever Ballito Pro for women's. Obviously we've had QS 1000s. Let's have a look at the immediate situation. Third place for Conor Coffin, who's got to unlock this. Nice little spicy drift of the fins there, little inshore runner, and he'll get a third turn out of it. And we'll flick our eyes at the requirement of a 5.17. Got a feeling that the experience of Conor Coffin's about to come into play here.
Yeah, totally. Comparing it to his 4.9, is he going to get that score? It's only up to the judges, but I don't think it would have factored in.
You're fence-sitting there, Tash. You're fence-sitting. You're not giving me an opinion on this.
I don't think it would factor in.
Well, a 5.17 requirement, maybe a replay for Conor Coffin, because that was speedy and smooth, as you would expect from Conor. We'll see where the number goes. We've slipped just under 3 minutes remaining. And an important score to come in now for the Californian in red. I'm thinking that it's going to go there, personally. But let's get your opinion firstly.
Yeah, just a really lateral first little speed turn, almost. I like that. Whips the tail. But if you... And then just quickly finishing it. But if you just look at that first part of the wave.
Bit of downtime?
Very lateral surfing, a lot of downtime.
Oh, we know judges. Let's have a look at Elton Lee Island. Oh, sorry, Tide Lee Island. His son, if dad is Elton. Let's have a look at where he goes. He's stuck with a pair of twos, and it's not going his way, the young South African. It's the opposite story to the previous heat, where Luke Thompson charged through and absolutely smashed it to move through to the next round. So the two trials winners in Tide Lee Island and Luke Thompson, almost opposite stories now.
Yeah, but playing two totally different games, sitting in different spaces. Luke is quite patient, Tide trying to get started early, get those nervous niggles out. His last ride came through at his highest wave score so far, a 3.07.
Well, here's the other thing to talk about. Conor Coffin remains in third, a 3.6. You were right, probably a touch lateral for the judges. They want to see a bit more vertical. And are we going to see Conor Coffin, who is now raising his hands for the beach update? Of course, I mentioned, well, Conor got fifth on the Gold Coast, so that was a good points haul. And now, well, he got a 73rd in Sydney. And this is an important ride, yet he's got to back out. So, no love from the Western Australian, who won't give Conor the opportunity. It is priority now with 1 minute to go for Conor Coffin. Requirements again, a reminder of a 5.17. As we talk into the situation here, a championship. We've already lost a championship to a surfer in Geordie Smith out of the draw in the previous heat. And now are we going to see a similar story here with Conor Coffin, who is sitting 17th on the Challenger Series, coming to the Ballito stop. And Conor's going to sit there just reflecting. Levi Slauson wants to know the time update, and he'll be hearing 30 seconds. And, well, there's nothing that Levi can do. It's a high priority for Conor, and we'll watch the ocean very closely now. There's a big requirement for that man on screen. The young South African Tide Lee Island's going to have to go mid-8. An 8.53 is an excellent category score. We're not seeing that, especially when he is third priority. This is going to be a case of trying to manufacture here for Conor Coffin, and it's looking like the clock's going to beat him. And wow, who would have thought? I kind of really pegged out a advance for Conor Coffin in this, and the clock is going to beat them. It's going to be Jacob Wilcox on screen that is going to move, and it's going to be the younger of the two Californians, Levi Slauson, that is going to get the advancing position, and that heat number 13 will wrap up. And just like that, we'll send Conor Coffin and Tide Lee Island packing. What do you think Conor Coffin would do right about now? Perhaps a little surf somewhere up and down the coast. I mean, there's a lot of waves on offer for Conor.
Oh, yeah, there's so many waves on offer. Depends how long he wants to be in the country for. But, yeah, not going to be an easy one to take with that third place position.
We've just lost Conor Coffin out of the Challenger Series. Stay with us. We'll be back for more after the break. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third of 8 stops to decide who are the 10 surfers to join the 23 Championship Tour. A lot of questions and a lot of answers to come over the coming months. It's a good afternoon from South Africa. Gig Cilliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call as we get ready for heat number 14 on paper. Another riveting one, and I'm looking forward to it. But again, a morning into an afternoon with all kinds of stories to tell. Sure.
Yeah. It's been a good day. It's been a good day of surfing. It's been an exciting day, and as we see this tide pushing now, I don't know if we're going to get as big a scores as we saw, as many waves being caught, a little bit less opportunity with that high tide. But for me, local boy here, Shane Sykes in the mix. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to do in heat number 14.
All right, introducing the next heat as we join heat number 14 out in the lineup on day one of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. A couple of familiar names there on your screen, including Jesse Mendes, who's definitely not from Italy, he's from Brazil. We'll fix that as we go along. Jesse Mendes, of course, a feature on the Championship Tour a few seasons back, and we love what Jesse brings, including a qualifying series win over Mcrae in Sumatra a couple of weeks back. Jesse Mendes is in South Africa and looking for points on the Challenger Series. He's up against Gatien De La Haye. I love what Gatien brings to the lineup. He always has that energy. Another Guadeloupean. And then, of course, Nolan Raposa, hot off a roll from the Australian stops of the Challenger Series, is in the lineup in red. And then, Tash, you mentioned it there, Shane Sykes. The local hopes he is the Ballito resident, and there'll be a lot of people on the beach shouting for Shane Sykes this afternoon. We've had Luke Thompson 2 heats back advance. We've lost Tide Lee Island. We've lost Geordie Smith. So the South Africans will be pegging a bit of hope on Shane Sykes, who holds priority right now with, well, plenty of time to go. It's a good afternoon from Ballito. You mentioned the tide coming in, Tash. So waves softening up just a little bit now as the water moves back up over the bank. It is deep water out the back. There's a little bit of energy when those sets come. But it's been, you know, through the low tide, just lots of almost, I felt, wind swell, just kind of keeping the surfers busy. Perhaps now maybe a little bit more structure, but a little less frequency to the lineup as the tide starts to push.
Yeah, you know, Ballito doesn't like a full high tide on minimal swell. It's okay if we've got a bit of swell around, but with dissipating swell, not so happy out there.
Let's have a look at Nolan Raposa, who I mentioned had a very spicy visit to Australia. He surfs with a lot of energy, and he's one of those great bubbly characters. He's just one of those people who almost look at him and start smiling, you know. What is it? Maybe it's just the hairstyle, I'm not sure, but he's just got one of those energies that just overflows all the time. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and we love it. The young American, a third on the Gold Coast, and, well, only falling to Callum Robson. He beat Leo Fioravanti in the quarterfinals. Let's see what he brings to Ballito. And, of course, Gatien De La Haye, an absolute soldier out of the European ranks. He is a well-experienced campaigner and a pretty powerful surfer as well as Gatien. And then, well, of course, talking of power, Shane Sykes, he's able to read this lineup perhaps more intimately than the others, and we'll see if that is going to play out as an advantage. Plenty of time to go.
Yeah, Shane Sykes is actually our current South African champion, taking the win out here in December 2021. So, you know, I think sometimes as a competitive surfer, you know, having a win under your belt at a venue, you always feel a little bit more confident going into it. And he's kept quite a low profile around the event site, staying pretty focused and wanting to get a good result out here in front of his local crowd, family and friends.
Well, Jesse Mendes is the best individual wave thus far, 4.67. Let's have a look at what the local Shane Sykes bring. 2 deep structured turns to get his campaign underway here. Little nods of approval from Tash Mentasti next to me here. I'm not as emotional as you, Tash, but I think that there is going to go a long way in the current conditions and what we're facing this afternoon. That tide, as we mentioned, the wind's gone a little bit more sea breeze as well, so perhaps a side onshore wind now to talk about, but still bringing a little bit of sort of a cup to the face on the left-handers, And, well, Shane will play that out and we'll wait for his score to land. And, well, if it's going to be the best score of the heat, it's got to go higher than a 4.67.
Yeah, I like the look of this wave. Throws that tail around, still with power and flow, straight into the next one. You could see his bottom turn, literally from that first turn, straight into that deep bottom turn and into the second maneuver. And just ticking the boxes, really. Speed, power, flow, that's what the judges are looking for. If we've got the comparison to surfer in white, Jesse Mendes.
Trying to think, you know, what that resembles in a few heats previous. I've seen a couple of strong two-turn combos that went into the sort of sixes. Let's have a look where the judges go with it. There was a pace and a steadiness and power to that, and wow, look at that number. I didn't see that one coming. That's north of what I thought. I thought maybe sixes. That's going to be a 7-point ride for the South African early on, and he'll re-enter the lineup in 4th priority. And, well, there's something to take from that story there, Tash.
Yeah, you know, Shane's an emotional kid as well, and I think he needs to start strong to be able to carry it through a heat. So a great start for the young South African, our current South African surfing champion, you know, to hold that title. Here's the replay once again. So just setting it up nicely. I just loved how he pivoted his tail so quickly and powerfully, and then straight into the next one. And just, you know, finding that wave a little wider than everybody else and starting with a 7-point ride. It's a good start for the South African.
Well, he blew that lip out a little harder than what I kind of remember. That second turn on replay just showing how much power he did apply. Judges didn't miss the detail on it. They'll go 7 points. Lowest judge was a 6.5, highest was a 7.5. So just give you an indication of the interpretation. I was speculating it would go north of Jesse Mendes' 4.67, but it went way north. It went into another solar system. 7 points for the start for Shane Sachs for the early lead. Jesse Mendes has the priority, and everybody's still looking for, well, technically second counting rides. There's a couple decimals sprinkled on the cards there, but until everybody's on a second counting ride, it's hard to tell the shape of the heat, but certainly a 7-pointer as a building block. Great start for the South African.
Yeah, it's definitely a keeper that we've seen throughout the duration of the day. If you're carrying a 7, you find that backup score, and you can see yourself in that advancing position. It's definitely something you want to keep and hold on to, but now it is about building house and finding a good second scoring ride to really cement that position and advance through to the next round.
It's a good afternoon again. If you're just joining us, it's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're loving having the world's best surfers here. And the show continues this afternoon. You're joining us in heat number 13. Let's go down to heat number 14. Let's go down and hear from the winner of heat number 13. He's down there at the beach.
Thanks, guys. Jacob Wilcox, the winner of that last heat. Mate, there was a couple of sort of scrappy heats before your one, but you managed to find a 7-point ride right off the bat, and that set you up for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, that's always a pretty nice way to start off a heat. I thought it was actually pretty generous for a 7. I felt like I went down the beach and surfed a few waves maybe better, but I could only get like a 4. So I guess I might have just liked that I had that one big turn and then, I don't know, a couple after. But yeah, it's always nice when you start with a 7, but yeah, that was going to be a hard heat. Connor surfed so well. Big fan of Connor's surfing, and Levi, and then the other local Grommy. I've watched him. I was in Hawaii with him and he was ripping. So yeah, it was a hard heat and happy to get through.
You've got a lot of experience from CT level through QS level. How does the Challenger Series sort of differ from QS to Challenger Series? Is that much of a jump?
Yeah, I reckon these first couple of heats in Challenger Series are like as hard as heats get. They're always pretty stacked, and yeah, I feel like once you get past the first heat and even the second heat, like the draw opens up a little bit, or you get a bit more momentum going. So yeah, no, it's good to get past that one. I haven't made a heat all year on the Challenger Series, so yeah, it feels good to make a heat, and I like it over here in Ballito. It kind of reminds me a little bit of WA, the raw kind of ocean. It's on the east side of South Africa, but I don't know, it kind of just feels similar to the west side of WA somehow.
Yeah, Becken, it looks like you've got a good support crew around you. Nice to see the resurgence of the Aussie support pack around you.
Yeah, it's good. We're just staying up the back here. Kalani Ball, Morgan Siblick, and Liam O'Brien and Dylan Moffat. Yeah, we've got a good crew. It's been a lot of laughs, so it's good coming down here watching each other. And yeah, it's kind of feels like we're just on a surf trip. We're all just having so much fun. The waves have been really fun here, and it's good to kind of have a pack of boys to travel with. We all kind of live around each other on the Gold Coast now, so we train together, surf together all the time, so just bringing it onto the Challenger Series.
Awesome. Well, you had a great start, so let's keep that momentum going.
Cheers, thanks.
Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, Brad. Good to hear the insights from Jacob Wilcox. He's through to the next round. But what I take away from that, Tesh, is there's a collectiveness that the Australians have done. You know, we've spoken of the Brazilian Storm so many times, but here come the Aussies. There's a whole crew of them coming this year, and well, Jacob Wilcox is spearing it. As we go back to action in the water, this is Nolan Raposa. Let's see what the American can find. Lovely, spicy. He's one of those surfers that'll either give you a 1 or a 10 kind of vibes. He's electric when he gets going, and Nolan Raposa finds a decent left in the lineup here as we hit the 18-minute mark. Welcome back to the lineup, everybody. Shane Sykes, the South African, has added a 4.27 to his 7. So that's how the 11.27's top left of screen for the heat lead. And let's have a look where Nolan Raposa goes with it. Nolan is really just a couple of low numbers. We've got a feeling that this next score due from the panel for our Surfer in Red's going to really go a long way in the momentum for the American. We'll get a replay of Nolan Raposa shortly. And right now, not much has moved on Jesse Mendes' scorecard. Let's have a look at Nolan.
Yeah, I like this wave. I enjoyed the rail surfing here from Nolan. And then setting up, you can see the speed, you can see his stance getting a bit wider. You knew he was going to get the rotation in and just looked so fluid and comfortable.
I like that. Nice rail drives for the 5.5 for Nolan. So right now, yep, he's kind of hooking himself into that second place position. 5.5 for Nolan is better than the 4.67 for Jesse Mendes. I was trying to forecast where this goes over the next 10 minutes or so. Here goes Gatian, who really doesn't have a lot to talk about just yet. Vertical stab, emphasizes the vertical. And another one, lots of rail line in that board, and it's going vertical for him. And that is easily going to be Gatian's best wave. So we're starting to get to the heat-on situation. 16.5 minutes to go. The picture's coming together. And priority now with Jesse Mendes, so we'll wait and see where Jesse goes for his next one. And then everybody we can make some comparisons for the remainder of heat number 14.
Yeah, and it looks like we're also waiting for a last score of green. Again, we kind of missed that one. So it's going to be interesting. Almost halfway through, Gatian sitting with that throwaway, 0.67. It's going to help his situation in a big way for wave number 3. But for me, not as many waves coming through the lineup with this higher tide, Gigs.
Yeah, the frequency is slowed down a little bit. But, I mean, you know, Jacob Wilcox, he mentioned there, he was almost a bit surprised by his own 7 that he earned. We've had a 7 from Shane Sykes. Here he goes again, the South African, trying to ditch the 4.27. 2 strong turns. Nice emphasis on the final maneuver. And you don't see this often. Scores are coming out of the lefts. I feel almost predominantly, especially the second half of the day here.
Yeah, definitely. Ballito is not known for lefts at all. So we've been seeing it throughout the day. Many of these surfers choosing to go left and finding the biggest scores on the left. We saw, for what I would like to see is really what comes out of Gatian's last ride. Because he got those 2 turns on the left. For me, it's comparing it to the 7-point ride that we saw from Shane Sykes. What is that comparison? What was missing? What wasn't?
Again, we welcome you to beautiful South Africa. We're having a wonderful time. The Challenger Series visiting South Africa for this. Well, we haven't had internationals here since 2019. We're going to take a quick ad break and we'll carry on from the Ballito Pro. Stay with us.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show. You're joining us here in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Day one of competition, round of 96 in the men's. We got going early this morning, now mid-afternoon. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mintasti as we greet you. And we're picking up the action in the middle of, well, second half now of heat number 14. We've set out to achieve 16 heats for the first day, and we're pretty much going to pull it off, including the remaining 13 minutes of this particular heat out in the water. Shane Sykes, the South African, is in green. And he has upped his numbers while we were away at break. He stung a 7 for us earlier. Now he's backed it up with a 5.17. He's out over the pack ahead of Caity and Delahaye, who sits in second. Nolan Raposa, the electric American, is in third. And, well, Jesse Mendez, probably the highest profile name, holds priority, and he is down in fourth. There is your updated numbers. We just owe Caity a score. Welcome. If you are just joining us after a long day of work, perhaps sit back and enjoy the show with us. We've got a couple heats still left to run here in Ballito, including your heat leader, Shane Sykes. Can he up his numbers? He's got a 7 and a 5.17, and here he goes, picking out the left-handers in the incoming tide now this afternoon in Ballito. And I'm not sure we're going to see an improvement on a 5.17. We can speculate that. We can watch the replay. I'm not overly convinced, though. The 5.17... Are we going to replace that? Tash, it's easy for me to just throw the topic back at you. You tell me what you think.
Okay, let's watch it first. So, I like the deep bottom turn. You could see he found that corner, throwing lots of spray, which shows power, and then once again leans straight into it. But the key thing here is there's not much variety in those two maneuvers. And
all right, so your answer's no.
Yeah, my answer's
okay.
no.
All right, just checking.
Just had to analyze it a little bit.
You were right. A 3.33 is not going to better the 5.17, and Shane Sykes will remain on the same set of numbers, leading with 11.5 minutes to go. Caity and Delahaye chasing him down, looking for a 6.75. And then let's have a look at the numbers that are required by third and fourth place positions. Nolan Raposa looking for a 4.7. Jesse Mendez a 5.53. We know that they can both do that in their sleep. So there's an exciting 11 minutes still to come.
Yeah, well, Nolan is holding on to a 3-point ride as the second scoring ride, and I think that's the key factor there. He needs to throw that out the window and replace it, not with a big score, 4.7 average score needed. He was actually originally sitting in second place before the ad break, and then we saw the Frenchman on wave number 3 find the 5.43. But Nolan taking a look with live surfing right now, lots of speed down the line. You know you've got that cross-shore wind. He wants to get to the air and just unable to ride out of it, Gigs. But
well, he should have made that one, Tash. That, I feel, was a real ramp for Nolan.
Yeah.
And perhaps squandering the opportunity. Still 10.5 minutes. Let's have a look at it. It was pretty close. I mean, he regrouped it and then built the speed.
Yeah, setting up to get his board above the lip. Looked really good until he landed in that white water, and I was talking about it earlier. It almost bounces you a little bit on that shallow sandbar.
Yeah, a little ricochet of white water there, just dislodging Nolan Raposa. He'll go back to the drawing board with 10 minutes to go. Shane Sykes leads. Caity and Delahaye securing the advancing second place position at this stage. Have a look at Gattian's numbers, a 5.43 and a 4.77 to make up that 10.2. So, to me, the 4.77 is leaving Caity fairly exposed. If you think that there are 5s and 7s already on the scorecard spread amongst the 4 surfers. So, some work still ahead for Caity and Delahaye if he wants to block out Nolan Raposa and Jesse Mendez.
Yeah, I mean, Nolan's high score, that 5.5. You know, he knows he can get it already. He knows he can get the 4.7 because he's already got a 5.5 sitting on his scorecard. It is about the time, though, with 9 minutes on the clock, and then Nolan Raposa sitting in that fourth priority. That's going to be the hindrance for the American. We see Jesse Mendez, though, with priority, and finally taking a look here on his backhand.
Well, Jesse Mendez has taken a while to find this one, a 2-turn combo for Jesse. He's got the experience. I see he's got the same set of stickers on the nose of his board now as his partner. See the yellow sticker?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Couples team, would it? couples power. What do they call it?
A power couple.
A power couple. There you go. It's a terminology we can work. I'm looking down the draw to the next heat here, Tashmin Testi. I'm looking at Michael Rodriguez coming up against Jorgen Kuzene, Michel Perez, and Thomas Debier coming up next. Let's break this one down of Jesse.
I love that first turn. Just great timing, great quick pivot, nice and tight in the pocket. So he got two varieties of a backhand re-entry, and then that wave just dissipating into the deep channel.
Has he met the requirement?
Yes, I do believe he has met the requirement.
All right, Jesse Mendes meets the requirement, plus a bit of loose change to jump him from 4th up to 2nd. Jesse Mendes fetches a 6.27 and goes above the requirement, changes the shape of the heat now with around 7:45 on the clock. The South African still leads, but now that Brazilian with the Championship Tour experience starting to show. Jesse's often had very good performances here at Ballito. Think of his backhand a number of times over the seasons. You know, Jesse really featured well at the qualifying series level back around 5-6 years ago. 2016 he qualified, 2017, 18, 19, around there he really was on a strong charge. And of course his younger brother surfs really well as well, by the way. Jesse Mendes is younger. They both come from the same beach as Gabriel Medina, all part of that family down there. So yeah, Jesse's been a stalwart performer over the years, and we love what he brings to the lineup. Let's have a look at Shane Sykes, the South African. Will just skid the fins. Now out on the face. Lovely circumference to that turn, just arcs it out. No strong finish though for Shane, and we look at his numbers again quickly. Does he better a 5.17 or not?
I don't think so. I really don't. But also because, you know, the lefts have been stronger, Gigs. We've seen it. That first turn from Shane was lovely. Big wrap, utilizing his rails for that second maneuver. But that wave just didn't stand up enough. There wasn't enough oomph in it. And I don't think wave number 7 for Shane Sykes is going to go into his top 2.
We'll try and get a look at it. The other thing I'm noticing is Gatti and Delahaye moving back to the lineup. Not going to be a score for Gattian. And Jesse straight back into it. He's gone from 4th to 2nd and now trying to attack the lead. A 5.91 requirement, and this is how easily surfers of this pedigree can do things like this. 6 minutes to go, and now I'm going to ask you another question. Tess, did Jesse Mendes just fetch a 5.91?
No.
Okay. All right, that's fine. It's been a long day in the booth.
No, the reason being is, you know, those 6s and 7s have been coming with two strong two-turn combos. He had a strong first turn.
Well, think about the previous wave that he built that 6.27 on. You know, he's got to go 10% above that, so we're thinking 10% less than the 6.27, so 5.5 maybe. Needs a 5.91 to steal the lead from Shane Sykes.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the 5.91. I think it's going to stay the same for now with time winding down.
Oh, we're terrible. It's a 4.63. We'll just stick to thoughts and just, you know, tap the story along. No change to the situation, just a little over 5 minutes to go here in what is not the penultimate. We're one heat before the penultimate heat of the day. We're going to go all the way to heat number 16.
Correct.
And then wrap it up for the day. That was the original call. Brad Bricknell staring at me off screen here with a big frown. He's going to go and double check that. But meanwhile, with 5 minutes to go, here goes Gatti and Delahaye. He's a tall chap too, by the way. He's just under 6 feet. He's got a lot of power. It does the Guadalupian. And I must even ask, is that a word? Meanwhile, the South African just ditches the fins. So a little bit of a rush of energy, a couple of sets through the lineup here in Ballito this afternoon. We'll just keep the scorecards ticking over. Judges will just clean up the mess from Shane Sykes, Jesse Mendes, and Gatti and Delahaye on the scorecards and tidy it up with 4.5 to go. And we're still asking that question, did Jesse Mendes? No, we answered that question. 4.63 was the previous of Jesse Mendes, so he doesn't attack the lead just yet. Shane Sykes, the South African, still out front. And Nolan Raposa, where's he been? Let's ask that question because he's slipped down to 4th. He's using the priority. Lovely, spicy turn. He's got that acceleration into the wind. Comboing it up. Does he bring completion? And he'll trip and fall in a pothole at the end again. It is Africa. We have a few potholes. And that one really caught Nolan Raposa right there. That was an opportunity to attack. A mid-range 5, the requirement for the American. He's not out of it just yet, but he's got to stitch something together quite quickly now, Tash.
Yeah, and he came from the very northern side, so the far left of your screen. He came from, rode that left across the sandbank and just needed to ride that out complete to be able to get the score that he required. Not a big score, a 5.45 average score needed from the American. Watch the replay here. Lovely first power carve off the top there. And you can see setting up, keeping his speed, little check turn, and really needed to land that rotation. And once again, you know, with the high tide as well, you got water hitting back at you, and it's just not easy to keep your composure.
To talk to that last score of Nolan Raposa as a topic. A 4.23 becomes a counting score for the American. He was looking for a mid-range 5. So if he hadn't have fallen, would he have got the score? And that is a very close question. And I think possibly the answer would be yes. Here's your heat leader, Shane Sykes, a little bit disjointed there, won't improve on his 5.17. But back to the Nolan Raposa question. He got the 4.23 and he needed a 5.45, so 1.2 off. And, well, he's back in the lineup with third priority. Still 2.5 minutes to go, and I got a feeling that was still everyone's going to go rapid fire now in the last 2.5 minutes.
Well, the interesting thing is going to be you've got Jesse Mendes with priority, sitting in second. You've got Gatian De La Haye with second priority, sitting in third. Is white going to stick on blue?
Well, mid-range 5s is going to change the shape of the heat. Here goes Gatian. Lovely vertical again. We saw him on a wave previous, Tash, go very vertical and into the 5s. So now, does he find the requirements? 5.52. Judges' scorecard open, and we'll ponder it. They'll probably look at the replay and look at the rest of them. It looks like a sardine run right now. Everybody just scurrying around the lineup.
Yeah, Jesse Mendes paddling wide, not sitting with Raposa at all, which is quite interesting with just under 2 minutes on the clock, because Nolan Raposa not needing a big score.
Well, Jesse has priorities, so Nolan will back off. Here goes Jesse. We'll switch it up. Camera's going to swing backwards and forwards. Meanwhile, Jesse Mendes, to take the lead, would need a 5.91. We'll just pick up on the back end of it. Perhaps we'll bring you a replay of it. But Jesse Mendes has climbed out of fourth all the way to second, but still a 4.67 in the scoreline for Jesse. Somehow he likes what he's just completed. And we'll ask that question again. Well, a 5.91 is the requirement for Jesse to take the heat win off the South African.
Yeah, and then we're also waiting for a score from the Frenchman, Gatian De La Haye.
And we're watching it sprinkle in. Gatian De La Haye, requirements of a mid-range 5. I see a 5.7. I see a 6. I see a 6.17 as a completed number, and De La Haye is now up to second. Here goes Raposa, in and out with just under 1 minute to go. Everyone's on the edge of their seats here. I can tell you in the athlete area as well, there'll be lots of sort of chitter-chatter right now. Jesse Mendes' scorecard is open. We didn't get to see what he brought, but Gatian here is firing away like a Gatling gun.
Loved it. Great two-turn combo. That was the 6.17.
And here's Jesse Mendes.
So gets the first wrap. Oh, throws the tail. But then you can see that's all that wave had on offer, despite trying to make his way through to the inside and only being awarded a 4.53. So it didn't even go to his top 2 gigs.
Oh, brutal. Quite short of requirement. And with those backhand turns of our surf and blue, Gatian De La Haye fetching that number, he jumped up to second. So it's going to be a former championship tour surfer in the name of Jesse Mendes falling out. Here goes Gatian, and maybe even now trying to attack the lead, looking for a 6.01. But for now, we'll just let those scores settle. Shane Sykes looks like he has survived the onslaught in the last few minutes of this heat. Here, Tash, a 7 and a 5.17 for the South African in green remains intact. Gatian De La Haye's scorecard is open, but it's the previous score of the 6.17 for the surfer in blue that really did the damage at the expense of Jesse Mendes and Shane Sykes. I mean, of Nolan Raposa. Wow, it's coming at us. We love it. There's just no breaks here. I mean, we spoke about it earlier. Close to 50 waves being ridden per heat. This one was a little less, but certainly a lot of power and a lot of content going on.
Yeah, just so busy at the end, and it's great to be able to see a South African advancing to the next round.
The Ballito Pro continues. 2 more heats to wrap up the day. We'll bring in Brad Bricknell and Kai Linder for the call. Stick with us. It's the Ballito Pro.
Hi, I'm Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Well, we're deep into the afternoon here on day one of competition. Of course, you're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, it's been a great opening day of competition, and we're down to the final two heats. It's been highly high-level entertainment the whole afternoon long.
Well, I think I used that word frenetic earlier, and it's been one of those days. There's just so much going on in the water, such a high wave count in all the heats. Great to see another South African, and of course the local Shane Sykes going through in the last round. So we're already having a good day for the South African surfers with a couple of them going through. And now moving into this heat, a couple of big names. Michael Rodriguez, Michelle Perez finally back in action. We've been missing the Spartan.
We have.
And then Jorgen Cousinet, of course, no stranger to the big leagues. And Thomas Debier, one of those new guys I've kind of not seen much of because of the COVID era.
Well, it looks like Emerod's going to get things underway. He's happy with that opening wave. A couple of scores are already on the board while we went to that break. We can tell you that Jorgen Cousinet opened up with a 4.67. And the wave you just saw on screen then was the second wave of Michael Rodriguez, fresh off a CT berth over in Brazil in Saquarema, the last event on the championship tour.
Yeah, and I mean, Emerald, whoa, he has had some good results here in Ballito over the years. He really is dangerous out there. I think he's dangerous everywhere. He's one of my favorite Brazilian surfers to watch. He really puts those mayhems to good use. And what I like about Emerald as well is that he's got the full package. He can ride the rail, he's got the big airs on lockdown, and he's a very, very competitive surfer.
Yeah, he's definitely the all-round package. He's Michael Rodriguez, and great to see him back here in South Africa. 5.17 was his last wave, so he's stamping some sort of authority early on in the heat. We're still waiting on Michel Perez from Tahiti, representing France, of course, and then Thomas Dibert. We're waiting on him to open up his account here this afternoon. Second last heat of the day, and that tide coming up to a high around 7 p.m. this afternoon, but still plenty of bank exposed there, Kai, this afternoon.
Yeah, and we don't know much about Thomas, but I can tell you that he's had a pretty solid start to the year. He's had 2 fifths in the local European QS 3000s, a 9th in the Galicia Santa Cruz Pro recently. He had a 17th in Sydney, obviously got in as a wild card because he didn't surf on the Gold Coast, but he's got another wild card, or he's got in one of those slots that open up, you know, on the waiting list, and he'll be looking to maximize his efforts here in Ballito.
Yeah, well, you've got to make these count, of course. There are 8 Challenger Series. We are on stop number 3 here at Ballito Bay. And here goes Michel Perez. You know, he's kind of surfing. It's all power, it's all speed, it's all aggression. And he's showing exactly that on those opening few turns. And he's going to do the hop through the shore break over here and look for some sort of inside connection. There's a little revert onto the left-hander and a great opening wave there from the Spartan.
They must reinforce those firewires because those are the biggest legs you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, he's looking strong and fit and healthy as he ever has. even maybe lost a few kgs, but still looking lean and strong. So great to see Michel Perez in good health, and here to show, I guess, that he's hungry for that slot back on tour again.
Yeah, if he wants the injury wildcard, he has to kind of show the powers that be that he is fresh and ready to go. I mean, I don't think anyone could doubt his mental space. He's always been a phenomenal and ferocious competitor, but he was looking pretty good there.
Here goes Thomas Gilbert. Nice little backhand hit there, and a second. Can he find a third? He does. A bit of flair on that second turn for a little bit of a release on that tail, and beautiful three-turn combination. We've seen a lot of high-scoring waves coming on their left-hander today, Kai.
Yeah, the left has been put to good use. Normally when we think Ballito, we do think rights predominantly, but certainly today it's been very much about the lefts, and I'd say maybe only 2-3 of the heats being won on the rights. I think that last one, Shane Sykes, certainly going to town on the right bowl. But I think that's also largely to do with the swell finally starting to really bump.
Yeah, that's a good call as we just see a wide shot here of the lineup. And one of the things that we have noticed today in our breaks, Kai, is that the playing field is really wide here today with these conditions that we've got on offer. We're surfing all the way from the traditional rock area right over to almost the next bay down to the left-hand side. So a real wide playing field today.
Yeah, they've almost gone to sunrise today, just shy, but even through the juniors, through the previous week, there was a lot of action down there. And here goes that danger man.
He's found another left-hander. He's got a lot of speed. Beautiful fast transition into this turn. Gets a bit more vertical on that second turn. So locking in his wave number 3, a 5.17 for his second wave. Michael Rodriguez. That put him out in front. 23 minutes remaining. Standing by on a couple of those other scores to drop in as we see Jorgen Kuzenay looking to, well, he finished the wave off right on the shore break there, Kai, so that tells me he had a good run from the outside too.
Yeah, and of course Jorgen's also got fond memories of Ballito. He's finaled here before at the last challenger we had, and that got him into the wildcard slot at J-Bay as well, so he would definitely have good memories of Ballito.
All good things start in Ballito.
I agree.
It's also great to see South African surfing back in full force here, full crowds. Since 2019 was the last true international event that we've had here on South African shores, and of course the Ballito Bay community and the Quadakuza municipality have been just incredibly welcoming, and the hospitality has been next level as we see Michael Rodriguez, affectionately known as Emerald. Look at that speed and that power, big back foot jam there, and the amount of spray that get kicked up there, it's still raising in Mozambique in a week's time after that big turn.
That epoxy from Mayhem is looking very good under his feet, I must say. You can definitely see that different flex pattern in the epoxy board being put to use in these small waves. And I've noticed that if the waves are under head high, generally Emerald is on the epoxy.
Tell us about what that epoxy board brings, Kai. There's always a lot of talk of speed and pop. We might have to just get you to hold that thought as a little volley of waves are coming through now. There was Michel Perez on the right-hander. Another two-turn combination for him. He locked in a 3.60 on his first one. Kuzenay a 6.17 on his last. Rodriguez a 5.17 on his last. And a 4.5 for Thomas Gilbert on his first one too. So a flurry of waves, and equipment choice is pretty critical on days that are, you know, they're not obviously a good wave, good board day. There's options on days like this.
Yeah, and you can see two guys in this heat opting for clearly for the epoxy. That's, you know, the Firewire under the Spartan and the Mayhem under Emerald. That actually suspiciously looks like an epoxy as well.
Suspiciously, he says with a wry smile on his face. Jorgen Kuzenay just getting caught up on that one, so that one's probably not going to factor into his two scores. He's looking pretty good. He's out in front at the moment. He's got a 6.17 and a 4.67, so a tidy little total there to build off for the last 20 minutes of this heat. Michael Rodriguez, the man with priority, in second. And taking a look here at Jorgen Kuzenay's last wave, I believe this is the 6.17.
Yeah, and nice little hack off the top there, just keeping his eyes focused down the line and pushes the tail up and over. A lot of guys would have just floated that section, but Jorgen getting the tail out, and he managed to actually work this way down the line and get a few more turns in, as you see him working right onto the shore break here and getting that board over. Now that I see that bottom pattern, it's definitely an epoxy under his feet. This looking like a pretty average wave for the young Frenchman. But yeah, we're talking about those epoxies, the Firewires, you know, the mayhem under Emerald. I think the biggest advantage, and I mean, I'm a bigger guy, you're also not a small unit, Brad. What we've learned very early on about epoxy and its advantages is, number one is flotation, buoyancy. It has got a lot more buoyancy. So you can ride the same dims as your normal PU board, but it's going to give you a little bit more paddle strength, it's going to give you a little bit more pop, and then that blended with the lightness, because they are lighter, you're generally going to find you're going to be able to whip it around a little bit easier too.
And trust me, I need all the pop I can get at this age, and definitely enjoy the advantages that those epoxy constructions have brought. And there is also a little bit of talk now of combining the epoxy with the PU to try and get a bit of the best of both worlds. So a bit of that weight and that rigidity with the flair and pop that the epoxy brings. So exciting for us consumers, the surfers.
Yeah, a lot changing in technology at the moment. One thing doesn't change is this guy's surfing.
Always can count on a big backhand hook here from Michael Rodriguez, and a strong finish to boot. Nice big spray. He's loving his time here in Ballito Bay, and why not? He scored a 5.5, a 5.37, and he likes the feel of that one as well. 18.5 minutes remaining. So Thomas Diber out in with the priority, the man in green. You'll see the priority situation up on the left-hand side of your screen. Maxime Huguenot. Houston just getting ready for his next heat coming up. That'll be the final heat of the day. So managed to get through. We will manage to get through 16 heats in total today, Kai, after going on hold for about an hour this morning. And it's always good to get the official day one under the belt.
Yeah, I think tough choices for those first guys earlier this morning because it was small, but Travis Logie making the right call in the end, because we saw the swell build throughout the day, and I think everyone's going to be happy. We've seen some massive scores, and all in all, I think it's a good start to the week.
Yeah, it's been an amazing start to the week. Of course, we saw a bunch of the junior surfers really light up the bank here in the few days prior to that, and now we're into the main event, the Challenger Series event, and we've seen some fantastic surfing go down all day long, and it sounds like we've got the winner of that last heat, Shane Sykes, ready on the sidelines.
The winner from heat number 14, local boy, South African champion, Shane Sykes. So cool to see you advancing through to the next round here of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. For me, it was just about starting nice and strong, Shane. It must have felt really good to get that 7-point ride, and not even really opening up at 100% yet, just foundational surfing. It looked really good on the screen. I was in the studio. How does it feel to be a part of the Challenger Series and get an opportunity to surf against the best?
Yeah, I mean, super stoked to make my first heat. Actually, my first heat I've made this year, so yeah, it feels really good, especially for it being at home. And yeah, I have all the local support. It's amazing. I did feel a bit nervous with coming into this event. Obviously, we had SA Champs here last year and took that out, so I was feeling a bit of pressure. Like, I don't know, just you feel that when you're coming back to an event that you kind of did well at before. So yeah, and also I had to go to Cape Town for the Vans duct tape event. So I was like, it was kind of nice to get away just before all the hype and then just come back and do really well in my first heat, so I'm really stoked.
Yeah, well, so is South Africa, so is Ballito, and I know family and friends. I think it's great to be able to have the support on the beach. I know it helps a lot when you're in the water, but you started off strong and no one took that first place from you the entire 30 minutes. So please stay tuned, stick around. We're going to see more surfing here at the Ballito Pro. We have 2 more heats left for the day, but Shane Sykes will be coming up in that next round once they run. Congratulations, Shane.
Yeah, super stoked, and yeah, I just want to say thanks to all the locals again and O'Neill for putting the event on, and yeah, it's going to be a fun week.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tasha Mantasti on the sidelines there, talking to a very happy Shane Sykes. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, you've seen Shane come up through the ranks, grow up, you know, around the pro surfing options that he has here, and great to see him on the world stage, but referencing that pressure he feels as a South African surfer at a big South African event.
Yeah, Shane's a great kid. You know, his brother Justin, they push each other really hard, very close in age as well. And Shane was devastated when he missed out on by one position on the Challenger Series. Jose Faulkner just getting in ahead of him. And he really picked himself up. He completely rolled the dice. And I mean, it's a big financial commitment from a young South African to go to the 2 events in Australia and get on the alternates list. And he did get into both events, but unfortunately 2 super close losses in those. So, you know, coming home, I'm sure he was feeling the pressure. He's in front of his family and his friends. It's his local break. But I think now that he's got that little monkey off his back, he could be a really dangerous guy. I mean, no one knows this wave better than Shane Sykes.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of a mixed bag as far as the South African performances have been concerned today. We saw Geordie Smith going down early on, but conversely, we saw the young 18-year-old Luke Thompson win that heat and knock Geordie out of the event. So a bit of a mixed bag, like I said, but great experience for these guys to be surfing at the Challenger Series level right here at home, and they'll bag that experience and take it on to the next event.
Yeah, well, I can only make our surfing stronger, and the kid that's starting to seriously impress me here is Thomas Debier from France. 2 very good workable turns on the backhand there, and like I said earlier, he's had a good year. Here goes the Spartan, and I mean, you know, you're just going to get one thing out of him, and that is power. Absolutely goes to town working this poor wave down the line, and finishing strong with the closeout move. And looking across the scores, he got a 6.7 while we were away there, Brad. So the Spartan's looking frisky.
Yeah, let's bring you back up to speed with the situation. Just over 13 minutes remaining. It is the Brazilian Michael Rodrigues out in front with priority and the lead. Michel Perez now, courtesy of that last wave that you saw, has jumped up into second place. Here is a 5.37 to go into first place. Keeping our eye on the lineup, Jorgen Cousinet has dropped down into that third place, needs a 5.51, and Thomas Debier, despite that impressive backhand wave we just saw before, still in fourth place, requiring a 5.75. So very attainable scores inside the last 12.5 minutes. Here goes Emrod. That speed is there, the power is there, the big spray is there, and the big finish is there too for Emrod. Wow, he's having an absolute ball out there, looking like a free surf, and that 6.57, the highlight for him, and he's really building nicely in this early heat.
Yeah, Emrod's coming to the party. One sort of thing I want to raise on that wave is a lot of one aspect that people don't talk about a lot is judges do want to see variety. And I feel like that first turn, second turn, third turn, we've seen it already in the heat, like almost an identical wave, and he might just lose a few points there.
Yeah, it's a very good point you raised there, Kai. Just surfing to that criteria, speed, power, and flow, obviously a big part of it, but variety as well. And speaking of which, let's have a look at some replays here of Debier's waves.
Just nice first turn there, really got the fins around. This wave went a little fat on him. You see him heading to the hop, and then watch this left. So comes off the bottom. I mean, that's a great turn, but it is almost a mirror image of a previous turn in the heat. Second turn and third turn, you know, he got the turns out, but the wave had kind of already left him. And I don't know, I don't think that's going to go near his 2 top scores. And we just caught the end of that wave, but I have a feeling the young Frenchman's just put on some numbers.
Yeah, he was certainly happy with the outcome there, got the strong finish. And in fourth place, only looking for a 5.75, so a pretty compressed heat. And I think, just to your point, some of those numbers, you know, looking across the board there, a lot of 4s and 6s. This is Emrod again up and riding, looking for that variety that Kai Linder was talking about. And he certainly kept busy, and he is favouring these left-handers. He's got a very strong backhand. But a question for you, Kai, in this kind of condition, front side or backside, which one can you show more variety with?
Yes, that's a tough one. But
I'll give you 10 minutes and 46 seconds to think about it.
You know, in small waves, my feeling is always on your backhand you have a slight advantage because you can really dig in off the heels and project off the top. You know, you can go weightless almost off the top on your backhand, so I think that's an advantage. But then, you know, Thomas showing us right there how dangerous you can be on your front side. Those were 2 beautiful turns, and he manages to come around and get a wrap, and then finishing on the inside closeout. So 4-turn combo. You look at scores today, I think he's going to be looking at a pretty decent score. And then Emrod took off on this one. That was a really nice power hack and did really well to hold on to that second turn. I think a lot of guys would have fallen right there.
Yeah, nice little combination of turns there from Emrod, but it's going to be Thomas Diber who gets the better of that exchange, no doubt. We're still waiting for that score to drop, and will we see another one of those seesaw heats when fourth goes to first and the whole leaderboard is reshuffled? We've seen some really entertaining heats so far, and here goes the Spartan currently in second place. Big power hack as we cut across, and just missed the exit of that wave, but I'm sure we'll have a chance to review. 9 minutes 30 seconds to go.
Even the cameraman got scared of the Spartan.
Well, he probably got sprayed by that first opening hack and wet his camera lens. 9:25 on the clock, and the score has come in. There it is, one of the biggest scores we've seen today, a 7.67 for last of the Frenchman, Thomas Diber. He jumps from fourth into first place, and here's a replay of the wave we just missed.
Well, you talk about the power, just watch this wrap. Got a little caught up on that one, but still managing to displace the second turn money. Gets the fins out the back, and that firewire doing the job for the Spartan.
So just as that score dropped in from Thomas, Michelle's requirement just jumped up a touch to a 6.34. So let's see what the judges think of that one. No, that's actually his current requirement. It was a 6.7 that he got on that wave, Kai, for that two-turn combination. So that is the current situation. Diber leads, Rodriguez now in second, and Perez now chasing a 6.34. And then Jorgen Kuzenet, a 6.87, all to play for now in the last 8:30.
Yeah, if we look across the scores here, I mean, Emrod with a 6.57, 6.47. There's a 6.17 in Jorgen's scoreline, 6.7 in Michel Perez, and then the 7.67 and a 5.93 in Thomas's scoreline. So this is actually one of the tightest heats of the day.
Here goes Emrod now on a right-hander, going to showcase his front side, speeding down the line, big front side wrap. There's that power that you referenced, and now the big closeout turn. So he's been fired up every wave in this heat so far, has Emrod. And now goes Jorgen Kuzenet, who's dropped down into fourth place, and he likes the feel of that one as well. Solid closeout re-entry from the Frenchman.
He liked that one so much he gave French jazz hands.
I like that. Is that different to Brazilian jazz hands?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
One's flamenco, one's a little bit more French.
I like it. 7:40 on the clock. Diber leads, Rodriguez second. Standing by for last of red to drop, Michael Rodriguez, and likewise for Jorgen Kuzenet. So been a long day competition. We are waiting for those scores to drop in. This is the second last heat of the day, heat number 15 of round of 96. And the losers in this round, the third and fourth place getters, Kai, they're going to walk away with a 49th place or a 73rd place respectively, and that's not going to go into your counting results come those final 5 results of the year.
No, that certainly doesn't make the hell trek to South Africa worthwhile for these guys. And it really is. We've got to acknowledge that, you know, for a lot of these guys, they travel so far through so many connections. And Emrod, though, doesn't look like it bothered him much. Little check turn to start. Then he really puts the power into that wrap you see there, and then cracks it over the top. Just love the energy from him. You see the little claim there. And then Jorgen behind him, also kind of like a more checky sort of calf turn to start things off. But the second turn, lovely. And then those little jazz hands.
You like the feel of that one. A nice big closeout turn, pushing that tail up and over the lip too. So that always feels good when you're surfing, and hopefully for his case it'll feel good for the judges too as they ponder those last exchanges. 6:20 on the clock, and of course we do oh, there we go. Okay, taking a look at the surface area, Chris Zappis on the right hand side there in the green jumper alongside Aidan Masonkamp. And no doubt Chris from Australia is tapping Aidan for some local intel on the standby here in Ballito. Obviously Aidan had success here last year.
I think they both got their ladies with them. They're probably talking about shopping.
Get the credit card out, girls. Here we go on the outside. Jorgen Kuzenet again. Nice big vertical turn. Love that last turn from Kuzenet. Really pushed the board up and over. Looking for that 6.87. 5 minutes 40 on the clock. The Frenchman holding down the lead and priority, and that's a great feeling when you hear the on the beach announcer saying 5 minutes remaining, you've got priority and you've got the lead.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. I just can't help but feel that Jorgen is in fourth place currently, but he is definitely looking pretty solid. He's got like a real good energy about him. And normally you see a guy in fourth, he's kind of sort of deflating. Jorgen's got the opposite happening.
Yeah. It's all about timing the run to this last few minutes of the heat and making sure you're either within striking distance with priority, or you're sort of maintaining that lead that you've built throughout. And that's certainly what Thomas Dibert has done. And 7.67, one of the highest scores of the day so far. And coming down to under 5 minutes remaining now, and there has been a little juggle. Looks like Kuznetsov's last wave, a 5.83, pushes him up into third place. Not enough to get him into advancing position, but now requires a 6.87 if he wants to go into second place. That's being currently held down by Emrod. Michael Rodriguez. Michel Perez drops into fourth place. He requires a 6.34 if he wants to keep his dream alive here at Ballito Bay.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at those wave numbers again, Brad. I mean, we are fast approaching 50 waves in the heat again. I think our international judging panel are going to need a hot bath and some chicken soup tonight because they've been working hard.
Beautiful. Hot bath and chicken soup. Good for the soul. So is Ballito Bay. So a big thank you to the locals who have put on all just the amazing South African hospitality for all the international and travelling surfers. Always feel so welcome coming to South Africa. It's just part of their culture, isn't it, Kai, where definitely a welcoming nation and love looking after the internationals that come over.
Yeah, Suid-Afrikaners is plezierig, is the saying in Afrikaans.
Translation, please.
I mean, South Africans are very pleasurable people. They like to entertain, they like to look after people, and we certainly like to feed people.
And well, here we go. This is Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, trying to hold down the second place, fighting off the charge from Jorgen Kuznets, and also trying to have a tilt of that lead. A 7.04 will get him the win. And he's looking to drop off a 6.47 out of his top two. So let's see what the judges think of that one. Again, I don't think enough variety in there to really kind of wake the judges up.
Yeah, that's not his best offering to us today. Just looking at that. That board does look good under his feet, though. Wow, it's really responsive, and I can't help but feel if he gets like one of those really good clean waves, he's going to unleash for us. But 3 minutes to go, and right now sitting in second place, things are not too bad for Emrod.
Under 3 minutes remaining now. Maxime Husino, Eduardo Mota, Alan Cleveland, and Eitan Osborne coming up for the final heat of the day. That's coming up in around 2.5 minutes' time. In the meantime, we've got our heat leader, Thomas Dibert, out in front, 7.67. The highlight of this heat, indeed one of the highlights of the day. We'll see that, no doubt, on the highlights package this afternoon. Brazil's Michael Rodriguez in second. This is the heat leader. Now going to the air. A little bit of extra flair there from Thomas.
Well, he's just found out that there actually are crayfish on this coastline. Going and visiting that reef, and it's actually a pretty dangerous place to be doing an air right there at the end of that left, because there's a huge rock shelf under there. Molly Picklin the other day in the juniors actually hit her face on that rock in the mid-tide. So I sometimes get very nervous when you start seeing the pros lining up those big launches right there.
Yeah, fortunately that one worked out well for Thomas. So a minute 45 on the clock now. This heat's gone a little bit sleepy in the final stages. Jorgen Kuznets is definitely wanting an opportunity, and you can see 6.34 requirement there for him to advance. Michel Perez is the man with priority, though. He's in fourth place, looking for an exactly the same score to get into that second place. Top two go through. Top two pack their bags, and here's the opportunity for Perez. It's an inside left-hander, and it's a bit too much of an inside one, a little bit too small, and no opportunities for him there. And likewise for Jorgen Kuznets, too quick in and out, Sky.
Yeah, both of them were hoping for more, and it didn't turn out. I'm pretty sure there was some choice words in French from both of them. But 1 minute to go, it's not looking good. And I mean, again, I'm going to say it, before this heat, did not know much about that kid Thomas in green, but he's really impressed in this heat.
Yeah, I have to agree with you now as we watch Michael Rodriguez now look to really kind of close this one down as far as his campaign's concerned. It's been an impressive opening round performance from the Brazilian. He's going to make it through into the shore break here, no worries. And nice little tag to finish that one off. So looking nice and strong on his feet has Michael Rodriguez, powerful and quick. And Kuznets just a little frustrated now with 25 seconds remaining, hunting for an opportunity to get that 6.34.
Dare I say, Michael Rodriguez might have made a go at the lead there, needing a 7.04.
Yeah, there was a lot of flow in that one and took that one all to the shore break. So we'll see what the judges think about that one. There's 8 seconds left in this one, so it looks like it's going to be Thomas Dibier and Michael Rodriguez going through to the second round, and Kuzune and Perez, unfortunately, out of the event. Another former championship tour campaigner coming up short here at Ballito Bay.
I think I'm going to have to adjust my scale slightly. I was slightly over on that one, 5.17 coming in. But it's okay, it's day one. I will get there, Brad.
Yeah, well, we'll all get there. It's day one. We're just here to commentate on what we're seeing, and actually, no, it is your job to make sure those scores are close. No, only kidding. We can nitpick it all day long, and the judges are doing a great job, and yeah, fantastic to see the level of surfing here this afternoon. So congratulations to that man, Thomas Dibier, with the win, and we'll see him no doubt further on in the competition. Likewise with this guy, Michael Rodriguez.
And a win for the PUs.
A win for the PUs. A few fans left on the beach here. We're going to come up to the last heat of the day. That'll be coming up soon.
Well, I can tell you, just as we look ahead to that heat, Eitan Osborne has got a bit of a local advantage here. He may be from the States and from Santa Barbara area in California, but best friends with Shane Sykes.
Yes.
He has spent a lot of time here over the years. I've been surfing with him for the last 2 weeks in the area. So keep an eye on Eitan. He knows this bank pretty well.
Yeah, well, I've seen Eitan perform in Taiwan, actually, at the World Juniors, and it was incredible, pulling off big spins. We actually had to get out the dictionary and just try to find out what to call what we saw in front of us. But that's going to come up next. We are going to take a short break here from Ballito Bay, and when you come back, it's going to be the final heat of the day. It's great to have your company. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Okay. Need me to move up a bit.
No, because the cameras are set up already. I don't know where they're going to go with it.
Yeah.
And even the post show, we've got another heat to go. Yeah.
Calm yourself down.
Sorry.
Please make sure we communicate really clearly through the post show. Okay. Just give us some time before we're going to come on camera, and just let us know what's coming up. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Great to have your company. Now for the last heat of the day. We're coming up to just around before 4 o'clock here local time, and it's great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, it's been a big, long day, been super entertaining though, and we're down to the final 30 minutes.
Well, we've had to wait a long time, 2019 since we had a challenge event in South Africa. We were talking about this guy before the break.
Here we go, Eitan Osborne.
Ooh.
From the USA, just getting a little caught up on that little transitional turn. An incredibly innovative surfer. You can't take your eyes off this guy when a section's looming because you just don't know what he can do. He's a mind-boggling surfer in the air, and he's got a rail game to boot, so really excited to see him. Of course, he's going to be joined there by Maxime Hussino, Eduardo Mota, and Alex Cleland, another young kid that I've watched grow up coming out of Mexico, one of the very few Mexican surfers you see on tour, and this kid's got it all, a power game, he's got an air game, and he's got a really contest-savvy mind as well, so really looking forward to seeing what he can produce here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Alex's Alan Cleland, I mean, he's a big wave charger too. I mean, Porto, when it's on, you see him charging some big barrels. So certainly got the big wave savvy too. And then this guy, I mean, look at him.
Yeah, he goes. That is Alan Cleland.
Quite a solid unit as well.
He's a solid unit, which means big power turns and lots of spray. Didn't quite connect with too much rhythm on that little left-hander. That wave faced a little bit slopey. And that high tide coming up around 7 p.m. here local time. It's about 5 to 4 here right now. So about that halfway mark in terms of that tidal change.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed his performance in the last Stab High in Costa Rica as well, and really put on a show there. So it's he's one of those guys that's kind of been popping up on the radar and then like disappeared a little bit, and then he'd pop up somewhere else. So it was cool to see when I looked at the heat schedule today to see his name popping up, and like you said, it's nice to see that word Mexico on the list. It's good to see how someone's out there representing for them, because of course it's one of the top surf destinations on the planet.
Absolutely, as we see Eitan Osborne laying down a beautiful outside track. He's on the inside section now. There's some variety and the closeout turn for Osborne. So this is much better from Eitan, and that's going to be a really solid score for him. We'll pay attention now to Eduardo Mota from Brazil, looking for a big closeout turn. Hangs the fins out, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect with the finish. But how about that wave from Osborne? Lots of variety in there and lots of power as well, Kai.
Yeah, his mentor Dane will be happy with that performance, and like you said, he's really known for his aerial surfing, but has absolutely zero problem putting it on a rail.
As illustrated on that last exchange. So standing by for those scores to come through. 24.5 minutes remaining in the final heat of the day. If you just joined us, yeah, thanks for your company. Heat number 16 of the day. We kicked off with men's round at 96 this morning around 8:05 after going on hold for about an hour just for that high tide. And we've been back-to-back heats all day long, 30 minutes. And we're down to heat number 16 here, which will be the final heat of the day. And we'll come back tomorrow morning around that 6:37 mark for the call on the day's proceedings, but likely to finish that men's round if the surf still prevails in the morning.
Yeah, and I can see the judges are having a good long look at that wave of 8 tons, because if I look at the last few heats even, that was a wave that kind of stood out for me. It really had a lot of excitement and variety. He didn't really go to the air, but even in just in the turns he did. Everything was a little different, every angle different, and I think the judges might just reward that.
Yeah, well, we saw a 7.67 thrown down in that last heat by Thomas Gilbert, and I feel like that wave was better in terms of the variety, but maybe a slopier wave, not as much vertical in it, but I love the variety that he brought in the speed and the power, so really interested to see where the score is going to go. 23 minutes remaining. The judges are certainly digesting that one. And the man in the red, Maxime Houston, is sitting out there with priority, yet to open up a scoring wave in this heat. 23 minutes on the clock, and those scores are dropping in. There's one excellent score being dropped by a judge. There's a 7.5, there's a 7, there's another 7.5. Of course, the highest and lowest will be dropped out, and the middle three will be averaged out. So it's going to be looking like something in that 7.5 range. And well, there it is. It's a 7.5. So Osborne in the lead.
Spot on.
I impressed myself with my own mathematics there. I'm not normally that good.
Your scale's a little bit better than mine today, Brad. That's for sure. Yeah, great performance, and 22 minutes to go. That's exactly what he wanted. He had that little fall on his first wave, which could put some guys off, but quickly picked himself up and smashed out a 7.5. And like we know, he's got more in the bag.
He's got more in the bag for sure.
He kept that one pretty simple by 8-on standards. So let's see what comes next.
Yep. Well, Alex Cleland opened up with a 2.0 and just a small 0.77 for the incomplete by Eduardo Mota. And just a little waiting for the Frenchman Maxime to open up this heat. And then on standby for the first heat of tomorrow morning will be a massive heat on paper. Ryan Callanan, Jet Schilling, Cam Richards, and Ryan Canalo coming up if the contest runs first thing tomorrow morning.
That is a big heat to start the morning. And Interesting here, Maxime. I mean, he's got a lot of experience out here. I've been watching him since back in the Mr. Price days, before it was the Ballito Pro. Of course, we went Gunston 500, Mr. Price, Billabong, and now O'Neill. So it's been through quite a few iterations, this event. But it is still the same event. And Maxime has been coming here for, I reckon, close on 12 years at least. So he knows the spot, he knows the wave, and you know, we were talking earlier about Luke Thompson in that one heat, and he also took this approach. Probably the only two guys I've seen take this approach, so maybe it's going to work out for him.
Yeah, it might work out. We saw Luke Thompson wait 12 minutes before he rode his first wave, and showed a lot of composure as an 18-year-old to come back from that and end up with the win. And well, the 30-minute heats, great opportunity for the four-man heats, and you know, talking to Travis Logie from Tours and Competition, there might be a point during the event, because we had that big lay day and we've got a lot of heats to get through, we may look at 25-minute heats when the heat numbers come down to those three-man heats and those two-man heats, just enable us to yeah, give the opportunity for the event to get through some rounds and then be geared up for that big final weekend.
Well, I mean, if I look at today, and I mean, the waves are not at an optimum for this specific break, and we've seen such high wave counts in the 30 minutes with 4 people in the water. I can't see that being an issue for these guys. I really can't. But also, the question I was going to ask, and I haven't been able to get clarity on, is are we able in the Challenger Series, once we go man on man, to do the overlapping heat system?
I think everything's on the table, given whatever conditions are on the day, and that'll be a call that the Tours and Competition office will make. Travis Logie, lots of experience as a former pro surfer himself, and also grew up surfing this region with a lot of success. So I'm sure Travis will utilise all the tools in his kit bag to make all the right calls for the event. And yeah, it's never an easy job. You never quite please everybody all the time with the calls. Kind of the same as judging and commentating, but you know, everyone's here because they love the sport and they want to see it go well. And they're passionate about what they do, so that's why we do it.
Eitan practicing his creative dance moves out there, just whiling away the time in this heat. And of course, he's part of a crew of creatives. He comes from that Santa Barbara area, you know, Dane and all of them, the former crew. And they Chapter 11 and that whole vibe they got going with their videos and everything, and it's a really cool scene. It's kind of harking back to that sort of 90s punk scene and stuff, and I've been loving watching what they put out online.
Yeah, surfing made up of so many different characters, and we love them all because it makes surfing what it is. And just a point just then where we saw that real wide shot, we saw Eitan Osborne sitting right over on the right-hand side, almost right next to the rock, where the traditional Ballito Bay bank is, the right-hander, and we saw him score 7.5 there. So from a strategic point of view, Kai, what do you reckon his thoughts were there? Because we haven't seen someone sitting over there for quite some time today.
Well, like you said, he picked up that really good ride there, and he's been sitting there from day one in this heat. So I think if it's working for him, why change the game plan? 18 minutes on the clock. He's got some time to kill. He's got by miles the highest score in the heat. I mean, the closest score to him at this point is Eduardo with 2.5. So I think it's a good plan. Stay away from the mess, stay away from the fight, and hope that another right like that pops up and gives him. If he gets down to sort of 10 minutes, 9 minutes maybe, nothing happening, might be time to pick up anchor and move along and go put some pressure back on the rest of the field. But also, like Eitan, for me, he's not going to take a traditional approach to heats. It's just not what he's about.
Yeah, so very true. And you can see the distance. There's probably all of 100 meters between Eitan and the rest of the pack. Here goes Eduardo Motto. Just a quick in and out for him. Still waiting on the man with priority, representing France, Maxime Hussenot, to open up in this heat. 17 minutes remaining now. It's been, in terms of those wave counts that we've seen in the last 2 hours, Kai, this one has been a little less consistent in terms of the opportunities. Is that a result of this mid-tide coming up now?
Well, I think we could almost talk about a high tide. If you look at the water right now and how it's moving, it's starting to get that look we had this morning when we were on hold, which means it does get a little bit slower and the waves can get a bit flatter. And you also obviously get that little bit of wash off the beach up here on the north coast on the high tide, which can affect your performance level. But it does look like we're finally going to get a start out of the man in red.
Here we go. He's found a good-looking left-hander, but it's only going to give him one opportunity. And I think what happens, Kai, when you sit there for a long time, you get cold, your body gets stiff, and something like that can happen on your first wave after waiting for 15 minutes.
Bum, bum, bum. That's not what you want to happen after you've been waiting that long for a wave.
With priority too.
With priority. So unfortunately for Maxime, he's going to really have to just settle down and start working. My advice to him would certainly be, if I was his coach or manager on the beach, I'd be screaming, start catching waves, like start working it, get warm, and just get your groove back.
Yeah, you see, well, you hear Italo Ferreira talking about his strategy, particularly in these kind of beach break conditions. His strategy is to just catch as many waves as he can, go through the reps, and just by virtue of the amount of waves he's catching and the amount of, airs he's trying, he's going to land a good percentage of them, and that's oftentimes his strategy in conditions like this.
I think that strategy works in many factors of life.
Just go out and have a crack.
Just go out and have a crack. Sooner or later it's going to work.
15 and a half to go. Alan Cleveland having a crack at this one. Nice little opening stab. Waiting for this wall to stand up. He's making the most of a pretty slow left-hander, but did manage to get 3 turns in there and locking in his wave number 2. Currently in third place, only looking for a 1.28. So Osborne leads, courtesy of the 7.5. Mota in second, a 2.5 and a 0.77. And then Cleveland and Maxime just really trading 2s and below 1 point score. So with half the heat remaining, hopefully the Ocean will deliver up a few more opportunities now.
Yeah, and I think that early 7.5 from Aton's really put the hammer down for the rest of the heat, because he's raised the scale to a certain point, and now it's really going to be difficult for these other guys to get those kind of scores, because the waves are tricky and it is getting high.
Throws the tail out for a nice looking reverse, but unfortunately maybe just forcing the issue a little too much in that shore break and goes down.
Yeah, I got to say, loving the spray on that board.
You might like that one.
There seems to be a real revival of sort of flames and Lumo, and I grew up, as did you, in that sort of era. So I'm stoked to see it coming back. Potts must be pretty happy too.
Yeah, I think it's every Grom in the history of surfing's had a flame spray on their board at some point in time. I know I definitely did. I know my Grom definitely has as well. So yeah, it's really cool to see all that stuff coming back again. 13 minutes remaining. Osborne still leads. He's playing the patience game over on the right-hand side, but it looks like he's now joined the pack towards the middle. So to your point, in terms of that strategy, it's good to be able to evolve your strategy on the fly. If plan A is not working, often these guys will come out with a plan B and even a plan C if everything doesn't go to plan, Kai.
Yeah, and I think, in the old days, in those good old hedonistic rock and roll days, surfers were pretty much man alone. They would be touring and doing heats on their own and almost taking it, I think, in those days, minute to minute. These days, these kids have got analysts, coaches, managers, some of them even, sports psychologists, and that's where you see this huge difference now. It is a professional sport, much like golf, much like, all these other big billion-dollar industry sports, and they're going to come up with those game plans. They're going to sit there on the beach and go, okay, if this happens, then you're going to move to that plan. If that happens, you're going to move to this plan, and it is really just the evolvement of the sport in general.
Yeah, so true. So Maxime Husino needs a 1.0. What's the plan for that?
Take off, bottom turn. Pretty much job done, but I'm pretty sure he's going to look for something to improve on that 4.5, as Eduardo also drops a 4.1. This heat below Eitan is just switching the whole time, really. But what I'm waiting to see is what is Eitan going to back up that 7.5 with?
Utilising priority here is the man in red, Maxime Husino, found another running left-hander. You can see that wave coming onto that sort of inside bank, that mid-bank. And a lot of these waves sort of finishing up right on that shore break in that rocky little outcrop. Those requirements did obviously hop up from those previous 1-point requirements with Eduardo Motto locking in his best wave of 4.10. So he's in second place now. Osborne still holding down the lead. Alan Cleland in third, looking for a 3.11, and Maxime looking for a 2.10. Last wave of Maxime was a 4.5, so we are standing by on some scores, and hopefully this heat will start coming alive and we'll see a flurry of action. We've seen a few of these heats now over the last hour or so, Kai, where the heat changed hands a few times, and like you said, Osborne though waiting for that backup, which could really just lock down that first place for him.
Yeah, and I mean, Maxime, you asked the question, and he obliged. He took off and got some turns down the line. He only needs a 2.1. I think he easily cleared that. So he's pretty much going to move straight back into second. I'm watching scores come 5, 4, 2, 5. So the judges are going to give him one of those mid-range scores, and he's going to go back into first place now. So he's actually done enough to get up above Eitan, but of course with a 7.5, he only needs a 1.73.
Yeah, Eitan holding on to a 0.93 in his top two. He's still holding down that highest wave score of the heat, a 7.5 he got in his wave number 2. And a 4.73 from Husino pushes him straight into first place. So, again, we did see 15 minutes or so go by without him riding a wave. And similar to that Luke Thompson heat now, he's found and secured 2 decent scores. That finds him in a pretty strong position now with 9.5 to go.
To go to one of Gig Cilliers' favourite analogies, he's building his house.
He's building his house, and here goes Cleland down the line, looking for something, probably not enough speed for that particular turn. And likewise there for Maxine, so a couple of incompletes there. A few bigger sets still showing their faces out on that back bank. That tide is filling in quickly, like you said though, Kai, so this next 9 minutes is pretty crucial. Still some really small requirements, particularly for Osborne. He's been really, really patient, only riding 3 waves in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, he must have had a paddle there, though, because he's lost the priority to Eduardo. So he's definitely had a sniff at something, but maybe didn't catch it and lost the priority, which we didn't see while we were following those 2 waves. Maxine and Eduardo both with the throwaways there, and it's not going to help their situations. And Eitan, I mean, I hope that he's going to just find something out there and give it a go, because with that 7.5 it would be heartbreaking if he doesn't make it through the heat.
Yeah, it's we've seen that happen a few times when someone gets an 8 or a 9 but doesn't back it up, and you know it is devastating, and that's why 2-wave combinations is so critical. And if you can back up that opening score really quickly with a second score, you'll be on your way to a good opportunity. Here's the replay of Eitan's wave.
Nice little crack to start things off. That was a little check turn there, but then really hammered into that second turn. And now coming around the section. I love this little wrap around and then straight back into the blowtail on the left. And I mean, he missed the rocks by about 2 inches there, so that was commitment.
Yeah, well, only looking for that 1.73, so safe to say that Osborne will grab that lead back with 8 minutes to go, or just under, and waiting for those scores to drop in. It's a 5.67, so Osborne regains the lead and now has a healthy 2-wave combination of 13.17, and that puts us a big requirement now on Maxime Husino. He needs an 8.44 if he wants to wrestle back the lead. Eduardo Motto and Alan Cleland are fighting for that second place. They're in third and fourth respectively, looking for a score around that 5.13, 5.73 mark for Motto and Cleland respectively. Let's see what Motto can do here. Big bottom turn to top turn combination, but just overpowers that turn. And he goes down, so 7 minutes remaining. Motto and Cleland have all the work in front of them.
Yeah, and Al and Eduardo, I've got to be said, they look like pretty big units, and just struggling a little bit maybe to find some momentum in these smaller waves. I think they're going to need to find a nice ball, and I think this guy's about to unleash.
Live action here from Eitan Osborne. This is what we know for beautiful, clean rotation on that air reverse. Got the tail nice and high, pointed towards the beach, reverted out, and will he drop a 5.67 there, put even more pressure on Husino. We'll bring you those scores momentarily, but we knew he had it in him, and he just needed the section.
Yeah, and Eitan, I think, has really impressed me here. In years past, he's been a bit wobbly in competitive surfing. I think just hadn't found his feet. This heat, he has been large and in charge from the start. That 7.5, then backing it up with the very creative 5.67. And now that he's got that nice big buffer of an 8.44, I think you can expect him on any wave he gets, he's going to look to get really creative.
Yeah, I do like that strategy of banking those two scores, doing what you need to do to lock down the heat, and then really kind of taking it, taking the opportunity to flare up once you've got that combination under your belt. So standing by on those scores to come in for Osborne. Husino looking for that big 8.44. That requirement might go up for him once we get that score in from Osborne's last wave. And then 5.13 required by Mota and a 5.73 required by Cleland. And just trying to get a handle on priority over here. We'll just see all the surfers are out the back. And there are some questions being asked on priority. And that will come into play, Kyle. Just looking for the graphic on the even the scoreboard. So I know there's been some challenges with power today, which has given us a few little challenges along the way. Load shedding, something we're all getting used to here. But yeah, 5 minutes to go. Osborne leads, Husino second. Mota and Cleland are going to jockey for position. They're going to jockey for scores. And will it be Osborne and Husino still standing? We'll find out now in about 5 minutes.
Well, Eitan, it took forever for the score to come in for that air, but the judges gave it a 5.77, so it improves their situation. I wasn't sure where they were going to go with that one because it was just the one maneuver, but obviously they were duly impressed, and here he goes on the left now.
Yeah, building up a head of steam. Just goes to the little shove it on the backhand. So yep, he's really letting his hair down now, and loves seeing what he brings. He loves approaching those sections with a lot of variety. Even within the air game, different grabs, different rotations, some body spins, some varials in there, and yeah, he's really an exciting surfer to watch. Free surfing, all kind of surfing.
For me, it's hard not to draw the comparisons with the Fletchers. The red hair, the punk attitude, the aerial surfing. So it's cool to see that coming back into competitive surfing.
There goes Alan Cleveland on the outside, kicks up a nice lot of spray on that first turn, vertical on the second, gets a little hung up though. A little frustration there coming in for the surfer from Mexico. He was building up a nice head of steam on that wave, the 5.73 requirement. He's looking like he could have been getting closer on his way to a good score there, but just didn't quite complete.
Yeah, he's going to have to find something. He might pick this up underneath everyone on the way back out, though, so maybe this is a last chance saloon for him.
He's found a right-hander, blows the fins out slightly there, and just a quick one turn in and out for him. 2.17 on his previous wave, so nowhere near the 5.73 requirement needed. Osborne still leads with a heat total of 13.27. Maxime Husino will need something in that mid-excellent range if he wants to challenge Osborne for the win. And he has the opportunity here, but more so maybe to put some more distance between him and the surface in third and fourth, but couldn't convert that opportunity.
Yeah, I think on the priority side, obviously there's been a power glitch, so they've gone to the manual board, so we won't see it, unfortunately. And yeah, for Al Cleland, it's heartbreaking because we know how talented he is, but he just hasn't had that heat together. My advice to him, don't go home, get in the rental, chase the coast. You like chasing big barrels? There are lots of big barrels in South Africa.
Quick in and out there from Husino. Yeah, just looking at Alan's heat, there's a flurry of 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 4 or 5 waves under 1 point, and 2 or 3 waves under the 2-point range. So he's really been trying a lot, but maybe wave selection really not helping him out in terms of that scoreline today.
Yeah, and here goes Maxine, little in and out. So the pressure is building.
Yeah, lots of flurrying going on. Maxime really needs to just try and protect the second place. I don't see, the opportunity to go up into that 8.5 range. So he's really got to look to see if he can build some daylight between himself and Eduardo and Alan, and try and drop that 4.5 and replace it with something in that sort of 6 range. Will push that requirement out substantially for the surface in third and fourth. 1 minute 45 remaining. This is the final heat of the day. And if you're still watching, please don't go anywhere. We'll be going into the post-show after this, and we'll be wrapping up all the day's activities and highlights. And that's going to be coming up in around 90 seconds' time.
Exciting day it has been. It's been amazing. I think, we were all a little bit nervous in the morning because we did have to shut it down yesterday because of lack of swell, but it's built through the day. We've seen some incredible performances, and here's Maxime fighting for the lead now.
Yeah, well, this is a beautiful two-turn combination from Maxime on his backhand. I did say that he might not have the opportunity for the 8.5, but that was a really well-surfed and well-constructed wave he put together there. Getting nice and vertical, some variety from what we've seen from him previously, and certainly going to be, probably his best wave of the heat so far. And it comes in real quickly. The judge is decisive, a 6.60. So now the requirement for Mota and Cleland has blown out to the 7-point range. 40 seconds to go. It's looking like it's going to be Osborne and Husino going through to round 2.
Yeah, solid performance by Maxime after that slow start. So he kind of did take a little note out of Luke Thompson's book there. We were wondering if it would happen. And big kicking paddle there. Here goes Owl, last chance.
Goes to the air, looks for the rotation. It's not clean enough, and unfortunately not a completed maneuver either for Alan Cleland. And he's definitely thrown everything at it into wave number 10 for Alan. You can see Eitan Osborne probably going to be looking for a wave in, and the beach announcers will be calling this heat down as we see the clock run down to the 000s, and that will be the end of the last heat of the day. Big congratulations there to Eitan Osborne and Maxime Husino for putting on a great show. And unfortunately, Eduardo Mota and Alan Cleland out of the event at this stage.
Yeah, great heat for Eitan. I'm super impressed with how he put that all together, and chalk up one for Team Creative. That was a great watch.
Yeah, super entertaining to watch what he brings, and looking forward to seeing him over the next few days, particularly if you see that surf forecast improving. So we are going to take a short break from Ballito Bay. When we come back, it's going to be the post-show. We're going to break down all the day's highlights. We're going to talk about the forecast and what we can look forward to for the rest of the event. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break from Ballito. We'll be back right after this. Well, it's been a massive day of competition here from Ballito Bay. Of course, you're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and what a great day of competition we've had. It's great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carl Linder, and a very big welcome back to Tashmantasty.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day of surfing. So excited to get it started here in Ballito. And despite the smaller swell, we saw some really good surfing coming out of most of those heats.
Kai, we've got to call a couple of heats together today. Any highlights that are popping up for you immediately? We're going to go through some of the biggest heat scores today, but...
Well, look, I've got to go with Luke Thompson, the youngster getting the wild card, 18 years old, and, you know, he got through. And then we're about to listen to one of my other highlights, because just the different kind of surfing that Eitan brought to the party.
Yeah, well, he started off with a 7.5 opening wave and then backed it up with a beautiful air reverse on the inside. And we're going to throw it down now to Eitan Osborne, the winner of that last heat.
Eitan, you flew all the way from Los Angeles. It's the first time you've been in Ballito, halfway around the world. Big pressure in an event like this. It's your first Challenger Series event here. What did you do in preparation for that heat? You killed it, and getting through with a win in the last heat of the day.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a long way. I mean, you do like the 16 hours to Dubai, which sucks. And then it was only 2 flights to Dubai and then here. But it's long, and you know, you're jet lag and stuff, so taking some naps. But no, I'm psyched. I haven't surfed in a Challenger event since right before COVID, and I got in as an alternate, so I'm stoked to make it. Felt good.
That was a fantastic win. So the Challenger Series, you're now into the second round. Must be a big weight off your shoulders to get through that first heat. What's your strategy going to be going into the rest of the event, and what was your goal coming to surf this Challenger here in South Africa?
I didn't really have a goal. I wasn't like supposed to be in it, but I mean, I got in as an alternate, so whatever I do, I'm stoked, and hopefully I do well enough that I keep getting spots in them, and then hopefully just full time and then qualify. That's the goal.
Well done. That was a great heat. We'll see you in the next couple of days. Enjoy your the celebration from that heat win, and all the best for the rest of the heat. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Frew. Great interview down there with the winner of that last heat. And Kai, I know he's one of your favourite surfers, and great to hear he came down here with no goal, but actually looking at the way he constructed that heat, he had good strategy, he had good execution, and now we hear his goal is to actually qualify for the championship tour. He'd be a great addition, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it's good to see someone like Eitan wanting to sort of go for it. A lot of the times we see these alternative surfers shying away from competitive surfing, but we need these kind of guys on tour. We can't just have all the clean-cut guys, you know. This is surfing, and we want some rock stars and some punk rockers out there who are willing to not only push the limits of the sport, but also show us some new stuff.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Tasha Mentasti, we're talking throughout the day about the significance of having international pro surfing back in South Africa. It's been an amazing spectacle this first day, seeing the crowd on the beach. And what does it mean for the South Africans and for the spectators seeing these international stars on our shores?
Yeah, well, it's been a big hiatus to have all these international surfers. For me, having the women and the caliber of women that are coming to our shores because of the Challenger Series and thanks to Ballito Pro and Quadakuza. So it's just fantastic, but really for the South Africans as well to kind of, you know, see where they are on the scale and see what they need to do to be able to get onto that Challenger Series and then eventually onto the CT.
Well, awesome. We saw some amazing waves go down today, and we have an opportunity now to review some of the best waves of the day. First up is going to be Jacob Wilcox with that 7-point ride. Kai, let's have a look and see how he constructed this wave.
Well, he came straight out the gates, flung the tail out, and made that air look easy. Shane was up next, and I loved how the young South African from Ballito put this together. Really solid performance with some good turns to the lip.
Amazing stuff. And then Tash Mentasi, we saw John Mel put together a 6.83 for this one. What do you like?
Well, this was actually the first left of the contest, really, and it was a great start to his heat. I just loved the way how loose he was on the tail and how he released it. But yeah, looked really good.
Alejo Mooney is always good value, a 6.67 on this one, Kai.
Yeah, and Alejo loves the bank out here, Ballito. I had an incredible interview with him this morning, and he was just saying like that Ballito trophy is pride of place on his mantle.
Looks like Matthias Hurdy, you were commentating this one live on the beach, almost 2 full rotations in one short space.
Well, I'm pretty sure if that second one had gone down, we were looking at a 10. It was incredible surfing from the young Brazilian. And then, of course, this guy was one of our favorites in the booth.
Kei Kobayashi, just loved the power and the explosiveness that he brought. And, of course, Rio Waida, number 2 on the Challenger Series, looking strong here, Ballito too.
Yeah, he's a solid unit, this little Indonesian, and he's been on an absolute tear this year.
And then Eitan Osborne, Tash, closed out the day with a big 7.5.
Oh yeah, what a great way to end a good day of surfing, day 1 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And like you were saying earlier, Kai, just throwing in something a little bit different, and it makes it exciting for the fans and it makes it exciting for all of us watching here on the broadcast.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day competition. And Tash, you came in with some news. You have heard that we are actually on coming back tomorrow morning, 6:30 call for a possible 7:05 start to complete this men's round of surfing.
Yeah, that's correct. The charts are looking favourable, and with what we saw through that tide today, it looks like we should run, but I don't make the call, so it is 6:30 a.m. for a possible 7:05 start. We don't know if it's men's or women's. I would presume they would finish the men's round first before putting the ladies in.
And Kai, just having a look at our screen to the right here, Ryan Callanan, Jet Schilling, Cam Richards, and Ryan Canalo make up the very first heat of the next call. So that is going to be an absolute doozy.
Well, there are no easy heats on the Challenger. What is interesting, Ryan Canalo just won the JQS this week, so he's also pretty used to this bank, and we saw how that was an advantage to Luke Thompson in having had that build-up of heats before the event, and I think he's going to be deadly. He's a really good young surfer from Brazil, and he's got all the big moves, but Cal, I've been watching him in the free surfs at Bathers. My goodness, that man can display some water.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him back on the Challenger Series. Of course, he's one of those casualties of the mid-year cut to this year, so a lot of talk about that too. But plenty of time to get into those discussions as the week goes on. Of course, this is day 2 of the waiting period for the Challenger Series, day 1 of competition. We are running towards the finals weekend, and then of course the big one, the Championship Tour event coming up in J Bay. The waiting period starting on the 12th of July. So plenty of surfing action coming up for these surf-starved South African surf fans.
Yeah, Brad, and I've got to say, one of the things I'm the most excited about, which I'm sure Tash will agree on, is I cannot wait for young South African girls to see the level that they're about to witness in this Challenger from the women's side of the field. Even in the junior series, we had like Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and a couple of the other girls competing, and it is incredible to see the growth over the last 3 years, especially in female surfing. And Caity Simmers and Molly Picton and a whole bunch of these young girls coming from all over the planet. Of course, Sarah Baum is absolutely shredding for Team South Africa, so I'm super pumped to see the girls hit the water.
Before we wrap up, Tash, your thoughts on the women coming up? Any picks that you're really excited to watch?
Oh my goodness. I'm proudly South African, so I'm always going to support the Saffers. But Joanne Defay, really, for me, is the one I'm really looking forward to. She's just had such consistency on the championship tour so far, putting the hard work in, and I would love to be able to watch and witness what she's going to do out here at the Ballito Pro.
All right, well, so much more to look forward to as the week unfolds. It's been an absolute pleasure having your company here in Ballito Bay, and we're going to wrap it up here this afternoon. And make sure you check back first thing tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. local time, for a possible 7 a.m. start. From myself, Brad Bricknell, Kai Linda, and Tash Bentasti, and all the WCL crew here in Ballito Bay. It's a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
side.
Calm yourself
You know
down.
your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.